Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got footwear looking for the 18. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
Now Hugh has actually made his way in. He's closest up and is able to take care of Ange because of that. He swings back onto Shot next. He's on the back. Oh man, 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things after he was the one called into...
Well, folks, Venus has entered Taurus, and that means we lean to comfort, we lean to things that we like. And you know what I like? Valorant Challengers League North America. Welcome, everyone. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. And if you're like, Liz, you sound like you're trying to rizz us up ASMR style. I went outside yesterday, and the tree pollen is present, let me tell you that much. So take your antihistamines when you're out there. But I'm here with Ash and Emily on the desk for week 3 of our Swiss stage. Ash, great start today. But Ash, I'm gonna go to you first. I think I always say this every single time I host, but it seems like things are shaking up. Maybe in some ways we expected, but definitely in a lot of ways we did not expect.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I think, again, you think that like this deep into the season, it being stage 2, that we'd have like a better idea of where a lot of these teams and players are going to be stacking up against each other and how they're going to look up against each other. But Emily, it feels like as Challengers continues to go on, things always are shaking up. Like you can never know almost on a day which team is going to be coming out on top with how close the competition's been growing.
Yeah, and I think you're right to say that because obviously going into stage 2, we have a little bit more of a baseline, I'd like to say, for these teams on what to kind of expect. But a lot of teams have made changes. A lot of teams have improved a lot and also changed their playstyle with this kind of meta that we've been seeing combat each other in stage 1. So I think there's still a lot of unknowns, but at least we have an idea of the players. We're familiar with them now, especially the new ones coming in that have kind of just been dominating. It's been really refreshing to see, especially coming into the second stage.
And if you were able to join us yesterday for yesterday's shows and / broadcast, we saw some incredible games, an incredible kind of movement from all of the teams that played yesterday, especially coming from SRG. Ash, I was really impressed with what I saw. I know they didn't come away with the dub, but we saw so much improvement from them yesterday.
It was so close to like this series. Do not be fooled by the fact that it was a 2-0 there for SAD Esports. SRG were giving SAD a run for their money. It was 13-10, both of these maps. And I think that we saw like a really strong performance, great calling coming out from Mel on the side of SRG. But when it came down to SAD being able to take it over to the edge, you had to give a lot of credit to Payne in this matchup. He ended up having like a 2.0 KD on the spokes player is absolutely insane. He was like 50 and 25 over the entire series, having clutch moments like the one that we just saw there on our screens within these replays. He had so much impact in the server, and being not only 50 and 25 with those kills and deaths, 7-1 with the first bloods and first death ratio. Like that's just insane work for your controller player to be putting in there in the server here for SAD, but definitely heartbreaking for SRG because that was a series where we could have definitely seen it going the distance and split.
Yeah, I mean, the ideas were there, the macro was there. It was just a couple micro slips that SAD took advantage of. But going into the second best of 3, we have Core going 2-1 against Pigeons, which insanely close games, by the way. Like the first 2 maps was a battle. It just felt like in that third, Pigeons started to run out of energy. We didn't see them having the quick reactions. We didn't see them kind of winning fights that they should have been, and ultimately cost them that map. And Core was just able to kind of run it down with the stamina and the energy kind of built up from those first 2.
I mean, it's also just so good to see Lotus again. I don't know about y'all, but anytime I see our teams compete on Lotus, it is so like satisfying. We thank you so much. But I think, you know, credits to Pigeons, because Core was, you know, our stage 1 winners last stage, right? There are people I think that surprised a lot of people coming in, and kind of these top dogs people want to see do well. Emily. A good showing from them that we're looking forward to seeing them and how it all kind of shakes up in our Swiss stage. Because remember, technically none of our teams are out in the Swiss stage yet. They still have lots to do and lots to go through, Emily.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, all these teams, even though it's matches that went off stream, we got to see a little bit more development throughout them. And I'm excited. You're right. I'm excited to see how it kind of shapes out, especially that we're seeing still some kind of big, close rivalries here, as well as teams that are just kind of doing the unexpected. Like, I think yesterday we also got to see FlyQuest take a 2-0 against Demon, which is the first win under their banner, which was very exciting for them. And then we get to see teams like Pigeons kind of be able to have these really close games, really close matches against the winners from last stage. So I'm excited to see how this plays out. I think there's potential for all the teams here. I don't think there's going to be one set winner. I think even now what we have in this in this show today, with EG versus M80. Again, 2 top teams that I feel like could have made a little bit of a better run, be in that 2-0 bracket, but a lot of teams have just stepped it up, and now we are here getting some banger matches today.
And you can see how our Swiss stage has panned out for us coming into week 3. Now, SRG and Rose are on the verge of elimination in that, you know, dreaded 0-4 area. But we also have folks who are about to, you know, go perfect 3-0 that we're going to talk about later today that we are excited to see. And I'm glad you mentioned our game today, Emily, because we are starting with Evil Geniuses Academy versus M80, which is I always love hosting challengers, but when I saw what the games we were going to be streaming today were, I was so excited to see how it's going to be these 2 teams moving up and moving forward. But as you can see on the Swiss stage bracket here today, Ash, these are teams that are 1-1. But people, I don't think, again, like I said to you in the beginning, it's something we might not have expected from kind of these storied, you know, partnered org teams.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how, you know, I think these matches have been developing and whatnot. And you're talking about these storied and org teams, but also players on both of those rosters when you're thinking, I think, a little bit more into today's matchup, being EGA Academy versus, I said EGA Academy, anyways, versus M80 there. You also have Nismo going from being a coach last stage into being a player. And it's just wild to think that the competition has been so close, that teams with so many expectations on their shoulders, and I think also the pressure of representing these banners within Evil Geniuses and M80 are in that situation. But again, it's so early on into the Swiss stage, right? It's just week 2 here of stage 2 of Challengers America. So there's so much more time to also watch these teams continue to develop. But I think a lot of these players do feel kind of like the weight of representing these brands and these organizations on their shoulders when it comes down to the fan bases and how the community looks to react to wins and losses.
I like how you corrected me. It's not week 3, it is round 3. It's week 2. It felt like it's been forever though, because we've seen so many matches and so many teams playing each other, including, like you've been saying, Evil Geniuses Academy and M80 stepping up to the plate for our first match of this broadcast. And we're gonna start talking about Evil Geniuses Academy. You know them, you love them. I think they surprised a lot of people last stage, and they're continuing to surprise a lot of people here. Made a little bit of a roster change, coming in to stage 2, Emily. But again, I think what Ash is talking about, right? Like, these are some heavy hitters on this team, just player base wise.
Yeah, and just as a team together, they are such a unit. We see that they love to play together, and one thing that really stands out to me is that at the start of every round, when I am looking at the minimap, it feels like their initial setups are so strong, but then they start to have a little bit of cracks starting to show, especially if a team is giving them a little added pressure. But most of the time they are able to bounce back, but as soon as they start letting that pressure get to them and they start to kind of fall apart, it starts to lean the other team's way. I think they look very, very strong. They have the capability of falling into set protocols. I just think they need a little bit more of them. You know, when they play together, they're so good at bouncing off of each other and ensuring that they get the trades. But as soon as they start to lose that, it looks a little harder for them to kind of bounce back into it.
I definitely got to agree with Emily on that. This is a very momentum-heavy team in that kind of sense. But then it also felt like, I think, for their first matchup, especially up against ADG at the beginning of this stage, they felt a little bit sluggish to react to a lot of plays that were coming out from some of these teams. And I feel like, you know, when it does come down to that, you're thinking about the fact that you have B-Dog coming in as a new duelist for them. They're previously working with Stunna, so it takes a little bit of time, even though B-Dog has, you know, experience playing with players like Jake on this roster. It does take adjustment to, you know, adapt to a new system. But I think that B-Dog coming in as this duelist has also looked really good for EG, and their reactions to a lot of set plays and what we're seeing out from other teams, like in their matchup against Invictix, has gotten a lot better with time. This is a team that I think is maybe just taking a little bit of that adjustment heading into like the meta that we're seeing right now. But I think in today's matchup, I want to see them get there, honestly.
I think one people that's going to help them get there, Ash, is Zerona. We are going to highlight for us in our players' stats. This is someone, if you've been watching the games, you've been paying attention, he just kind of makes magic happen. I think that's the simplest way to describe him, Emily. What he is able to do on, you know, the Vies or whatever it may be. And granted, our pool right now for stage 2 in terms of like rounds and matches is not the largest, but you are definitely seeing consistent, good decision making and good mechanics from him.
Yeah, especially on the Vies pick. I feel like he's great at anchoring on Vies, you know, using the wall to kind of have the first entry duelist kind of come in and being able to shut that down, making the round a little bit easier. But we've also seen him play onto the Sky, onto the Viper, and Viper is a similar story. We see him playing super well on the defensive half and even on the attack half, going for some lurks, always changing up his pacing. I think it's very impressive. And on Sky, I think the capability that he has to kind of be able to swap roles so heavily in his team and still perform, like, obviously they run these solo duels most of the time, and he's able to kind of be that second entry, support his duels with the utility with the flashes, and be able to follow that up to ensure that, okay, if the duelist doesn't get punished, at least I'm there to trade it out. Or if the duelist does get punished, you know, it doesn't just end there. I feel like he's very good at having that flexibility and being able to bounce back and forth, which is just overall really impressive.
And I think that when you have a player like this that can be so flexible, it's so important when a meta is continuing to develop, like after the Yoru nerfs that were coming in. We're just seeing so many different perspectives and ways that these teams are looking to approach these maps. And the way that Zerona is able to slot into any of these roles that Emily was just saying is just such a big part of the success that I can see here for Evil Geniuses Academy as they figure out what compositions they want to be running, what is going to be working best for them. The fact that he's able to do that with like no performance drop off is definitely the most impressive part.
We'd love to see him and keep an eye on him for today's games, but he will have his work cut out for him, and the rest of Evil Geniuses Academy will as well, because they are facing the Titans of Tier 2, M80. And I think, you know, we could talk to we are blue in the face, Ash, until, you know, talking about, you know, the roster changes and, you know, Kaplan coming back and Nismo coming in and Caillou coming in. And I also see we have M80 Marco in chat stopping by with some friends on M80 supporting their old team. But this is a team, I think, where you're talking about like finding themselves in the meta, Ash, right? Like everyone's kind of working this out because there have been such incredibly big changes coming in. M80 is one of those teams that is not afraid to experiment and go a little bit, quote unquote, off meta.
No, I definitely agree with you on that, especially when, like, if we're going to be honest, do we see a lot of KO being played these days in the current meta? No. But when you've got the KO Goat and Nismo on your team, you cannot help but take advantage of his skill set on that particular agent, the fact that he's a specialist on it. And I think that when you have a coach like Kaplan also being behind the scenes, the brain at the helm of this team too, you're gonna expect great things for them to figure out how to really work kind of niche picks like that in that can really throw off other teams within the competition.
Yeah, and honestly, when I just first saw this initial roster, it's scary, right? You have all these great pieces kind of just coming together or working on coming together, and they haven't even reached their peak. They haven't reached their ceiling at all. You know, you have this new roster coming in from M80, as well as a new coach, and you can clearly see it in their gameplay. They have way better protocols. They have amazing pre-round calls coming in from Caillou and really great defensive setups. The one thing that they were kind of lacking in their first initial matches was that chemistry and having quicker reactions. But I have to say, they've gotten a lot better and a lot quicker. They're really shaping up to be one of the top teams here in this league, even though their score doesn't really show that. I think, you know, you have to look outside of just the score lines to see their improvements and how well they're on an upward trajectory here. But the one thing that they struggled with, especially in their last best of 3 against SRB, was over-adapting a little. Like, I felt like as soon as they got shut down in one way, even if it was close, they kind of just switched up their entire game plan rather than making smaller adjustments, which honestly cost them those 2 maps. So I'm thinking back to Breeze. We see them get shut down on an A split, and then they just stop going A completely, start like going headstrong towards that B side, and just lose out from there, round after round. And then on Lotus, that was even a close game. Both of these games, they honestly could have won. It was just a little bit of that over-adapting.
Something I'm glad you brought that up, because I talked to Kaplan. He said, you know, we have real issues and lose cons, but I'm pumped to show the growth we've made just over the last few practice days over the weekend. And part of that growth is Spaz, Emily, coming into the team, kind of stepping up into kind of this hurricane of roster switches that M80 has had and immediately making an impact.
He has always been a really strong player back when he was on SRB as well last year, but he's so good at Viper defense. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's his confidence that he's willing to kind of fight up and not just play so far back behind his util, but he's so good at locking down sites. I feel like anytime he's alone, he finds value in his anchoring, but still being able to find, or the one thing I think he struggles with a little bit is finding his footing with his lurks on attack, which I think could help out M80 a whole lot. We see him dominating on the defense. We see him doing all that, but when it switches back to that attacking half, we see him playing a little bit more of a passive lurk, right? Kind of having people try and clear him out and not really getting too much of that pace change or him trying to go for certain timings, which is the one thing I want to see out of him. He has the aim to do it. He has the confidence to do it. I just need to see it in action now.
Yeah, I think that honestly, kind of calling back to like how we've typically seen him on Omen historically and whatnot, I feel like that more like aggressive playstyle on defense kind of leans towards his skills that he developed during that time. But I'm looking forward to seeing the growth that Spaz has made over the last like week or so to make that adjustment that Emily has been talking about, because it is an adjustment. When you aren't used to being on that kind of role, it takes a little bit of time to get a feel for your style of play. But all at the same time, we also know how quickly the Swiss stage does pass by here, Liz. So you've got to also take action now.
And I'm glad you said that, because time is flying by. But I didn't get to read all of Kaplan's quotes that he sent to me, but he is so confident in his team, and he is so confident in their improvement, which is so exciting to see. But now, friends, it is time for our Phillips Relco head-to-head, and it's going to be B-Dog and Bonnie, the B-boys, if you will. I'm sorry, to bring my dance background out a little bit. I think, Ash, to go to you, the B-Dog coming in as this stepping up into the Evil Geniuses Academy roster, he is someone who has been in the Tier 2 circuit for forever. It feels like he's someone who has just kind of grinded and always been that guy. Bonnie really recently making a name for himself as someone who's absolutely incredible.
It's a really exciting Duelist head-to-head to see there. I think that they have almost similar playstyles to me in a way. I think Bonnie's a little bit more in your face than B-Dog is on like at the beginning of a round. Like Bonnie's the type of player where barrier drops, he could be in your face immediately. B-Dog, I think like the style of EG Academy, they like to be a little bit slower, a little bit more defaulty, or just a bit more measured into their set plays. He can definitely be in your face as well, but it's not gonna be, you know, as soon as the gate drops for you, right? It takes a little bit more time to look for the setup, to get into the position that B-Dog wants to execute on, but they are both absolutely electric when it does come down to finally getting into those fights. I think the big difference between these two players for me is the fact that Bonnie is one of the leaders right now, top 3 when it comes down to those first engagements. He's so good at opening up those rounds for the side of M80. With B-Dog, it's a little bit more of a coin flip when it comes down to those first engagements. I feel like the stats look a little bit more even, and actually a little bit worse when it comes down to those first deaths, because he's sitting at that 0.23 in those first death engagements. So that's the other thing. I think that for Bonnie, you look at him being that round opener, being the one to actually get the first pick to create those opportunities there for the side of M80. B-Dog is an absolute space maker, but the rounds really rely on the rest of his team looking to follow up that space creation to get the trade.
Yeah, and I think that's so interesting, because when I think back to like not the peak of B-Dog, but when he was all the hype, like back on TSM, he was that duelist. He was always going in your face on that jet. And that was kind of the meta back then. I think he's having a little bit of a harder time adjusting to these different movement style agents, you know, having to figure out the Neon tech, having to figure out the Waylay tech and be that for his team. I think he is here back now wanting to assert himself back at the top alongside Bonnie, like he was in the past. I think it's just going to take a little bit to warm up. And when I think about both of these teams, like both of them don't run the double duelist, especially now that Yoru has been nerfed. So this head-to-head, not only here, but in the server is going to be lethal. I think a lot of it will be coming down to these two having all this pressure on their hands or on their backs just to kind of be able to not only be the space maker, but also be able to follow up with that because they are that solo duelist. They have to do a lot more here. And honestly, I feel like this could come down to the win con. This head-to-head right here, whichever duelist is getting shut down more, that could be the reason why these teams are going to, or why one of these teams are going to come out on top.
You know that prep, they're both looking at each other, those duelists, right? They're like, you know, they're pinpointing that exactly how it is going to go down. And that's exactly why we have it for a Philips Noco head-to-head. But I feel like my voice has gotten lower as the pre-show has gone on, and I apologize for that. But we do have our map picks and bans moving forward for this best of 3 of week 2, round 3 of our Swiss stage. We are going to be heading to the beautiful Haven first, and Lotus, my favorite mouse of all time. Love her, we know her, Ash, and then ending, if need be, on Pearl.
I think this is a really interesting veto because you have hidden maps on both teams here. For Haven, where we're starting things off on, this was a really strong showing out from Evil Geniuses. They got that 13-6 up against Evictix. For the side of M80, we haven't seen what they're going to play yet. And Evil Geniuses then also are not able to prep against like what comp that they're going to be expecting. Lotus is that middle ground for map 2, where both of these teams are 50-50 on it. And then again, heading into Pearl, it's another one of those, okay, we've seen M80 on it. They actually lost on that map. That was a really close one up against Pigeons just the other day. But another map that is hidden here by EG, I think that makes it really interesting, Emily, because it's hard for both of these teams to have prepped against each other.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of just have to base it off of how they've been playing so far in certain maps. Like when I think of Haven, not having seen M80 play on it, but seeing EG feel so dominant on it, and the fact that M80 didn't even choose to split that, and M80 doesn't even really have a permanent ban right now, you have to assume that they're going to be bringing something special or maybe a little bit of a surprise to Haven. And I'm confident in that because of how they've been playing on other maps. When I think about their playstyle, they're really good at having set protocols on defense, so I'm expecting to see them kind of thrive in that. On their attack half, as long as they have the chemistry and the quick reactions like we've been seeing them get better at each match that they play, I think they'll be fine. And as for EG going into hidden maps too, I think it's the same thing, right? Both teams have their strong suits, both teams have their pros and cons, but I think that, you know, when we see them on these hidden maps, we might be surprised.
I definitely agree. I think that for me, though, overall, I feel like the veto actually is like leaning a little bit more towards the side of Evil Genius's comfort right now, especially when you're thinking about the Lotus. I feel like M80, it was a tough loss against SRB just the other day. That 13-6 loss up against them, it felt like they were really struggling to make those adaptations that you were talking about previously, Emily. Meanwhile, for the side of Evil Geniuses, it was the opposite. The first time they played Lotus, it was a loss, and then they found the win later on in a closer matchup against Evictix.
And we have our predictions coming in next, which now may shift for us, at least on the desk, so you can hear from us moving forward. I believe it is like it's a 4-1 with most of us leaning towards M80. I gotta say, for me personally, it was me speaking to Kaplan when I asked him for that quote, Ash, where I said, you know, and he just seemed so confident in his abilities. It made me think like he had something up his sleeve a little bit, and we are going to head into Agent Select right away. We have places to meet, people to see on Haven, and we highlighted the B-Dog Bonnie moment, right? And there will both be on the Neon, Ash.
Yeah, the Neon head-to-head is going to be so fun to see up against B-Dog versus Bonnie. I do think, again, like Emily was mentioning earlier, it's a little bit of a warm-up situation here for B-Dog, slotting back into the duelist role. Even though he started off there, it was on that jet that he was so well known for. And it's for Bonnie, the Neon just looks so comfortable. Plus, B-Dog, he was flexing last year as well, right? Like playing so many different things. So it's a very different change of pace and a lot of pressure to have have in these solo duelist comps. I'm also excited to see Nismo on the Omen. I think that's going to be great here for Nismo, having that paranoia. He's so good at being that supportive kind of player. My eyes are definitely going to be out for on him to have some of those trap plays set up, those setup plays there for Bonnie as well when they're going for their execute.
I'm very excited to see Spaz back on the Viper here and hopefully seeing a little bit more with his lurk, seeing what kind of space he can hold on the other side of the map and seeing what that can actually bring to his team. And also just the overall macro of M80, because we've seen them have different paces going into different maps, obviously running different comps. But with Bonnie on the Xeon, I'm excited to see her run down and just see how they go and approach, especially having VODs and having footage on how EGA like to play this.
I know you're saying that you're excited for Spaz on that Viper, but I feel like he has a tall opponent to be going up against on that lurking role, with Zerona being so keen on a lot of those timings. Spaz is definitely going to have to get the upper hand over Zerona in some of these moments because that guy has eyes on the back of his head.
Well, folks, we have set up the stage for you. Evil Geniuses Academy versus M80. Who will come out on top and make the record 2-1? Vansili, Lemon Kiwi are your casters, and the game is in their hands. Please take it away.
Thank you, Liz. It's the battle of the callers. It's a brawl of the duelists whose names start with B. And Vansili, it's easy to say that this is the match of the day.
It is definitely going to be the match of the day. I think I'm very excited to see Caillou once again back in the IGL role too. There was a little bit of a mixed feeling of what was happening with him and Sentinels in the past, but now he gets to rejoin. Kaplan going into the M80, leading the squad, and M80 making a lot of changes going into this split, this second stage, so they could try to qualify here into champions if they can. They have a lot of firepower across this team, but Evil Geniuses Academy going to the stage has also picked up the pace in terms of what they bring in Arsenal, what they bring in terms of teamwork throughout the year of 2026. So this is going to be fun. I was expecting to probably see Nismo back on the KO on this map too. That was something that maybe even a raise. That was something that he played in the past when Nismo was a coach back in the Ghost Gaming days, and that would have been fun to watch. But you got to stick to the meta. You got to bring out that neon.
They do defend, but they're ready to attack, and they're ready to cut off already. First pick there from Caillou, that caller, that leader, gonna mention that there's some trouble, and Caillou has the protection of a smoke, wants the timing, and now it's the convergence of M80 to react to this flank of EG. We still have numbers. You have health on the side of M80. We got knives out, man, and blood is on the floor.
And what a way to start the round for M80. It's very nice for Caillou to stay back towards that spawn at the same time so that he could see if there's going to be any type of pressure coming in from EG in the first place. I don't think he expected more than one player after he got the opening kill, but to stay alert and advising his team, having his team fall back and watch from the sewer side, and having probably 3 different angles where they encroached into, there was no way that EG could really fight back, especially now that you had that Nismo paranoia that came through that had to displace a lot of these players at the same time. So a very good look at the beginning. I don't think this is some tape studying. It's just trying to feel out the map, and they're still doing the same thing now, right? So feeling out the map is EG. One guy trying to peek out towards main for information to see how many players he could see, which now enables the 4 players over on the long C side to start pushing and grabbing the orb.
Targets destroyed. How about feeling that bullet at the back of the head? Like, what a first pick for M80. Just like Caillou got first blood in the last round, starting off the round on a good foot has been huge for M80. And the desk talked about the differences of just playstyles around your duelists, and M80 being so centered around what opportunities Bonnie can create. Well, how about the fact that you've already got a plan? Everyone's in position. Feels like the round is over, but EG are wrapping around.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to make sure that they don't get picked off here, because they've lost so much space in the very beginning. Look at them smoke towards the spawn as well. They just want to make sure that nobody's chasing for kills to give orbs. So you're winning out towards that spawn to die to spike. The idea was kind of there. They broke the turret, but you saw the adjustments that M80 kind of had. Alvin Boy spots all of that 4-player push from EG Academy back towards that T spawn, and he has that support from Bonnie with the Marshal watching that angle. So a very clean round in the end from both of these teams. You're trying to minimize the amount of deaths, and they're able to do so just that. So 1 kill onto Caillou. Caillou doesn't get more orbs out of that one as well. So it's a great way to salvage that round for EG and to move into a stronger buy in this third one.
Yeah, EG really tried to throw him for a loop, and I guess I'm alone on my predictions. Yes, EG coming off that loss, but what is so special about EG, in my opinion, is the clutch power, the star power, some big names on this team. And whenever I feel like the team EG is unstable, I look towards Pancakes. He had like a 4K on the pistol and the Sheriff when everything looked dire in another game. Jake, too, is another person who can play by himself and kind of flip around in their favor and do it all on his own. So EG may look down, but they're certainly not out. Until the round is actually over. So, but now we're in the third round with the first rifle buy up here for EG.
And especially for Pancakes on a map like Haven, he popped off on this map as well. He was definitely the hero for the team that allowed for them to get a dub in the past. That said, though, we're trying to create a diversion towards his B site. We force the rotates out and try to split into the C site, but Zerona was already ready, spamming through the smoke to get the first pick.
Zerona, a threat here in Garage, got the backup of Jake, and M80 have to address it. But hey, the time is on their side when they got the plant, but the lurk is shut down, and EG is starting to surround. And now you emerge from the Garage, and M80 just kind of letting that. Ignoring your problems does not make them go away, but you are going to put up a fight where you can. But Spaz with the double almost made that possible. But EG, first one on the board.
I want to say that was a missed position coming out here from Nismo in the post plan, I gotta say, because he goes back towards the Garage side. He's trying to get some sort of timing on a late lurk, but he peeks out at the moment that I think it was Pancakes that's just trying to shoot the turret. So as he's shooting a turret, Nismo walks into the crosshair and immediately dies. Whereas Pancakes' role was trying to break the turret so that if he falls back, you could have the late lurk coming out from the Neon over on the A side from B-Dog. So they had some sort of a set play, and you're just unfortunate on how you're finding your own timings for Nismo, and they just dwindled down in numbers to play on that post plan, and at least they got the plant down. They did some damage onto EG, but EG still has a clean round no matter what.
I got the Hunter's Fury, gonna let it rip off the bat as soon as you detect that presence from EG at A long. That same kind of aggressive walk down from the pistol, and man, did you profit? EG only have 2 left, and they're on the back foot. Jake is just gonna get shot in the back here. He's gonna try and put up a fight, but that's gonna be all she wrote. EG are just constantly having this aggression shut down.
Yeah. And the damage that was mentioned by M80 on the previous round, you see what the buy was for EG. A Bulldog, now Pancakes has to retake with a Judge. When all of his teammates died towards that long A and one towards sewers, he has no weapons to pick up. So this is going to be a very difficult task for him. And probably at this point, you maybe want to save a Judge because you're going to be on an eco in the next round. That could probably be your saving grace going to the next round if you're going to be able to hide this in your arsenal as a weapon for the next round. But I think that was the beauty here, Lemon Key. We have seen Caillou farm these orbs, farm these kills in the pistol, and then farm the orbs too in their anti-eco, so they could get their Hunter's Fury right away going into this round number 4. And there was no way that EG could really set up there to counteract on the A control, the HO control.
Also feels like M80 don't have to work too hard for information when the opponent just shows up at their front door knocking. So I wonder how much EG are going to want to dial things back. They've, swapped it up. It's not barriers down, running it down, but it's a lot more aggressive than it is not for EG. And M80 are pulling out more one-sided rounds than not. And I think the throwing in the Hunter's Fury definitely threw EG for a loop. So I won't deny that advantage. But M80 look good.
Yep. That definitely was the biggest pain point for EG's setup, because you kind of want to play this 4-1. They're using Pancakes' utility to try to get like the early info as much as they can with the turret and the alarm bot, and then you go into like the old school Haven of like a breach meta in the past when you're trying to set up your Neon or just your Duelist in general to fight for the HO control, especially against a Viper comp that blocks the line of sights of what you could potentially see. And you're trying to get the information as early as possible, but you unfortunately just got made up with that Hunter's Fury. You won't be able to do it this time around because, as I mentioned before, this is an eco round that you have for EG, with the exception, though, of a hero buy from B-Dog. He's using a little bit of the jump movement from Neon to get on the top of these boxes and try to get a surprise kill, because there's no big flashes that's going to stop him.
Oh, you checked the corner, but you didn't check above, and EG had a really nice high-low, a trifecta. But check there, Bonnie. Nice
crazy shot.
Aim there. Yes, and you got the drone that's going to check out the back side. And now we're flip-flopping because M80 are also clearing elsewhere. So now that they got EG's attention, what does M80 do with it?
They could just cut noise, maybe re-hit a little bit later on too, especially now that Caillou's used his drone to clear up towards that A site. They don't have too much to work with. So the other option is maybe wait for recon, go for a full hit into the B site, contact play with numbers into the B site. But there's no way really that you're going to move towards C because you never took control of that in the first place.
Right, gonna find themselves on an island in the middle of the map. You know that trifecta of EG's coming through the right side, but Pancake's a big question mark. And now you got poked. Yeah, you're getting poked and prodded from all sides. And M80 clap back at the biggest of ways. EG were hoping to have better timing there. Pancakes wants to give someone a big old hug with the judge, and M80 get ahead of it.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Saving it from the previous round and getting no value this round either when they were encroaching into the corner of getting picked off potentially, but good on M80 to stay as a group here to trade instantly if it had to come down to that. But look at that shot. Beautiful by Bonnie. That really just cancels out the trap play that you're really setting up here on that A side because the star duelist is down for the side of B-Dog. They can't really have the numbers to really be able to set up these crossfire setups. And I just love towards the end, I think we didn't see it in a replay, but Bonnie gets 2 kills with as a neon with a classic, just sliding across for that second kill, just because the outlaw wasn't hitting it at all. But I think this is a perfect moment right now for EG to call out the first timeout. I think they want to call it a little bit earlier than later to not let this slip really into the game, especially when you're in the early days still of the half. I know it's still a 4-1 scoreline, but it's still very early going into the whole setup here of this map between these two teams. And there's a lot here that Faded could probably identify for EG to work a better defense.
And despite this being an EG Academy map, I think this is a perfect map for Bonnie and M80 as well, who have such a proficient Neon player who can be let loose, but also they're keeping Bonnie on a leash. They are supporting him. And if anything, it's also EG bringing the fight to them where you don't have to have such advanced strats. Now, finally, M80, we're starting to show what it's like to change sites and have a different plan and to flip the map. And that's been also very good, although there was a difference of weaponry at the end of the day. And there's also a difference of ultimate. So what is Bonnie up to with this one?
Bonnie's up to trying to take control of the A side so far to kick things off with Alvin Boy. But after this timeout, you're seeing what's important here in the conversation is they want to figure out how they could post up the op. And they're playing very standardized. Again, the KG utility is able to help you watch this B main and garage control and having your op line just directly look down towards long C. It's the most basic way you could really set up here in your default on the defense because the Viper wall is never going to be in your vision for you to watch that line. And M80 seems like they understand that a little bit. So they're trying to default a little more to break the KG utility around the map first. And you see right there, Bonnie's hugging all the way towards Rabbit. And here's the turret coming up on the B site, so he pings it for the team. And now they're just trying to waste that utility, and they should identify here that there's probably something happening that's a little bit sneaky here on that C site. I don't know if they're going to go for it.
You pointed out the incredible patience from M80 to not walk into a trap and not be impatient despite the round advantage that they have. EG did drone up A long, everything's quiet. EG stick to their guns and they wait to see what kind of explosive play M80 have up their sleeve because Bonnie is already looking warmed up and ready to go after that shot that we saw. And now he's got the overdrive already breaking up the site. First peek and it completely just breaks Mitch's brain. Caillou breaks down the site with a double kill. And M80, it was all a fake. It's the opposite side of the map, but man, Caillou was a hell of a distraction getting a triple kill. 7 seconds left, and Spaz just has to jump through some hoops to get it done.
And already Pancakes is going towards having to save his weapon. Just a masterclass from Caillou for that round. And it helps even more when they're selling a fake towards the A site and they still get 2 kills on top of that, make that even a third. So yeah, it was very well executed for the side of M80. I think also not breaking that turret and also not forcing out the alarm bot too at the very beginning. You think that you have a clean rotate from the side of B-Dog to move and support towards that A site. And then somehow here, you see Alvin Boy find his timing inside the garage. Crosshair wasn't really placed at that spot at all because he was trying to jump up in the window here for B-Dog. And he gets caught off guard, opens up the site, and now they get the plant towards the C site. So I think that's just one thing that, yes, it's nice here that you have, you know, some information that you're trying to gather from Pancakes' utility. You also have the AWP that's walking down towards that C long. But as you spot nothing for the whole minute, they haven't been active at all around the map for EG to really try to spot where the push could be coming from. So M80 did a great job being very patient in that moment and forcing EG to just give up too much space and over-rotate into spaces that is already covered by M80.
I totally agree. Like, EG just gave up so much space, and we're kind of waiting for M80 to take the initiative because so much of this map has been EG, I feel like, taking the initiative, whether it's these A long walks or just jumping out for information. But it's M80 ahead of the game. They have so many brains on this team, and they got shooters too, so what could you not want? But look again, EG taking matters into their own hands. Double walk out here in mid. When Bonnie has the outlaw and has the kill, and EG find themselves down 2 players going on Nico. You're throwing a Hail Mary anyway.
Yeah. Was that somehow a 147 damage off a Sheriff? I don't know what happened there. That Bonnie still stays alive, but the numbers don't add up until I was alive with 3 HP. That said, though, it doesn't matter. I think it was very difficult for EG to really walk down with this hero rifle that was saved in the previous round because of that exactly, though. The wall not really covering the whole window. So it just makes it a lot easier here for M80 to collapse back into the mid control. And EG can't really walk all the way down to take advantage of the wall. So nicely done for M80 once again to continue to stay patient.
EG were trying to make this as costly as possible. And the fact that Jake doesn't just want to maybe hang on to the rifle, but this is the kind of guy that if you're putting your channel points on anyone, it's a 1v4 from Jake. Yeah. And he'll just maybe hang on the top and escape if he doesn't get nothing.
I think that's the perfect call. He has to escape. I think he can't risk to lose this weapon because you look at the economy that Pancakes has, he needs this rifle going to the next round. And Pancakes is going to spend so much money to try to buy utility as a KJ, but Jake is now being challenged towards spawn, so they've pinched him. They're going to find him. Spaz is hunting him down too because he'll get an orb and an ult in the next round no matter what.
822 HP and a dream to hold on to this rifle. I didn't think that was going to be the most intense part of the round, but it's M80, even post EG timeout, who are still in full control of Haven. And remember, this is EG's map pick, but also excited to see what EG have planned for their offense, because that's probably going to be where the magic happens.
At least, if anything, what they haven't really done yet for the side of EG on the defense is trying to figure out where even the attack side turret is being placed. It's not towards the window. It's not on the top of boxes. Alvin Boy's pacing it very passively in the back of grass towards T-spawn. So they have an advantage to like start peeking out to go for these attacks. And they're trying it finally with a trap play.
Mitch is already unloading with the Hunter's Fury, the overdrive on top. Like, geez, this is kind of nuts. And somehow M80 relatively safe. Although Jake off on his own, Mitch maybe right behind him, but who expects someone to just be lurking in the smoke? If anyone, it's Bonnie with a shotgun, it's Zerona with the 3K, flips the round in EG's favor, and Bonnie was playing hide and go seek, and he's been found.
Beautiful game of timing this time around from EG, as you tried to collapse with the Hunter's Fury and the overdrive from both the garage side and the A site respectively. The other ones falling behind weren't really there because you're just smoking all over the area just to try to find some good cover and try to leak forward to some aggressive spaces. And look at the surprise attack that leads for Zerona to be able to take. Beautiful kills coming out from the window. Triple mow down as they thought they had space from M80 because of Barney's position inside that smoke. But a great punish in the end. It took a lot of resources though. But thankfully though, they're able to cycle the ult economy so far for EG. So 2 ults to capitalize on that previous round. Now they use a pit for this round here. And it allows for them to have a better look on how they want to stack up the defense.
The Odin from garage into pressuring B, like M80 don't feel like they have a lot of great options, so surely EG will force them into a C fight. And waiting for them with open arms is Jake, who's already gonna get concussed. He's still alive. Pancakes has to do all the work, but it's matched blow for blow, band for band with M80. With the lockdown 2 in place, this plant feels assured, but Mitch wants one for the road. No, he's good. Okay. Looks like everyone's good for M80. 3 versus 2 on the post plant. Not going to be a lot of time here for EG. You're going to throw a pit on top of that.
Yeah, great cycles. They made sure that everybody stays outside of that radius. No shenanigans of trying to go for hero play, so they punish Mitch on that. Now they play inside the pit. The retake's going to be so difficult, especially with the up, but until Zerona gets these kills.
What is in Zerona's cereal? Like back from a 4K to almost lock it in the third 1v1, but I'm running out. Spaz going to let the pit expire to keep his distance and keep the win for M80.
And for him to use the timing of the fuel before the pit goes down to reposition on the top of the platform. Because I'm pretty sure there was some util being thrown from B-Dog in the first place when they were playing that 4 versus X. So he kind of knew he was coming in from that long seaside on that flank. So he repositions up. He gets to play a tight angle so that B-Dog kind of has to re-clear everything at the same time while he has first contact into the garage ramp. That was a very nicely played one-on-one, but even Zerona is that key player that allowed EG to pick up these 2 rounds in their favor. It's very, very nice. But should I say Spaz, though, on that 1v1 played it quite well to at least cancel that from EG as hero play too.
Oh, and I throw out my prediction for EG. It's because they're an exciting team to watch, because when they look like they're losing, all of a sudden they start winning. Like, they'll have random 4Ks. Like, it's whose turn with the 4K baton? Is it Zerona? Is it Pancakes? Is it Jake? But you can't win rounds off of miracles all the time. But
give me a couple of 2Ks as a group, right? Set up hero plays.
Like, give your fans a chance to have a healthy heart, like a little bit. But M80 trying to cause some demise here in garage. Nobody's home, and usually EG have this on watch, but with the lower buy that they have, they got to leverage what they can, and that's teamwork. And it's Zerona, the ace, apparently up EG's sleeve, who has a lot on his plate and only 2 hands to deliver it.
Yeah, and can't anchor it solo. Again, we talked about the hero plays he's able to bring out towards that team, almost made it winnable there for EG on that previous round. But this time, as he finds that confidence, he's like, oh, I can take this down. I can take a full man rush into the C site. Nah, that's not going to happen. Makes the retake even more difficult now for EG once again.
You don't have the Zerona to bring up the walls, so this op can just lay back here for M80, but EG's rushing to do some damage. There's some morale, maybe mental damage being done with bodies being looked at that way, but M80 look unstoppable on this offense.
Yeah, and you're looking from the POVs of, like, as the camera switches from player to player, there's just smokes on the screen all over the place, and we're spamming through it and getting kills. So that's just unfortunate for the side of B-Dog that throws up the walls for the retake, but they just knew that players were going to scale through between those lanes. Becomes an easy kill right there from Bonnie playing behind that smoke on the top of the boxes. Yeah, it's just very, very nicely done in his forward position. That was left to be uncleared by EG, and unfortunately they get punished by that one. But we have an op and a noted. And that's what I wanted to see, exactly. We were just talking about it, right? Where the turret's not being placed on grass, it gives you that opportunity to peek out for a kill.
Take flight.
EG did have some pressure from the Odin garage, and they know that M80 have started to prioritize mid a lot more, and if they don't, that's how EG want to creep back into the setup, but M80, they just stomp the yard. They'll find themselves on A. They have Bonnie with B rotation cutoffs, and Jake, who goes for the hero play and just gets sussed out by Caillou. He's got that sixth sense, even from the pistol, recognizing EG's walkdown to knowing where Jake was going to TP to, so M80 got this on lock again.
It's a strong TP spot as well because you're creating a sense of urgency. But he was already being crept up by Caillou.
One enemy remaining.
Well, you know, a couple of rounds have been 1v1s, but more often than not, you're having M80 still have 3, 4, 5 players alive in these wins. So the economy swells, and guess what? We're already to the last round of the half, and EG want to try to put a dent into this if they want to make any magic happen.
Yeah, M80 is just one step ahead of everything too. Not only from the Caillou walk up towards long A that really caught Jakey off guard when Jakey TP towards the long A side, but they did try to go for the hero play on that 2 versus 6X by putting the lockdown, forcing players into B-Dog, and B-Dog could try to get some picks here and there. But unfortunately, they were just already there closing that gap. So there was no value here of funneling the players out. Such a bad buy that we have for EG for the last round of regulation. It's couple of Guardians across the board with 2 rifles. Okay. TP to sell a fake. Wait, B-Dog's in a good position here. Oh, never mind.
Was, unfortunately for him and M80, they let EG come to them, and now M80 takes the B site. There's a flank forming though, and EG coming through spawn, and Jake does make things very difficult on the front line. So there's a beautiful crunch being created from EG as Jake will disengage and let the planter feel safe enough to walk in, but there really is no safe spot for M80, and namely Nismo, who's the last one left, and feels like the first time in a while that M80 had been in peril. See what he can do with injuries on the EG side. Jake is on his last legs, and Nismo is smoked off. Turret there too.
don't even think he could smoke it out either. I mean, that should be
30 seconds left.
obvious, as they would probably hear that come out. So he's just trying to fake that he's going out towards the garage to still try to isolate Jake.
Cole caught the rifle. Knows that Jake is back here. Nismo's just operating off the information that he had, but man, Jake finds the perfect timing. So it ends up being a 9-3 half. Not the worst, but certainly not great for EG, but they picked this map for a reason. and Mitch is paying the IGL tax for it, sure. So that's where you need to see these plans come into fruition here for EG.
Yeah, I mean, I have to also respect the play that they were trying to do, even if B-Dog got punished at the very beginning. Jakey was actually running those TPs so that the Aljo and everything else could focus on him, and B-Dog could probably get his one and done, but he got 0 out of it. But thankfully, all of EG really kind of grouped up towards that mid round and just understood where that hit was coming from the side of M80 and salvaged that round. And again, they have the opportunity to do the exact same this time on the attack side as well. And I think Pancake's, the high numbers that he put in on even the last time was also a lot of it on clutch rounds too on the attack side. So I don't think they're really out of this picture as of yet, but definitely the pistol round is going to add a little bit of level of comfort if they could convert this.
We're just so good at enabling Bonnie and just being more of a team and not just kind of letting your dog off the leash and go crazy, although there's a dog on the other team, not to be confused. But M80, you have the strong start. Now it's how you finish. A 3-stack over at C, a default from EG. You're droning up A long. EG are pressuring short. And Caillou, man, he's ever so good with the Sheriff. This does lighten up the load here on A. Getting a sense of EG. Let's see who else could be lurking around, and that lurk will be Zerona. Oh, but the timing of coming out of B like that. Spaz with the 2K. We're left with the 2 versus 2.
That was the most important thing too. The first pick that they got on the side of M80 was Pancakes falling down. So that's no turn to watch down that middle, so they allow themselves to walk out in that spot. But thankfully, we block up the gaps. We get a couple of trades. It's a 2v2 now.
Oh, Nismo waits for his teammate to be in position, and all the smoke's up. Zerona gonna hold the line, and oh, so close. Now it's a showdown of pistols. Determine who kicks off this second half, and it's Jake that at least covers the objective. Wants to get as far away as the last time he's seen Nismo as possible. So 13 seconds left, and he'll get the plant down with some cover.
Left.
And Nismo, the first smoke towards that spawn is super important as well, because Nismo has to take his time to re-clear. And now the second smoke allows Jake to play around so many different obstacles. And that's how you convert in that 1v1 against Nismo in the end. When you look at the experience from agents as well, it's definitely Jakey, who's played controller for most of his career, versus Nismo, that's mainly been a KO and a bit of raise in his career. And it's nice to see here that EG, as we mentioned before, they still have what it takes to continue the fight. And that was an important pistol won by Jakey that will bring that confidence back for EG Academy.
It doesn't get any closer than that, right? Double kill, heroics, matched by heroics, a 1v1 to determine this. At least the start of the second half doesn't get any more exciting than that. And morale has not been broken, but M80, see if they can take this down brick by brick. And look, the whole squad, all 4 of them of M80 watching this right side, and it pays off in dividends. You got the spike down, and Zerona's left to pick up the pieces. And you know he's close by too. M80 just have to keep the stack, watching carefully, and it's easy like that.
Oof. You have to expect something was going to happen there when there's a smoke being thrown, not deep inside the choke towards T-spawn, but more towards the connector of long. They went for the stinger swing out, but you don't know how many players are swinging out behind that. And because you're playing a comp of supposed to be stalls with no aggression from flashes, you're hoping that your aim is going to be able to take the upper hand. But you're still looking at M80, guys. This is still a team that they got 3 guys, 4 guys on classics, and they could still convert the round for you. And that's exactly what just happened there. Now you have no choice but to pretty much force into this round. So 2 rifles out, playing against an outlaw because the economy, they understand the scenario here for M80. So Bonnie is in primo position.
Some spam through the smoke, because EG definitely a type of team that'll put those deep offensive smokes to get B-Dog as close as possible. Close the gap and get Speedy on the neon. He could be really destructive when he gets in your face. And M80 making sure they stay humble and they stay in their place. And you can't deny the work that Bonnie can do with the outlaw. And he's shown us just that time and time again. Double digits though for M80. This is not just a hill. This is a mountain to climb for EG. Now, not the best of buys. They need to take their time. Really not miss out on anything. And just kind of a skip and a jump for B-Dog. Zerona's lurk does free up the middle of the map. EG may just think about going that direction if they don't get what they want. But M80, they're going to go and check things down. There's sort of a high-low being created for EG. And that will start the push. M80 got to hold the wall and hold the line. And you got two in this corner. And with Spaz still up, that is going to delay EG's entry.
Still a little bit of room to breathe because of that smoke, but they're overthinking it this time around for M80. They were looking to forfeit that spot. But EG, they're looking to cut noise and re-hit. Now with this smoke, the recon's available. These two players have to anchor perfectly here.
Do your best, and at least you got a rifle here from Spaz. Nismo's on the floor, and it's ring around the rosy. EG always can depend on Zerona. It's next generation of talent, one that you're so excited to play with. He really delivers on some big rounds, but is it enough for EG to even make this close? You got to take this one round at a time, and it's Bonnie on the flank with an outlaw. As soon as you look at this, your vision will fade to black. Now it's got to be teamwork. You need to invest a lot, and it's Zerona that has the perfect time peak to get that.
And Zerona is definitely going to be continuing highlight reels now for EG, but I think it's also more than just Zerona stemming on that 4K. It's just the great calls coming out from Mitch on that previous round. Very similar to what Caillou kind of did on the first half for M80 on the attack side. Create a little bit of noise here towards the A side, cut players off the rotate, and force players to force the defensive side to their hand to try to re-clear for some information and punish them that moment. So getting that punish on that B side rotate, punishing the players pushing out towards that A side, beautifully done by EG once again. Where they knew here once, again, probably that conversation from Faded with the rest of the team in that timeout. It's like, don't worry about it if we're still losing 6-1. We have a strong attack side and we can make the best out of it.
G setting up B-Dog forward. No immediate spam from M80, trying to hide their numbers. Now the vision is clear. Nismo doesn't see much, and that Stinger is going to still pack a punch. Being that bodyguard at the front of C. EG, they really want to try and get an engagement going, and this time it's off of Bonnie. He's following up with the drone from Caillou, and EG will still bust down the door of C. And M80 have their focus split. Now the site is open. It's smoked off too. Caillou will be on his way. Still has a drone, and that could help maybe the retake get in.
Yeah, a bit of a overconfidence play coming out on the A side. Trying to walk up for some information as soon as somebody falls here with, you know, a regular 4-1 setup on the attack side for EG. Your KJ is watching the pushes with her util, gets a kill. And then you see immediately as they lose a player, Nismo swings out and he gets punished by 3 players already facing him. We're walk contacting up towards that C side. So it's very difficult for them to get any surprise factor out of their buy until Spaz, yeah, gets 2 kills out of that one, but time is of the essence.
He just skips so long, like no one sees me. And yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, it looks like Caillou and friends just wanted to smoke to expire, and I thought maybe they could have droned up. They were around as soon as it planted. I felt like M80 had time to get a better sense of the site, but hey, Spaz kind of surprised us with that 2K, so.
Yeah, but I think the 2K and a save would have been the better move. It was almost one of those moments of like, oh yeah, if I suck it in and tug in my tummy, they probably won't see me just strutting around the site. But no, clear as day when Zerona was at the top there and immediately takes down Spaz. I think they also, probably the other thing too, is like forcing the hand of EG on the post plant to maybe try to spam through and hopefully die to spike to keep the economy low. But if you're looking at the economy, that rifle that they could have saved out of Spaz could have been super important here. Because if you look at the buy, yes, it's still going to be a healthy buy for the side of M80, but that extra rifle from Spaz potentially would have allowed here Nismo to buy an op for Bonnie, which then again could have been one of those big things here that could really start punishing EG on a defaults. Because very similarly to Alvin Boy, Pancakes is placing his TPs a little bit more passively instead of getting active info towards that front line of the B and garage site where, you know, a peek towards that with an op in the first place at the very beginning of the rounds could be very, very beneficial for you on the defensive side. But
this timeout's going to be beneficial too for M80 because they only took 1 round in this half. So,
oh,
finish line is in sight.
Yeah, so they're still gonna buy the op no matter what, and Spaz would probably have to go small shields. Yeah, so it still works out. They still get what they want, but I mean, armor is still a prominent factor in this game. But the plan is still there.
Oh, early pick here from Spaz. Just gonna hold on and give as much space as possible. Turret set up over at C, and you have to just be a little bit worried of the M80 spam that comes through smoke sometimes. You don't want to be caught out by that. And such these narrow lanes to push through. Just no info off the mid turret either.
Yeah, and as I've just mentioned that too, exactly that. The mid turret comes out for Pancake. So after the timeout, they're like, okay, well, we have time to digest and see what the economy could be here for M80. So let's try to figure out that early info. So their drone forces out the op. He's still re-peeking into it though, but Bonnie falls back. Here's the exit towards the A site.
I'm surprised she want to test this Bonnie up, but you'll do so with not a gun, but an overdrive. So EG, man, there's just so many smokes and hoops to jump through. It feels like you're walking into an M80 trap, so I don't blame EG for wanting for M80 to meet them halfway. And now the op gets dropped, the threat is gone. EG are clearing elsewhere still.
Too much overextension there from Bonnie. Yeah, you pulled out the overdrive on the attack from B-Dog. You're selling a fake towards the A side. Everybody stayed for M80 towards that left side of the map. So nobody's really rotating. So EG's still walking to those players, holding the anchor in C-Link.
Oh, the spam through was a little bit tough, and the snake bite on the floor too. What a shot fall, and M80 hosts them down, seconds left. And EG are fighting tooth and nail, but it's just Pancakes, and he is nowhere near be able to keep this and even do some damage for the road. But M80 post timeout are able to stabilize.
Yeah, I thought it was well drafted at the beginning for EG, because after you sell that fake, right, you force out the op shot from Bonnie. You know he's playing towards the A side. You fake the ult from B-Dog on the top of A, and then you get back towards A because nobody followed up. So I thought they were going to cut noise, knowing that the op was there. They wait for the next refresh of utility, or at least for the smokes to dissipate. And then worst comes to worst, you know, B-Dog gets 1 kill off, Bonnie gets 1 kill off the op, and you could trade it off right away. And then you get the A site because of that fake, nobody rotated out of that B and C site, remember, right? So they would have had maximum 2 players still on that A site with EG, a full man squad, 5 versus 2, that would have given you the A site no matter what the play into the pulse plan. But instead they walk back into, again, a static M80 that just still has util to work with, stall you, and then you're just getting mowed down by snake bites, shock darts, even mollies being thrown on the defense. What could you really do there? So that from that second layer or the third layer for EG was definitely an overcook. And now this is a timeout that's like, that sounds the alarm to be like, okay, well, crap, how do we make this 11-11? Because we've lost the grasp of the game now on our attack side.
Yeah, Bonnie is that type of player who's the playmaker, but also takes big risks. And that's why it's so nerve-wracking to try and predict this team, because is it a feast or famine Bonnie day? And when I look at Haven, I'm like, oh, I take Bonnie all day. And, you know, we do our predictions before seeing the maps, but you can't have those happen too often. M80, it's only 2 rounds away. EG, getting information, exchange here at A. But EG, nothing off the mid-turret. M80 definitely just like to hold their half of the map early on.
Yeah, the timeout is really trying to go back to the default. Let's break all that util and see where people react out of that one. Can we still punish Bonnie walking down here in these moments? And so far, M80 stays stoic. But the disadvantage is, though, they're too passive. Now EG has a little bit more of that map to work with, and they could play inserts and rework the map a little bit more. Look at how things are going to go right now. Well, I take that back. Because I was going to say, with the insert of B-Dog at that spot, I thought you could start re-clearing with util towards that A side and then force the rotate so that B-Dog could get a punish. But Zerona losing his life now forces EG's hand to work towards the C site.
Adds a risk to leave garage open, and then this KJ Alvin boy gets overwhelmed, regroups with Nismo, and the duo does some decent damage to EG. They are at a disadvantage, and even more so, beautiful Hunter's Fury from Caillou. Jake has to do it all on his own, or it'll be map point for M80. Here comes the break-in, nothing off the recon here for Caillou. Bonnie has the judge, it's playing hopscotch against it, and it still ends in M80's favor.
Yeah, almost had the lineup of the 2 players swinging towards that spawn. Got that kill into Spaz, but almost had Caillou. But as you've mentioned, with the hopscotch from Bonnie, that judge close range as a Neon, I don't think there's any way you can mow down 3 players at that spot. So again, losing the grass, how did he catch up to things? And unfortunately, the solution wasn't there in the last 2 rounds from the timeout from EG, and things are looking quite grim for them. Thankfully, though, the silver lining is they get a plat, so getting some sort of a buy at half shields could still render a pretty healthy buy for you. But Bonnie probably could identify that, yeah, I could probably play an outlaw or something to fight against this. But there's only B-Dog in the end with the half shield, because look at Mitch, he even buys a stinger on top of that. So they respect here what Bonnie could buy going into the lower buy that they have. So they just want to make sure that they stay alive into a 5-man hit.
For EG to stay alive for another 6 rounds, and I don't know how you're gonna do that. Because now, look at where B-Dog just all up on his own in Narnia, discovering the lions and everything. Now EG have to do it without their duelist, but there's a lot of good second entries on this team, but EG will have to do it. Not the one that can make it the easiest. Now converging into C, narrowly dodging, I believe, the blind from Nismo, and Pancakes finds timing on B, and now EG are stuck at 4 versus 4, trying to follow up with Pancakes.
That was the important thing, though. They look at me towards the ceiling so that Pancakes can find his timing inside the B site. So he gets that backstab kill, and it opens up the map for them to retake the B site. The thing is, though, he's so far out that Nismo is not affected by the alarm bot, so he could actually go for that flank, which is why this is a huge responsibility for Jakey now playing inside that window to win this 1v1.
A lot of noise being made from M80 on the right side. They have layers and layers of defenses to get through, but all depends on when he gets backstabbed there by Jake.
Last player standing.
Better omen rings true, and M80 just have Caillou in a 1 versus 3, but there's so much wiggle room in the score that Caillou knows he has to play the long game.
Go into the next round. And the difficult task, though, is that, yeah, EG is able to convert that round with a beautiful lurk from Pancakes. They're able to get 1 pit down, and they could cycle the ult into the next round with Mitch's Hunter's Fury. But then you have to look at what M80 has on the other side of the spectrum, though, too. They have their own pit. They have their own retake with the lockdown as well. So they're not really out of danger as of yet here for EG by converting this beautiful look on their default in this bait and switch to be able to collect that round on that B site. So I think now you're looking at EG and like, okay, well, we're doing a pretty good job staying as a group and playing for these trades. Let's just continue with that. We do have firepower to go toe-to-toe against M80. We just have to be clean on our pulse plans, especially what's available right now for M80, as I mentioned before, right? The lockdown.
M80 collecting what they can. 3 stacked on the right side, but already missing 1. The defense is being broken down at C. See how much time the Alvin boy can create. He also needs to survive for a lockdown retake potential if things get really difficult.
I have to say that's, again, very selfless by B-Dog. He's just running up and making a lot of noise. They're trying to spray through the smoke, and the other guys behind him are just counter-spraying phantom to phantom, hoping that they get lucky and they get a pick. So thankfully, they got out into Spaz. They're cutting noise. They're potentially trying to re-hit into the C site, and M80 are gambling that they are actually going to go for this re-hit. So they have all 4 players out here with the lower buy that they have. They're in primo position once again.
Position for this shotgun to do a lot of work for you when you can reestablish the smokes like that, but EG are already clearing elsewhere. So I feel like the ball is in their court and have a lot more tools for info.
Just gonna walk into the B site. They don't really want to make too much noise too. They don't want to get surprised by util or crossfire setup at the very beginning, and finally as they're getting to the line of scrimmage to get into the B site, there's the full exec.
Worry about Bonnie. See a crack in the smoke here, and EG respecting this. Oh, you see Mitch walking by. EG will be watching from up high as well. Nismo teleports in. He's found an M80 for getting squashed on entry. Oh, the wraparound. Mitch keeps getting tagged up. He's got plot armor, main character energy, and everything, and he needs all the help he can get. Jake, I don't know if he saw that person walk by, and you got the ping on the other person. Alvin hasn't been discovered, but he's about to as the smoke dissipates, and decent entry from Caillou, but he's so low HP. And now you got the shotgun surprise courtesy of Alvin. Spike in sight of EG, so this post plant should hold on. You just deny this just in case. And EG with back-to-back rounds. Yeah, they're within reach.
Fake clutch there from Zerona, because all they did was just let the spike go off, and it is a 1 versus 2, but that was some good damage being done by M80 towards the end. We talked about just the rifle that they had and a couple of a mixed buy for the rest. We saw, what, a Bucky, we saw a Bandit, and they're forcing the economy to stay quite low here for EG. Look at what their buy is. They have so many players that are half shielded for them, as a matter of fact, although Bonnie still doesn't want to go for the Outlaw. He's going for the Phantom instead for the fight, and they're trying to Odin spray into the garage. It did some damage onto Pancakes, almost killed him too. That would have been huge here, because that space that could be denied as a lockdown could be important here for EG to continue to cycle ults to try to catch up in this game.
When M80 fight early, I mean, Mitch is not afraid to pull out the Hunter's Fury. But right now, EG are pulling the same kind of ruse that you've pointed out, right? Of just B-Dog making noise, shooting through smokes. M80 will be droning out of garage. We'll see there's some presence in mid. So M80 got to be on their toes.
And break the drone early for the side of the attack. And then now they're re-droning on their end to see if there's any over-aggression from positioning out on the A side. They may think that it's kind of clear here because the drone didn't really clear out the full sewers. So Bonnie has a pretty decent spot, and he could keep jiggling and understanding that nobody's really taking that forward spot behind the drone. So this is a fake. They could focus now, players stacking up towards this B and C site. And this might be, I was going to say, the end of the round if it wasn't for Pancakes.
30 seconds left.
That has his lockdown to try to clear out this B site.
Or HP, and now Bonnie has to walk forward to avoid that and may have good timing on a backstep towards B, but EG are trying to take garage control. Hunter's Fury for Mitch to lay down the lane and suppressing power, but M80, they just clapped them on entry. It's the last hurrah for EG, and they were making the comeback until M80 lock in. 13-8 for M80 on EG's map pick.
Such a big responsibility for Pancakes too. You're flooring the lockdown. You have nothing watching the A side push, so some gaps are still there, not being ironed out by EG, where again they had strong showings in the past of this very map, but unfortunately here for M80, it looks like they weren't as prepared to what M80 was able to bring to the table. A map that they haven't really shown on their side too. They went for the mirror composition as well to play the double controller, and it's just better firepower coming out for most of the players of M80. Really only, Zerona was the one that stepped up to the plate that really was able to fight toe-to-toe with and making some rounds doable here for the side of not the M80 team, but the other team. I forgot. But then unfortunately here, it's still M80 that's going to capitalize on that dub. EG Academy, there you go.
Yeah, you have to remember their name, okay? Because I'm going to be annoying about my prediction because I'm taking the biggest L right now.
That's why I'm helping you. Forgetting the name, then you're still getting your prediction, right?
There we go. The second half was close, but you can't deny the M80 9-3 offense that was relentless. And now we get to go to M80's playground up next, and EG better just talk to their coach and get it together. My prediction is on the line. We'll see you after this.
Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. I started right now.
Stage, 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 stage.
Stage. Oh, okay, I see. Clove. Okay, this is harder than I thought.
Clove, cove, clone, cover, clone. Wait, this is impossible.
Raise, ace, clove, cone, gecko, VCT, sage. Nah, this is hard. I can't.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, clove, cove, cover, clone.
I did really bad on this one.
I did not do good.
Trim. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe, and trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got Footway looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek, bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, here for M80, that is a heck of a way to start it by stealing Evil Geniuses Academy map pick of Haven, starting your series 1-2-0. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. And Emily, I'm going to go straight to you because we were watching that game and we were having the same reactions because we were getting a little bit silly out there. Not Van silly, but just a little bit silly.
A little bit silly towards the end, but I want to talk about that first half because that felt like the surprise that we were wanting out of M80 going into a map that they haven't played yet. That felt like a complete masterclass. We saw a bunch of giant ace changes. We saw them kind of asserting their dominance towards that A with the Neon and kind of just shutting down B-Dog early, forcing EG to play a little bit further back, which allowed M80 to also take space towards mid in those later rounds, not really having to worry about losing that A presence. While they're breaking those turrets, while they're breaking those alarm bots and mollies coming in from the Killjoy, we see them trying to kind of re-clear A with that drone, having to use all of the Sova utility on EGA's side. And at that point, the map just becomes a playground from M80. They can end anywhere they want because they have that push space on A. They have all the utility from Killjoy broken, and they honestly played mind games that full half. It was so clean to see out of them.
I don't even think it was only the mind games though, Emily. I feel like EG Academy were also giving them a lot of respect on the defense. We didn't see as many of those more aggressive plays, trying to get B-Dog set up on some of those deeper lines. The only rounds we really saw that aggression come in were a lot of those ecos. There was like a B mid swing eco. There was also that one time that I think it was B-Dog going up solo over towards a lobby, and that was one of the rounds that EG Academy were actually able to find success on. They just didn't have enough of that map control, allowing M80 to have so much of that success that you were talking about there. And then not even just like the attacking side, like once they got that spike planted, it was so impossible for Evil Geniuses Academy to even get back and try for those retakes, because they'd already be like, you'd have Bonnie in your spawn like shooting you as you're like rotating over to whatever site they planted on. It was so difficult. But once we swapped halves there, it was a different story. I got a little bit worried, to be honest, when we saw M80 winning that eco round in round 14. That was some of the aggression I think that we want to see from a defensive-sided team, right? Really denying that A lobby control that you're talking about being so important. But Evil Genius Academy, they managed to make it a little bit closer, kind of capitalizing on some of the mistakes that M80 were making.
Yeah, I mean, part of the reason why they were able to win a few of those rounds were coming from the lurks that Zerona and Pancake were having, you know, creating those gaps and taking advantage of M80's kind of little bit of like to shiftiness, playing a little bit antsy on that defense when they started to lose rounds, which we've seen has been a pattern for them before. We've seen them make those mistakes, which is why on their first half, when they were going up against so many ecos, I loved seeing how patient they were. I loved seeing how disciplined they were, not willing to lose those rounds that they shouldn't in the first place, but we've seen them do in the past. But then as soon as EG started to win a couple of those rounds, I was worried that we were kind of falling into those mistakes. We started taking a little bit more ones. We started not playing as well together, which going into a map like Lotus, which we've seen that happen, I just do not want history to repeat themselves for M80.
Emily, I'm going to ask you a question about this, just as like a kind of a pondering question. Do you think that the tale of two halves was M80 getting comfortable, or was it just kind of their second half plan did not go to work? If you had to, I kind of put a diagnosis on it.
I think it's just that their second half plan, their initial plan wasn't going to work. And that's when we saw them start to kind of make those mistakes. Like I said, I think that M80, they're a team that they have really good plans out the gate, out the back. But as soon as it starts to kind of get disrupted, as soon as they start to feel a little bit more of that pressure, they start to crack. And that is a tale as old as time with a lot of these teams. But I will say, M80, they didn't let it get to them. They were still able to close that map, even though they lost a few rounds. They were able to somehow, I don't know what the new change is, whether it's coming in from leadership, whether it's another voice being the ones to kind of hone them in. They didn't let it get the best of them this time around.
And that's what we want to see from them moving forward. I think I talked to SRB's coach, Effie's, one day, and he said, I don't ask how many, I don't ask how, I ask how many. And that's exactly what we got there. We got first to 13 or whoever it may be, and there's M80's Dom, which is good for them because we'll be heading to their map pick of Lotus next, where I believe they'll be starting on the defense, if I'm remembering correctly. Oh, I'm so smart. Brilliant, Elizabeth. But Ash, you were feeling some type of way about Lotus being the second map pick because you felt as a whole that this map veto leaned towards Evil Geniuses Academy.
It seemed that way because we didn't really know what to expect from M80. We knew what we were getting when it came down to Haven for Evil Geniuses. And then heading into Lotus, when it comes down to recency bias, I think M80 looked like they did struggle in that matchup up against Shopify Rebellion. They were constantly getting shut down. I think that they did a good job of getting a lot of that like rebel control and whatnot on their attacking side. But then when it came down to the actual executes, it felt like SRV just had such good plans as far as like how quickly they were responding. And on the day, it felt like SRV were just a bit snappier. I think that looking at how M80 are playing today though, I don't know if I'm feeling the same way as what I was saying a little bit earlier on, but I think that it does lean a lot back into what Emily was saying as well here. For the side of Evil Geniuses Academy, we didn't really see them taking that kind of control, taking that kind of proactivity that we need to see on the defensive side. They will be starting out on attack first, so it might be a bit of a different story getting to control the pacing a bit more. But Emily, my worry is also we've seen Evil Geniuses fall prey to waiting really late into some of these rounds after they default to actually go for those executions. They've been hard stalled out from even getting that spike planted, and this has been an issue that we've not only seen in this matchup but in previous matches as well.
Yeah, I think that's because they're trying to find the best opening for them to end the round at, but they take so much time doing that, that gives the team an opportunity to kind of gamble stack towards one side and play full retake on the other, which on Lotus, I expect we'll be seeing a lot of here. You know, we have Spaz coming in, being that confident anchor, but we also have the rest of the team that's kind of running as a pack, being able to disrupt wherever they're trying to go. If EG plays it a lot slower here, I'm worried that that will get the best of them, like you were kind of talking about. But also on the side of M80, or sorry, EG, they have a very strong Lotus. We've seen them have really good close games on it. And I want to say the same for M80, even though that last match that they had against SRB did not show it. The scoreline wasn't the whole story. We saw M80 kind of lose to themselves there. We saw them lose those two insane clutch rounds that they should not have lost. I'm talking 1v3s, 1v4s, you know, rounds that should have gone their way, but they made mistakes by just pushing into them. And then after that, they didn't look like themselves. They kind of changed up their playstyle completely. And that's one thing that I'm worried about that I don't want to see here is them over adapting to mistakes of their own. We saw that on multiple maps last series against SRB. And that's one thing that I think coming into today, we got a glimpse of it on their defensive half on Haven. But as long as they don't over adapt or over rotate and things like that, I think that they will be fine.
Well, you're heading into our agent select for the map of Lotus. Once again, to highlight our Phillips Norelco head-to-head that we had in the beginning of the show, we have Bonnie on the Waylay and B-Dog on the Raze, Nismo back on that Omen, and Zerona, who we also highlighted, Ash, in the beginning of the show, on that Vise.
Yeah, Zerona on the Vice is always really fun to watch, but my eyes have got to go to B-Dog being on this Raze pick. This is a change from the last two times that we've seen them playing Lotus. Previously, B-Dog was still running that Neon. Now an adjustment into the Raze. There is going to be that opportunity to go for some more of those kind of like combo plays with the nade here alongside Mitch. So that might be a little bit of their game plan as far as ensuring that they can take control of Rubble or over at Mound in some sort of trap plays. But I'm going to be really interested to see, I think now then, who is also going to be responsible for dealing with Alvin Boy's utility. I think on the Raze, it's a little scarier than when you're on like the Neon or a Wele trying to bait that wall out early.
Yeah, obviously with just satchels, you don't really have that kind of space making just movement in general. But one thing that I do really like about seeing this is that because they're running a solo duelist, a lot of pressure obviously falls onto B-Dog's shoulders here. But with the Raze, you have that extra added utility with the nade that can clear out certain angles, especially towards that A Rubble side, not allowing someone to just be hiding there every single round and just pushing them further back so that they can fight better together as a.
Well, folks, it is in M80's hands. Their map pick, their map to win to make this a clean 2-0. But can Evil Geniuses Academy fight back? We're going to send it over to our casters, Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly.
Thank you so much, Liz. We're going into Lotus, M80's playground, like we said. And me and Vans were arguing in the green room about comp swaps, who should do what. M80 didn't have the best of result against SRB on this one, but they're not the ones to swap. It's B-Dog that is.
Exactly, and that changes directly to as they realize that the Vice really counters that Neon utility. Whereas if you're not trying to set a body instead of default to try to waste down that Vice utility on a defense as your first layer, then at least if you're trying to be explosive, you have the opportunity to do so with Raze satchels and an Omen TP from Jake to try to get some early space into that C site. So it allows for them to have different types of looks as they want to clear out certain areas, and also those paint shells, not only are the combinations that Ash was mentioning for, but also paint shells to break razor vines in the top of that C site could be super important as well. So it's util wise or body wise, you're also anti-countering what was countering you in the first place to have this Raze against the Vice, but it also allows for them to have a little bit more freedom here to work their attack side for EGA.
EG get to start on offense, which we just got to see how good that looked on the previous map, but you know, their defense didn't really exist. So it's important Valorant to be good on both sides. And already EG are testing the waters here at Mound. And now on the other side, you see Pancakes making sure that side of the map is being washed. Now you got the boom bot to kind of check things out at C. 2 stack there. Spaz was one to get already tagged up early. They just to check the front corner. And EG are very clinical. How they get information, not gonna rush in. See who they will discover. I'm surprised Spaz still wants to fight when he's at a big old 27 HP. So luckily he gets away, but M80 are right around the corner.
Yeah, there's a little bit of pop damage being done from the bandits towards the waterfall, so that cancels the plan for a couple of seconds, allowing M80 to start grouping up here as a team to retake the spawn.
Paranoia already thrown from M80. EG keeping their distance.
There.
Also, making M80 waste as much time as possible. Now with some information, M80 are ready to begin the flood off of Spaz, a sacrificial lamb, and it's traded. EG holding on, a big double from B-Dog, and Mitch matches it, and EG pull off the pistol.
Very good by EG Academy to kick things off now. Very slow start that they had on Haven, but the buy that they had, making sure that they have some util to work with a smaller buy of weapons. So Mitch going with the Frenzy, a couple of Ghosts. We saw Shares coming out as well, and he worked down on how they were just scaling up on that map. Again, paint shells, free. Breaks the util in the front if there was things that were there. But then they throw these smokes that allows for them to cross over very silently into the C site and really surprise the players over on M80. Even as they're trying to flood retake, they utilize most of their util to retake towards the top of the spawn. So a lot less to retake towards that site. So those weapons were a lot much better for EG as they're all huddling up here towards that C bend. So full classic round that we have for M80, and they're just hoping here that they could do some sort of trap play. If you're looking at the current setup, it's really on Spaz. You see him jiggling back and forth here towards this waterfall. And if he spots something there and has to break the first wave of util like a boom bot, then he could flash and 4-man swing outside to fight towards the area. So EG is playing very smart here as they're just trying to play it safe, use the initiator util from Mitch to clear out towards rubble, and now they could play inserts and try to figure out where this stack could potentially be.
Then you put it all on Nismo to go and clear through the whole right side of the map, went through stairs, now is within the site, and Lurk v Lurk, he's going to encounter Pancakes, and that could trigger EG to want to go to that side, but I think that's already got M80's attention. They're already rotating towards A, and this has freed up the left side, so EG have dodged a trap and what feels like they've dodged a bullet, metaphorically. G will have the spike, I guess not even go to C. I guess they're still expecting some defense on that side, so trying to break into B this time, where M80 are going to be a lot closer, and with Pancakes falling, there's an indication that EG better be ready, and B-Dog is. And a lot of time being used in EG. They want the guarantee, and B-Dog, he's out for blood. Anyone he encounters is on their back. And Alvin Boy and Bonnie are the last ones left at different angles.
A little bit of troll going on there. Spaz is looking straight at the ground to spam a body if it looks to be the case. And then as he's reloading, he gets caught right after by the swing. So the plan still works there for EG. You have the one with the lowest pistol to try to find that information of where that stack could be. He even gets a kill on top of that. So with Pancakes dying, it's not a big deal because, again, it's only a pistol that he lost while he still invested 2 Phantoms into the round. And as they realized here that there was no real pressure coming in from anywhere, they were just afraid of the stack still happening towards the C side, so they opted to go towards B. They played it safe, chose the safest route, and now they get 2 rounds in their favor while still keeping these rifles into the next round, and they could even buy on top of what they invested already in a second round.
It's good of EG to kind of suss out the tempo too, of play things really slow, really controlled, almost towards spawn, and see what kind of risks the M80 side want to do on these lower buys. And now this is going to be the real test now that everyone's buying up, or at least everyone's got rifles. Armor varies, but how much momentum can EG generate from this side? And they're already not afraid to sell fakes and work the map, but comes M80 on mound, working off the one-way. Gonna heard the door, check in a friendly neighbor, and Bonnie doesn't get to trade that timing off, and Zerona, I would say, gets away scot-free, but Bonnie did not want to commit to that.
Missed comms for M80 for sure. They trusted so much on Bonnie, supposed to be watching that from B line after they open up that door, but he's trying to play an off angle a little bit more passively and try to let the lurker scale up on the attack side, and Spaz gets caught off guard. So now there's no wall to stall towards that front B and A side, and gives a chance now for EG to go for a late tempo hit. What I like at least though is the saving grace is even if they lost Spaz in the first place, the setup you had from Vice is still fully locking down and stalling the A site, so they can still play a numbers disadvantage in the right positions for M80, as they have 2 players. Would have been better if they had 3, but still a right crossfire could be very, very beneficial here for M80.
Nismo paranoia as the nade lands on his lap, and Caillou with the trade, and M80 put up a wall. EG kick it down, and over on Waterfall is the deadly duo, Bonnie and Caillou. Maybe wait to react to EG planting, hoping to waste their time, create a threat. A nice lock on to the players on the high ground. It's Alvin Boyd has to work this from front to back, 1 versus 2. With no util from the EG side. Oh, already encounters the one at Waterfall. Gets a second chance at life, where Pancakes is just going to want to play off of Mitch and waste Alvin's time. You don't need to engage this. Oh, still in Waterfall. But where is Mitch? That is the big question here for Alvin. And he's just got so low HP, but Mitch doesn't finish his food. He just chews on it. And Alvin eventually gets found at 2 HP. Pancakes did all the work there.
Yeah, and thankfully it was 2 HP because that shorty was a guaranteed kill for sure. That said, M80 was almost able to salvage that round despite losing Spaz at the very early beginning of that previous round from this pick right here. So Zerona does a perfect lure, gets that kill. This tech, though, was kind of nice. As they went for the execution for the side of the attack of EG, Paranoia, TP across the board, you still have a good crossfire setup. They've evened up the numbers for the two anchored players on the side of M80. They made it very doable in that moment. That's what I was talking about before. It doesn't matter if it's a 2 versus 4, as long as your tech is good to hold out that that attacking line. It's just unfortunate, though, that you had a triple swing right after from EG into Waterfall that then made M80 get a little bit surprised from that play. So now they're back onto an eco. They're being proactive around the map here, trying to get your perfect stacks. And for the second time for the gamble stack, it doesn't turn out in their favor. So EG, at this point in this moment, should be comfortable here to get the 4th round.
Comfortable for B-Dog to get the showstopper, even though the orb seems so tempting to ponder just there. But
yeah,
EG quietly infiltrate and feels easy, but our M80 is just going to go down with the ship. Can they? They're across the world, so it would take them quite some time to come over to this side.
They should get the spike over to B-Dog, though, for him to plant, even if he's trying to get the space. I do agree with you.
Planted.
Him not tapping a spike is super important because you're still trying to play silently and infiltrate, as you mentioned, towards the C site. So not doing any auto wheel calls is perfect. But then if you want to maximize here, try to get ults into your favor, instead of forcing B-Dog solo towards that spawn, he could actually go for that plant and somebody else can cover that space. But it doesn't matter. And this is still the eco round that you see from EG. You're seeing that they're not really committing to move anywhere close. They're just trying to fight back towards that seaside main.
Little jump scare, bait and switch with M80. So you're doing damage to EG despite the round going in their favor. So M80, can they build up to the same ults that EG have? Like the Nightfall, the Showstopper. Well, guess what? B-Dog already has it. So that'll be what's on the menu for M80 coming up. At least Caillou got to 1 away from the Nightfall, so you could... That will be a story for this round.
Yeah. Just a nice paranoia you saw from Jake towards the end, too, on that C entrance into the opening door. So M80 couldn't really flood out despite Bonnie getting space and saturating the player back towards that mound. So very nice utility used by EG. Very nice for them to have a clean round in the pulse plan as well. So you're going to a lot of these moments where you're keeping that economy low for the defensive side with EG's playstyle. Now they have 2 big ults to work with, and they're looking to fast tempo this into a take control towards the A side, know that device is there, break the door, go back into a B side plant.
Oh, the blind showstopper. Alvin Boy is somehow still alive. EG are still infiltrating, but this time to pivot into B. Found the weakness. They smell blood in the water, but now they got to consider the baby door entry now that Alvin won his one against himself, B-Dog, really. And that's why Mitch is ahead of the game, but gets overwhelmed. Maybe should have stayed inside where it's comfortable and closer to his team. And now EG don't feel like their defenses are as strong as where it begun. And now you got the Prowler making its way in. Jake is hindered. He needs to disengage. And Pancake swings out at the perfect time to keep EG's heads above water. But not without Caillou knowing exactly where Pancakes is for this final showdown. Caillou getting at least this to half would be ideal. And he surprises Pancakes for the clutch.
It was so close too, though. Jake did an incredible job not only finding the information on the 2 players rotating from the blue door, but also after the Prowler. Even if he gets hit by it, he paranoias on the other side to let Pancakes in a position where he could actually mow down those 2 players rotating through. But then they had to come down to another heroic play. The IGL from X-Sentinels going back into Challengers as Caillou is able to win that 1v1 onto Pancakes right after, and allowing M80 to get the first point on the board. Whereas, again, it was a good execution from EG in the first place by having the ults, but then it just too much good firepower coming out from 80 and clutch factors that didn't allow EG to convert that round. Because they had everything in the works, right? It even caught Nismal off guard when it was rotating with knife out after getting the first kill. Just can convert in those hero moments.
And for Caillou to do that, he's a great caller. He can frag and clutch. Like, please have a struggle. Just one struggle, please. And EG are trapped in some thorns. A sticky situation and a pointy one. And EG still get first blood out of it, backs against the wall and everything. It's like M80 at the back, have Alvin showing up in a big way before he's traded, but a 2-for-1, you take those, but M80 still down in the dumps, having only one player left. Pancakes converts. That's all they needed. EG need all the insurance they can get against a team as strong as M80, though.
Yeah, well, we talked about Pancakes in the previous map of how he's so good on Haven in previous weeks as the Killjoy. Is also in these moments how good he was on fighting lurk timings. We had a flash of it, despite their loss in that first map of him lurking into the B side and getting an opener like that. But then even if they're stopped by Razor Vines, he still swings out as soon as it disappears. He gets an instant opener up towards the Heaven side. Alvin Boy did whatever he could there to try to salvage that round for the team of M80 on the defense. But Pancakes is continuing to be just too good and too hard to deal with in this matchup. So yeah, that forces now the timeout from M80 and to try to reset things, because the way that they're trying to play retakes or whatnot, I think it's very similar to what we mentioned before here, Lemon Kiwi, where on the attack side or on the defense, if you're giving too much space for the attack to take, it makes it very difficult for you to try to go for these flood retake protocols when you've lost so much position and information around that map. So if you're positioning Alvin Boy to anchor up so much and so tightly inside the A site with not too much information, you got to be a little bit more proactive here towards that mound side, towards that front B side, and find ways to maybe trap towards that spot to allow Alvin Boy to get value out of his anchored plays towards the A site, get his 1 and done, get his 2 and done, and then you have a better opportunity to retake here towards these late rounds.
Maybe just having a secondary player with Alvin, because yeah, he's great and he gets multi-kills, but that's still a lot to put on one person with all the util. EG did get trapped. They're able to fight even through all the thorns and the fire and the flames. So EG do get met with some confrontation over at A lobby, not as smooth as they would have hoped, but no injuries despite that. M80 really trying to force their hand early, but they don't have as many tools to actually get into the site. But you know, EG sometimes like to extend out on the post plant, so that's something M80 could capitalize on in the future.
So what I don't like, at least from this round from M80, is that the last 2 times that they were on ecos, they were gambling for stacks without really trying to throw utils and trying to, you know, silently stack towards an area and try to surprise EG. This time, though, they're running the standard like Haunt, Paranoia, and Waylay double dash onto Rubble. It's cool that you're doing that because you're trying to show that you have what it takes to stall an A-side push, but you're doing this on an eco round. So this allows now EG to get ready going to the next round if that's going to happen again, that they have an opportunity to fight back, understanding what the util is going to be coming out towards that A side.
This is a rifle that could be stolen from Pancakes, but Bonnie didn't see the cross happen, so I don't even know how the cross happened. Pancakes didn't get spotted there.
And that's the thing, because even if it's Vice that's not playing there, it's not Alvin Boy, Pancakes is still utilizing his wall to scale up in these moments and lurk up towards that A site. But what pressure and defense do you really have currently from M80 in the last couple of rounds from Blue Door or from Staircase or from Slant to watch that hot zone of crossing that Viper wall? Nobody's playing that. So Pancakes is still expecting, in his eyes, that it's a Vice Alvin Boy playing that spot, scales it perfectly, gets a free kill onto Bonnie.
M80 are close by, and they're creeping ever so closer like they want to fight, and usually Pancakes and friends are within the site and usually out of mind. But Pancakes has the ult, so he doesn't even need to go crazy here. So he's just keeping the fear intact in M80's heads there. And it will, in fact, go down to the spike, and EG will get a flawless round out of it.
Yeah. So right now it's plugging the holes, right? As I've tried to mention before, towards that M80 timeout. If they're going to show the same type of hand of the Haunt, Paranoia, and the Waylay double dash onto Rollable, perfect. That allows for you to take Robo control and maybe put the Vice set up on the C site, and they could start working that a little bit better in terms of map control and map coverage. But I'm looking at the setup currently. It looks like it's going to stay pretty much the same with Alvin Boy on this A site because he's been pretty good in his setup, as I mentioned before, right? Even if he dies and he's playing that solo, he's doing his job. But it's now for the rest of M80. How do you want to contest the rest of the space that you want to prevent EG from taking? They're finally doing a triple band walkout towards the C site with more util. They have a fade ult to work with as well. This could be a huge swing round here for M80 to start bringing that confidence a little bit back.
And the Bonnie op And you're gonna have Spaz be the frontline greeter here. But with the Haunt out, that is gonna humble Spaz and friends back towards the site. EG have been quite successful getting to run through A. Sometimes there's pressure at A lobby, but nothing that ultimately costed EG too much. This is a lot on Alvin Boy, who likes to play on this low ground and in a spot where he can't escape, but he does have an ult, the Steel Garden, to make things very difficult for EG. But what is the moment he wants to trigger it? Keeps the thorns and the walls in check, the pit forward for EG to give them a little bit of safe space to plant in. Also kind of blinds them to what could be on the other side. So see if this pays off for EG. They have Zerona too on the off angle. It is currently walled off, so there's EG are a little bit split from each other. The Nightfall in tow from M80 as they infiltrate back into the pit. V-Dog has been found. EG are collapsing, and M80 have just fully evicted them, also with the Steel Garden thrown out. So EG felt like they bought themselves some space, but couldn't really own it. And now Zerona needs to own this round, or M80 are getting back into this game, and so they do.
Hey, if I'm not mistaken, what was missing for EG as they were scaling up there is not breaking that blue door. So as Bonnie's rotating back towards that B side with the op, he could just keep or op in hand or just ult in his hands, getting ready to just utilize it towards the A side as soon as they hear that spike being tapped, so everybody could flood towards the end. Look at how so many of them are being stalled from that convergence pass being thrown here by Bonnie. Good util being pressured out by the Duelist on the side of M80, allowing the defensive lines to really overtake and not give a chance for EG to set up an pulse plan despite having it pit up. A huge round that invested a lot of ults though for M80 to take that round. They have nothing left going into this one here. They use 3 of them to be able to convert that round.
They have another op from Bonnie. Just watching this crossover now that EG have shown a tendency to this right side of the map, but EG are a team that scales slowly. A lot of obstacles usually at this side of the map with Alvin Boy's util that they usually have to deal with. So that's been changed up though, and Bonnie's gonna disengage. Good awareness from EG, and they're even gonna take the fight, and now they realize it's an op. And that is gonna throw a wrench into the gears of EG, but they're gonna pursue it. Wait, you rewind right into your own death, Bonnie, no! You weren't expecting EG to just keep pushing, and so they do, and it results in a plant.
He got scared because he got hit by the paranoia from Jakey, so he just fat fingered the util, not knowing where he placed it in the first place, and now EG are pretty prime set up for the pulse plant hold.
Paranoia from Nismo swings out, gets a double. There's no way. And Alvin Boy times it well to follow through. And EG removed just as quickly as they entered.
Not as easy to set up a high-low when you have to look up on verticality. So Nismo sprays 2 probably lined up there from that baby door over towards that staircase. It should have been at least a guaranteed trade, but M80 are moving in very quickly after that one. It really came down to who shot better on those retakes. Like I said, I felt like EG were in much better position here to hold that pulse fight. Look at this lineup. See, so he aims at Jakey, but somehow gets another one behind with another headshot on top of that.
I'm out from EG, and I was starting to get the sense that it was whichever team knew how to play defense would win the map, because both teams have had stronger offensive sides, both on Haven and Lotus, at least so far for EG. But now that you have back-to-back rounds for M80, there's wind in the sails, and it's been all off of retakes and just really good flood-ins. And to kind of handle the pressure and the panic that is being in such a small room like the B site, and to do that well to fight through has been impressive. And even after Bonnie kind of fumbled on the refract there, M80 still pulled through.
And thankfully for that, for sure. So 3 rounds, and now they also sound the alarm for EG's cap this time around. So Fade is going to have a little bit of a conversation with the team. But so far, I got to say, they're doing an excellent job scaling across the map here for getting the spike plant down. And now it's just their positioning into the pulse plants that they probably want to fix a little bit more. I think do respect the fact that they're staying really a little bit more passively in these post-plant scenarios, because M80, again, have been playing so turtled up that if you're trying to force your way and try to get more into the extremities by pushing more towards that spawn, you're definitely going to get punished. So I think it's more on ironing out how you want to position yourself in these moments. If you're not going to try to overcommit and overpush towards the spawn, how do you set yourself up for success in these crossfire setups?
Dog still is a boombot, and I don't know if they really want to go inside of the pit, though. That is a tricky one, but Jake has shown us just how creative he can be on Haven with his ults. Back on the Omen, but now you open the door, you sell the fake to B. Meteor holding that quite passively on that side, relying on the eyes and ears of Caillou, who is not going to bite down on the bait. EG enter the pit, and they are exiting it swiftly, all thanks to Nismo. What a beautiful 3K to hold on to the situation.
I guess I didn't expect a second player to play towards that bend. So the Prowler, yes, spotted the Viper that usually plays a common position for any Viper that plays there to just try to protect the pit. So they're trying to wall contact out, but health is decaying. Nismo continues to have that full confidence after mowing down 3 players. But yeah, you're decayed inside that smoke. He gets the first kill. Everybody's trying to swing out the trade instantly at a low HP. It's easy for Nismo to get these kills. We'll see right here. And it's your spike on top of that. I wonder if that orb was still up, though, because if that pit's there and you already made a Prowler come out in the first place, would have given you a Nightfall to really take over that C site. At least they have it now.
Maybe the job gets easier for EG because the opponent is encroaching on the score. This is momentum behind M80. And we saw just how strong their attack can be on Haven, different map. But this is also M80's map pick, so you expect the attack to be even better. But Bonnie, turns and burns onto Jake. The Prowler's on the chase. EG want to hunt this down. Wow, Bonnie and friends are on the back foot. The Nightfall follows through, but EG are smoked off. Now they're just taking blind shots through the smoke and hoping for the best. And
Still get a plant, though.
Yeah, we'll go back to plan B.
They also have an insert up on the staircase. Exactly that. Zerona's going to be able to have a beautiful opening. He has tried it back and forth, but there's still a second insert from Pancakes. He can still find his timing and take down and isolate Alvin Boy. But the other guys are just playing a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah. This is that EG overextension out of these plants that sometimes works, sometimes it doesn't. And this time, it doesn't. Pancakes be the last one to save the rifle, and M80 now keep themselves within 1 with a 4-round win streak. So, but it's kind of tough to, you can't really turtle up on B, you extend out, and it's all individuals. So you also didn't have Jake part of this equation. So I don't blame EG, but they keep being forced to go to B when it just doesn't feel like a good site for them to post plan in.
Yeah, it almost felt like they had no choice at that point too, though. M80 had a little bit of a switch up, though, having the operator from Bonnie to help out towards the A side, because they've realized how many times Pancakes found value of lurking off the A side. So instead of fighting aggressively towards the rubble line like they are now, they went for the op.
Wow. I wasn't sure if Bonnie was ever going to refract, at least until the next round for the next half. He's out with 34 HP, so he got information, but at a almost lethal cost.
At least you can see the proactiveness, though, right? They prowled right after as you had to refract. Nobody's seeing anybody towards that front B side. You're still jiggling towards C. So you still have numbers to try to help out towards this A side lean, especially with that jiggle. You just spotted 2 players. Bonnie's still in an element of surprise inside of this smoke. Orb being picked up, though. There's ults available now for the last round to take here for EG. And it might be because I saw those pings towards the jiggle. I'm trying to see if they're going to try to go for a timing and swing it against Spaz and just brute force their way in with the Vise ult from Zerona to just overtake the C site.
Would have liked if EG just followed through when you got damage on the Bonnie. Maybe you felt like there was a weaker site, but now M80 maybe felt a little too relaxed on this side. He got a hunt. You got Util, a Steel Garden. It's about to get hectic. The showstopper in tow, and finally M80 get hit in the face, but EG suffer just as much, if not more. You really got to remove Spaz from this anchor position, and he's on top playing King of the Hill. And really, it feels like M80 were the kings of this site, and we end the half 6-6.
Switching sides.
And that's what I'm talking about too. The reason why you're pulling out this raise is to make sure that if your phase one is trying to work towards that C site, usually where a Vice would play, you need that util to break the razor vine so you can get in. Look at how much value it gets on that site and how you can't move around. Snake bite on one side, razor vines on the other one. There's still too much utility for the side of M80 to hold that C site. So you're missing a little bit now of expending the utility from the defense in the first place, and that's how it results into M80 doing an excellent job overcoming what was supposed to be very one-sided for EG in the first place. Just missing a little bit here. I think they were feeling pressed after losing so many rounds in that first on that comeback from M80 that they forgot how to use util to break the C site util.
See who will tilt the scales in this first pistol of the second half, where EG are chasing a tie series. M80 looking to close it out. Got this triple stack of M80 testing the patience of someone like Mitch on the other side. And with the frenzy, he's ready to unleash, but he ain't got enough bullets to show love to all of M80 if they were to swing. And that's the teamwork there with E-Dog that would have been possible. Even a nade too, and G now using utility. Our M80 is still that close, and Pancakes is gonna point out some trouble ahead, where that Zerona wall is gonna really help out. That's something M80 have to discover the hard way, and Bonnie does. Gets the wall up and out, and he's out as well.
And at the same time, the two players towards the A side are trying to see if anybody's gonna try to take that space back from the defensive side. Yet EG, they don't bite. Not only don't they push towards rubble, they still hold their crossfire at least a brief moment towards this A site. Now it's two of them having to play individual plays on hero plays. Zerona's gonna be the first contact. Jake in the site solo.
Moment, double push, and M80 really getting hit, and this is gonna create some troublesome angles if M80 don't address what's behind them. 5 seconds left. Gotta deal with that first. And now Mitch with the frenzy. Oh, he's got Nismo on his last life and runs out of bullets. That is the pain of running a frenzy. But hey, beautiful pistol out of M80 at the end of the day.
Yeah, if only those couple of shots connected onto Caillou on the pulse plan, that could have made it very doable there for Mitch on that 1 versus 2. But as they were trying to flood here on the attack side for M80, and Jake was trying to hold up as much as he could, and they're trying to find their timing to flood back in for EG Academy. Seems like M80 were just alert every single time, and he got perfect first bloods pretty much on every attempt that was coming through from EG Academy, and they end up having a very clean pistol round.
Bring them down.
Like how passively we're playing here for the side of EG. They're just waiting for M80 to walk in, and a very similar look to what M80 was doing before. Instead of the flash and the crossfire setup from Bend and Waterfall, they're just trying to all flood back from the back of the spawn.
Yeah, you just don't want to get completely collapsed upon with how strong M80 are with the weaponry and the util, and you know they're around the corner off that prowler, so it's about mitigating how aggressive you want to be. And EG fight off the flash they had set up, the one you pointed out, and it's EG the ones on their backs. M80 still have 4 intact. Ismo versus Pancakes as the smoke dissipates. And Pancakes is just going to be in more of a punishing position rather than an engaging one. And 6 HP, it's time to leave.
Yeah, Bonnie should get it. There you go. They switch out the weapons too so you can chase him. Misses a couple of shots, and Pancakes is just trying to have somebody else get the kill. Look at everybody pulling up their knives and running away so that Bonnie can try to get the frag, but it's the razor vines instead from Alvin Boy. A little bit of giggle going through the map there, but at least it is a clean round for M80 on that hold in the post plan. What really caught them was that Season 8 coming in from Waterfall, so I love that reposition from B-Dog and Mitch to be able to punish that. But then that flash setup they were trying to flood back into, the flash was a little bit too high. So whoever's holding right under that flash doesn't get affected by it. So we have 3 kills from Bonnie and company here towards that spawn side, and Barney's now 2 away instead of 1 from the ultimate, as he couldn't chase down that kill. And as you have a stinger buy in that second round, you still kept a lot of those players alive going into this round here. It's almost like Haven, right? You have a half buy, just go for the B site. Explode into the B site, go for a plant.
7 unanswered rounds too from M80. Like, this is EG need this round for the morale to get the fans back in their seats. B-Dog with a double traded out. Nismo matches with a double of his own.
Shadows traveling.
We're left a tie game here, 2 versus 2. M80 who got half the job done. Mitch and Zerona. So many angles to check, and discovering the hiding spot of Nismo. You know where to be found. So we'll have to look for him, and you don't want to get the spike. And now based on where it's planted, they sussed him out. And EG have broken down the quote win streak and are at least within 1.
That was nice by Nismo, though. Almost got the 3rd one. Look at the HP of Zerona in 4. As he almost got mowed down by the Stinger, and that would have given Caillou a better read of how he wanted to play that 1 versus 2. But great util, great explosion, too, to convert and hold that blue door counter aggression out from EG. Ends up being not the best of buys, as you could see here for EG going into this round, but interestingly enough, we're not going for any type of outlaw play on the attack side. The lean to just have a heavy focus towards rubble control for M80.
Jeez. Oh, jeez.
Where there's the ult?
Jake has been found. And after throwing like the initial boom bot from B-Dog, you thought you had M80 more rooted to where they were. Jake felt comfortable watching over the situation, and M80 have a first blood and a nightfall advantage. Crossfire for EG, so that to really force M80 to look both ways before they cross the road.
And that's why M80 wants to stop right away. You mentioned the boom bot that was thrown by B-Dog. He has a showstopper available too, so they don't really want to walk into that. The responsibility was for Alvin Boy to listen to see if he could hear or see anybody pushing out. And as it stays fairly quiet, there are now committing to hit towards that C site. The advantage, though, for the defensive side is that Mitch found his timing, pushed all the way out towards the A side. They know the hit's coming towards C.
All gets triggered. That'll get the attention of Alvin Boy, which means maybe only 4 are going to walk into this site. Another wall for them to cross into, and B-Dog ready to turn this into a party. But because of the convergent paths, it's a little awkward, but Mitch, his presence is known. He gets a triple kill off the back end. B-Dog from the front. It's a paint sandwich, and it's just Nismo left. And he does not want to turn into an EG meal. He wants no business of that. 10 seconds will plant in his own smoke. Zerona and Pancakes exactly where they want. Now, there it is. No time there. And EG get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, they had a nice little ult there to stop that Hunter's, sorry, not the Hunter's Fury, the Showstopper, to move out very quickly from the spawn side of B-Dog. But as they threw a plethora of utility towards the C side and it's being countered, that wall was procced on that flank from Mitch, and nobody really paid attention to that to really watch that flank. So Mitch this whole time is booking it. And as you're being stalled by the Showstopper, if they actually turned around, that would have been a free kill onto Mitch. Mitch was walking straight into like a barrage of bullets if people paid attention to like nobody scaling out from the front side following the Showstopper, because the conversion path was already slowing down any type of aggression that was coming out from the defensive side on C. So a little bit of a misread on how they wanted to react to the utility from EG on the defense, and they get punished by Mitch. Beautiful.
You just need more time to address the pancake setup and also the wall from Zerona. But how about this? The nightfall right in your face. Hello! EG ready to greet and cause the demise as M80 are so injured on the other side. Hoping to find some solace around the tree, but you never know when B-Dog is going to show up and just stab you in the back. So M80 are backing out and hoping that Alvin Boy will lay down the path of victory towards B, but cutting through Baby Door is Not gonna be easy. Here's the swing from Zerona, and it's just staggering in. Thank God for someone like Spaz who will close out that fight, but Spaz barely gets away.
Yeah, and he heard the shot too from Jakey, so now he could book it all the way towards the seaside, while Alvin Boy was supposed to cut the rotates and loses the fight to Jakey. Now, actually, this is very winnable for Jake. He's got way much more HP than Spaz did. Spaz had to commit a lot of his HP to trade it, 2 players onto his teammate. You're hoping that the first bullet, as soon as you see Jake, is going to be right in between the eyes to allow M80 to salvage this round.
Yeah, Spaz needs to find a really nice place to hide. One that is hopefully, luckily, so far away from Jake. I think this comes down to time if Spaz wants to win this, but he almost wants to just get Jake before he gets ready, and Jake reacts perfectly. EG will take a lead.
And you can see he actually did get the first shot onto Jakey, but unfortunately hits him in the shoulder. So Jakey still has a regen shield, gets it back up, gets the defuse, and EG's looking quite good. I think what's missing right now for M80, despite the great trades that are coming out from M80, is the lack of confidence on the lurks. I think what was a good win condition that we saw from the side of EG in the first place on the attack side was Pancakes lurking as a Viper. Now for M80, though, that responsibility is given a little bit to Alvin Boy, but Alvin Boy has to be a little bit hesitant trying to go for some space on that C side or B, because if he dies, then that's his wall down, and that's also a lot of that space that he's trying to hold gone as well.
I'll find you.
So he needs to be a little bit more confident, knowing that whenever they're making this noise on one side, it's going to be a 1v1 for him.
Ooh, Bonnie gets active, but just gets shut down on entry. He's looked good, but man, it's been tough to really make the space in the flurry of people that are over at A, and does not get any easier for M80 being picked apart individually, and when it rains, it pours, and EG went from having a lead to starting to really command it. Spaz is not in a position to really get away from this round.
Toxin screen down.
And yeah, I'll give it to Alvin Boy. The first time he's trying to activate a little bit more here into the round as they're trying to create a lot of chaos on one extremity of the map. But the thing is, it's like one of the few moments that he's actually trying to do something into that 1 minute mark instead of into the late round. And he gets met up by a judge, which is why it's very difficult. If you're not activating yourself very early in these moments, you're not really sure where and how you're going to have to clear out these spots. It was a dangerous game that he had to take, which, again, I told him, like I said on broadcast right now, he had to do something and try to figure something out. Tried to go for a hero play. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and now he's going to have to learn going to the later rounds. So the call, at least it allows for Caillou to understand a little bit more of like, okay, well, maybe we can't really go for that 1 minute lurk to try to get an opener and try to find a 1v1 here for Alvin Boys. So we're going to have to rethink the strategy here on our attack side, which is why Kaplan's going to call out this timeout too. So maybe you have a change of pace where Alvin Boy is going to be with the team a little bit. You can utilize your vice wall on the attack instead to hold into post plant scenarios here for M80. As if you're looking at it, they've gone some pretty decent plants in the 6 rounds that were played. So if you actually do have this wall to utilize, kind of like a deadlock into the post plant, it can really help you out to hold better angles on the flood retake from EG, and then leverage Spaz to actually go for those alert kills and those alert timings, just like Pancakes did.
You can see just by the rounds just how successful the EG retakes have been and how kind of challenging it's been for M80 to just break in. It's like getting through Zerona's wall, the thorns, the snake bite. It's always Pancakes and Zerona's util, all the hoops that you have to jump through. And now you have a pit that's thrown into the mix too, and you have a lower buy. Maybe this time out it's going to be more of like the future rounds rather than this one, because M80's buy is... well, it's got some light shields, so it's not terrible.
Well, they do have the wall up on that side and actually putting the vice wall too at the same time. So same responsibility stays in. No game plan that's really broken this time around here for M80, where they really want to flip things and flip the script on how they want to attack the map. They're just putting a double focus to support Alvin Boy if there's going to be a push on that side, and really just trying to default on that C mound. maybe an orb, maybe do some punish if they can.
Oh, none other than Bonnie. That'll risk it for the biscuit. And a trade works out, but does not get the pit down. So I'm glad that M80 are exploring other options and sacrifice Bonnie. It's okay. You kind of scale slowly up the site anyway, but then there's more Sentinel util to get through, whether it's Thorns right here or a flash that EG are ready to fight in.
And that's the thing. The pathing you saw from Bonnie, I think the plan was just trying to take the Viper down, but it was Mitch instead. So you still have Razor Bars to slow down the B-side push.
Well, Zerona takes care of business. Clock in and M80 clock out. EG almost at the end of the map, up to 11 until we see a map 3 on Pearl.
Yeah. Again, trying to do a high risk, high reward kind of thing. If you actually do take Pancakes down towards that C site, that's the pit down. And then you can start working as they were trying to do here. Maybe bait some util in the wall out towards that B site, force a rotate out from C, open door, finish towards C site. But as they unfortunately got Mitch instead, there's no way to finish towards C. So they're just trying to hopefully brute force their way into the B site where all the razor vines were. So just unlucky on the target that they chose and target that they found. And now they're on a very bad buy with EG, potentially being able to push this into a third map.
Zerona's really impressed me this series. Information here for EG, knowing they're on the A side of the map, and look at that, through the smoke. Zerona's getting that. I didn't even caster curse him. I caster blessed him somehow, because he's this up-and-coming player, like the desk have highlighted, can flex to all these different roles, be that second entry, Flash, Senti, Viper, and he's maintaining that performance from map to map. So I really like what Zerona's doing, and this team has been excited to play with him. So after what happened in map 1, EG bouncing back in the biggest of ways.
And that's what B-Dog was mentioning too as well when they got that victory against Invictus last week, mentioning on broadcast that Zerona was definitely one of the players that he hasn't had a chance to play with, but was an up-and-comer that he really wanted to play with. And you're seeing why. Zerona is finding great timings so far. Now he's spraying with the rifles, but also not only through smokes, but also when he's facing players face-to-face, just like we saw in Haven, despite their loss of the 8-13 against this very team of M80 on the previous round. So now, EG, all they want to do now is just wait and see where the plan's going to happen, and then they could just flood in a 5 versus 2. This almost looks very funny into our eyes, because usually when it comes down to how passively you play is to try to save your weapons, but it's EG with an advantage of 3 players, yet they're still all holding out towards that spawn. Just because they added so many bodies to fight towards that A side, they have so many question marks around that front B side or from the C side as well, because all that stall util, look at the vice wall, it's also towards the A side, so they double walled to try to prevent an A side push. So you're just trying to flood back as a team wherever that plan's going to happen. And now not only Zerona mows down kills, but they also have the Visal to work with on retakes. Very tough position for M80 right now to be in.
What's so strong about M80 has been their teamwork. I feel like Bonnie has these pop-off moments sometimes, but it's the consistency from M80 that has been so appreciated. But when you have a Vise, you have a Viper that has just broken up so many of your pushes. It feels like M80 haven't been able to sync up together. They've only taken 2 rounds on this offense, but hey, that's a good start with Alvin and Bonnie with the judge. Up where the sun don't shine, nothing left. Jake, you could go for the spray down instead of the escape, but the teleport forward caught him off, and still get 1 down, but plenty more for EG to deal with. They got to double their numbers. And you got the spike down? What is that?
Another kill through smoke and a wall. So that spike down, clock is being wasted, allowing Zerona to even rotate. Wouldn't be surprised here if EG is going to go for this with the Vise ult. I want to make sure here that they clear out that there's no lurks. And as that's confirmed, like, okay, well, maybe all 3 of them are going to have to play on site. We're in a decent spot here to fight at a disadvantage.
It's the time to do some gardening.
Kill, dude.
It's a time. I mean, you can throw the steel garden to evict everyone from the pit. Zerona's gonna find his way around. Nismo finds a quick escape, and it's just good information. Zerona clutches for EG, and they take the win to force Pearl.
I respect what Nismo is trying to do. TP out so he doesn't get affected by the ult and then cancel to still have a weapon. But unfortunately, you just saw it through the X-ray. Still had a classic towards the end. Couldn't go for the hero play to keep M80 in the game. And EG Academy win this map thanks to the highlight reels from Mitch anchoring towards that C site. And also from the rest of the team too. You have Pancakes on the lurk on the attack side. Zerona continuing to get highlight reels from multi-kills to multi-kills. They were just one step, not necessarily a step ahead versus M80, but definitely shooting better in the second map.
Absolutely. Ending it on what, like a 7-round win streak for EG. This is the type of team that, if you're a fan of EG, you don't have a healthy heart because they'll be at deficits. They'll be at player deficits. They had to double their numbers in that round to try and come back. I thought, okay, well, there's some wiggle room for EG. No, they close it out. There are just these clutch pop-off players on the EG side that you cannot underestimate until the round is over. And, well, you better rate them highly because they're going into Pearl, and the desk will be breaking down what they think is going to happen after this.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this map.
Yeah, Joe in trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got Footway looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulls at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, I did a quick Terra pull between maps, and I got an Upright the Fool, which if you know, you know. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, M80 lost their map pick of Lotus. EGA take that map pick, and we are heading to Pearl, which, I mean, I think a lot of us here, we expected a 2-0 in M80's favor, unless you're Lemon Kiwi, you expected a Evil Genius Evil Genius's Academy win, Emily. But going into this map, it did, you're gonna see the timeline in a bit for our audience. It did look like M80's clean 2-0 moving forward, and then just all of a sudden, for some reason, they lost their grip and could not hang on, and EGA take it.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, I was like, oh, this is not looking too good. You know, we see M80 struggling on that defensive half, which is where they kind of won the most rounds going back to their match against SRB. I think EG did a great job. Their execs were super overwhelming, and M80 didn't really ever fight for that A main space until later in that A main half. EG, this comp allows them to have 3 different lurkers here. You have the Vibe, you have the Omen, you have the Viper, and they really did make the most out of it. But M80 had a great adaptation towards that second part of that half. We see them starting to be a little bit more aware of those lurkers, clearing them out early on, and having those fast rotates over towards A to help support Alvin, which honestly won them a lot of those rounds there.
Yeah, and then also getting like that operator finally online there for Bonnie as well, which I think helped a lot for M80 being able to contest that space. But this is a roller coaster ride of a map and very streaky at that, so momentum heavy. Like EGA, they start out at 6-1 and then answering back with 7 rounds of their own for the side of M80. I honestly was kind of worried that things were done and dusted heading into that second half, especially after M80 secured that second pistol. Things were looking pretty good, but Evil Genius's Academy, they completely flipped the tide. They end up winning 7 rounds in a row, shutting M80 out of Lotus and being able to take this map win. The retakes looked really good with the floods there for Evil Genius's Academy. I think that there are a lot of really good just kind of moments where they were looking to collapse on M80 when they were trying to take site, and it made it really uncomfortable for M80 to really get into any favorable positions there as well. And I think that there were also moments where we saw them falling apart a little bit in their post plans too there for M80, where they were taking a lot of risks that weren't really necessary. It felt a little bit like that second half of Haven where we saw something a bit similar, everyone kind of feeling like they had to take those opportunities to make some of those hero plays, but not actually looking to work and lock down on those fundamentals, ensuring that they're going to go and play positions where they can get each other's trades.
Now, something I want to bring up to you, Ash, as a question, because I asked Emily a question today, is I think we saw last map, M80 kind of, struggled to close it out. Eventually they did. And here is exactly what we saw from them. It was in their hands. It was in their game plan. They were unable to close it out. Is this seem like an M80 problem overall, or do you think I'm kind of, generalizing a little bit too much when I say that?
I think maybe generalizing a bit. I don't think that it's necessarily an overall problem. For me, I would like to hear more from the perspective of the team, because there's only really so much that we can glean from watching the broadcast, watching the game from our perspective, even though we get because we get a worldwide view of everything that we see happening, right? M80, they don't get that same view, getting to see the positions of both of these teams. We're not in their comms to really understand what decisions are being made, when, where, and why. I would be curious to hear from them, if they do feel like it's something that they're really looking to work on, because maybe comms are getting a little bit more frazzled when they're trying to close things out. Or if maybe it's just one of those things where it could just be a general chemistry thing for this team, with the fact that you have a new caller coming in here with Caillou, and then you also have an Ismo coming back into this team, just integrating new parts into the system.
Yeah, oftentimes, obviously they don't get to see the whole gameplay. They don't get to see the whole mini-map and see the setups, but I do feel like one thing that they did was tunnel vision a lot. I felt like as soon as they had their target set on something, they were kind of already committed to kind of ending towards one site, rather than working a little bit more of the map, or even taking advantage of trying to have some lurks in there, which made it really hard. But then when you look at the side of EG's half, on their defensive side, there were 2 players that really stood out, that being Zerona and forgetting their name right now.
No, you got it. You got it. Pancakes.
Zerona and Pancakes. Thank you. Sorry, I was wanting to say Jake, but that's not his real name. That's a different player on the team. They're both named Jake. Anyways, 2 players that I think made a big difference on that whole half. Their strongs their holds in general looked really, really strong, and they played super disciplined when they were up man advantage. But the fact that they were willing in those last few rounds to play more like of a 2-3 and leaving B completely open, knowing that they're going to retake for that, it was insane to see.
And Ash, someone we did highlight in our pre-show was Zerona, you know, and here we have him in the Philips Norelco head-to-head moving against Pancakes, of course, his own teammate. But I mean, Zerona especially was someone to highlight as someone we told the audience that this is someone who makes plays happen, who is, you know, fantastic on the buys and kind of true to our word, if you will, Ash, you know, being that in this map of Lotus.
He was a beast on the defensive half there for Evil Geniuses Academy. He went, well, like what? I think 12-4 in that half in particular, and was just like a big proponent of shutting down some of these late mid-round pivots coming out from M80, being able to be such a dangerous sight anchor, and that's what Zerona is really good for. Not just the flexibility that we talked about during the pre-show, but his consistency in being able to isolate a lot of those like 1v1 battles, being able to really just be such like a perfect anchor around his own util. And then when you also have Pancakes on the other side of things, being able to do very much the same thing, it's such a deadly combination to have from these anchor players on defense, because they're just so good at making those plays to be able to hard shut down teams looking to execute on their side.
Yeah, like literally no matter what site you're going to, they have a plan ready. You either have Pancakes locking it down, or Zerona locking it down, or they're playing a full 5v5 retake and coming at you from every single angle.
And that's what we like to see from both of them. And they're gonna have to keep it up for our third map of the day, which will be Pearl. And we were talking about this a little bit in the green room, Emily. This is a bit of an unknown. This is kind of the unknown map pool, map selection, if you will. But Pearl coming in here with EGA starting on defense. I think we do, at least on the desk, have some questions about how this is going to turn out, for the side of EG at least.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when we look back at that first map, M80 was the unknown and it paid off in their favor. So maybe we're seeing something similar towards EG today, especially with how much we have seen M80's Pearl. And, you know, they have a little bit more of a creative comp, running that Veto, running that KO. But at some point, it's not really a surprise, right? With Veto, you're going to know after watching VODs of them where their utility is and how to kind of counter it. It becomes a little bit readable, which is what I'm a little bit worried for M80, because if EG have done their homework, and I'm sure that they've had, I don't think the Veto pick is going to be as strong as we've seen it be in the past for them.
Is there a world, Ash, I'm gonna go to you, that where we don't see the Veto? I think there's not a world where we don't see the Nismo KO. I think that is like, you know, done and dusted, print, wax, seal. But I think maybe the Veto clearly did not find the value that they were looking for. Is there a world where we change things up when we head into Agent Select and we lose that Veto of Pearl?
I mean, there is a world where we might see Alvin Boy on something else, but at the same time, I think that Alvin Boy isn't going to change it. And that's going to be the case, because I think we had similar questions even during stage 1 when we saw him playing it. Also, I think he played it on Pearl as... I can't remember if he actually played it on Pearl, but he definitely played it on maps like Abyss and whatnot. And I think that there were questions of whether it works, whether it doesn't work. But when the Alvin Boy Veto is working, it is putting in insane work. Like, it is popping off. And I think that it's going to be really interesting once they get onto the defensive side. That Veto utility, if Evil Geniuses are not keen to deal with it, like Emily was saying, if they did not do that homework, it is going to be eating up the util of B-Dog, of Mitch, of Pancakes on those executes. But M80 are going to be starting out on the attacking side first. I think it's going to be keen to look out for that dynamic between Bonnie and Nismo here, Emily, with how good we know those flashes are going to be set up for Bonnie's entries.
Yeah, I mean, Nismo's just so good at setting up the entire team. And I think that even if Bonnie does get shut down, the utility that M80 has with this comp is kind of unstoppable, no matter if you have an entry going in or not. The rest of the team can play off of that. But looking at the side of EG, one thing that I'm looking for is when they switch over to that attack half, they have a lot of utility here for the post plant, which is where I feel like Alvin's Veto will kind of step up and hopefully take care of that. And if that is the case, then EG, I need to see something a little bit different from them, not just kind of falling back into their comp's basic strength.
And a quick research shows that Alvin Boy was on Veto last time they played Pearl M80. So this is going to be a very exciting match. It is map 3. Who will keep their winning streak alive for 2-1? Is it M80 or is it Evil Geniuses Academy? Lemon Kiwi and Vansili, the game is in your hands. Please take it away.
Well, I hope it's not in our hands. At least certainly not Vansili's.
What do you mean? I could shoot.
You try to. In the right direction is a different conversation. But hey, there's some good shooters on these teams.
No, we got a 1v1 now.
Okay, well, we'll settle
Stop the broadcast. We're going right into skirmish, you and I.
I'm so tired of you. All right, nerd out about the comps already. At least you're smart.
Yeah, I think what's cool about this too is that you have a different look from Evil Geniuses Academy. This is kind of like the NRGA look that we have in the VCTs, but you have some great counters from both of the Sentinels from either end. On one side, that's what we were talking about before. Vi's playing for this composition will counter directly Bonnie trying to find openings of, for example, sliding or walling down towards that B long. And then you have it for Alvin Boy as a Veto. Interceptors in the right places is immediately going to nullify any type of like Tejo utility you're trying to take on your retakes or any type of like early pressure you're trying to take towards A main. So they have for both teams great ways to get some early map control. And so it has to really come down to much slower rounds, in my opinion, to really try to break down this utility at the very beginning. So here it starts right away. Already going into this A side is M80 on the attack. Recon Dart spots a couple of players at the same time too, but so far it's just a stalemate of low utility that really just gives you that space into orb control, but there's still a lot of map to be taken from both of these teams.
I also love the way that Mitch uses his info drone. Like, it's not just Pancakes with his drone and the recon, but Mitch is a huge part of getting that information as well. But right now it's Pancakes that spotted that M80 push right out the gates. And you saw kind of how troublesome it was for M80 to maneuver around the Vi's util and whatnot. I really heard them on Lotus, but this is a whole different ball game, and M80 are broken up yet again. Bonnie has been caged. He's gonna be out and about. EG not gonna approach. They're really gonna try and box out M80. And man, what a flash to catch M80. But man, Bonnie will still vanquish all in his path. A 2-for-1 trip. They hit 3. He just can't be stopped. And you get to see Bonnie on Neon. You know it's gonna be a good day. Not a good day for Spasm. But Caillou gets the trade, so it's a better day for M80 now. When Bonnie does 3 or 4K, feels like the round is over after that.
Well, right now it's still one body shot to Bonnie. Bonnie falls. So this is still somewhat doable from B-Dog, but that recon dart now slows down or accelerates that clock even more. This is GG now.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh, sliding over like that. Okay, now it's just for the aura kills. And there we go. But this kind of starts to show us or give us an inkling of what the M80 flood could really look like behind this team. And it's Bonnie speeding away, and yes, you can delay him, but you need to find a way to stop it. And maybe it's reacting more to that Viswell being triggered. We're just using investing more into stopping Bonnie, because he can't be getting 3Ks like that every round.
Well, this is still going to be one of KO's best map at the same time too, right? If you're looking at the VCTs with how the meta is evolving in the first place, where Double Duelist was really good, 100 Thieves going to the Americas still had somebody like Austin play the KO instead of a Yoru. So this is a perfect map for players that are not Yoru specialists, but still want to have good flash support for their duelists in the end. And again, you're putting in the hands of Nismo in the first place. That's really going to help Bonnie activate very, very early. EG this round, though, on an eco, we're just trying to pressure towards that A side, as I was mentioned before, with that util. They still have more util to try to flood in for that phase 2 into the B site, as all 5 of them are there.
Oh, and M80 have the speeding into position early, and look how it pays off. The whole firing squad assembles to stop EG. It won't be flawless, but it damn well looks really good from M80 to have that kind of speed behind them.
Yeah, they were just ready for that. And that's also the advantage that you have here for M80 side. You're playing against what is best for flashes is Zerona as a Vise. But unfortunately, as Zerona probably didn't have that flash setup or maybe got broken in the first place, they don't really have anything to flood through the smokes when the spike's being tapped or when the smokes dissipate. So it's easy for M80 to just stay out in the open, face towards the bottlenecks, and just own pretty much EG on the attempt of the flood retake. So now this is what I'm talking about. The interceptor is being thrown on the attack side. It cancels out the salvos right away that are being pushed if you want to throw it behind a defensive smoke that you can see on your mini map. So it allows for M80 to really get set up on that orb.
Ooh, the crosshair getting broken, and V-Dog did okay damage, but man, no safety behind this box. EG just looked to flood in, and Mitch is incredible with the 3K. Gets the spike down too. You have Zerona coming through mid, so you'll get some eyes and ears on this part of the map. Nismo's only chance is to get a surprise, which Mitch seems to be suspicious. And Nismo gets to go and explore the back lines, maybe through spawn, but he's gonna have to just clear this all on his own. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! 1v3 and Jake stabilizes the team. That was close.
Very nice on Nismo as well to find the timings on those kills and even the game sense to turn around for where the third player was gonna come in from and almost winning that one against Jake. I think it's a simple mistake going through of who should have been the first contact on how they wanted to hold that spike in the first place. As the conversation is like, well, I'm playing tucked in towards Ivy, I should be able to get the first contact. But if Nismo is hugging on that wall just like he did, it's so hard for the player on the top of Art to swing out to get that pick. So very nice. That comes with experience as well from a player like Nismo to understand how he could scale back in this scenario to make it very winnable for M80. And look at what it brings out now for EG. They have half shields for so many players, but thankfully that's still going to keep them alive as they're not facing against an outlaw on the attack side. And M80 are still going for the tried and true of splitting the 3-2 into the A site.
So many heroics from both sides. I mean, talk about Bonnie's 3K in the first round, Mitch 3K last round. Mitch delivers again with the spike down, and Spaz is not trying to be a victim as well. But hey, Bonnie comes from the back to bail out his teammate. But M80 are just barely putting a band-aid on this hemorrhage after how this round is broken down, and the player with the most HP is now dead. So best of luck to Spaz, but this is also kind of deja vu from how that one Lotus round went. So Spaz wasn't a 1v1 though, so different circumstances.
Yeah. He's up on a 1 versus 3. V-Dog still has the whole Waylay kit pretty much to really dive in first to try to find Spaz. So this is not a winnable position here for M80, but at least they tried to go for a different type of look this time around too on how they could punish into the Art side. And unfortunately, Bonnie was able to turn around fast enough to support. And even on top of that, as they add so much pressure on leaning towards the A side, you already had a lurk coming through from V-Dog on that flank. So lots of layers here they're going to have to learn moving into the next round.
EG will equalize here, and it is coming down to some big pop-off plays. Like we talked about Zerona at length. Mitch has had back-to-back rounds of explosive plays. You have Bonnie wrapping around and kind of almost salvaging the round for M80. So you can tell this is a map 3 of a series because both teams, they're playing a lot more confidently. Their mechanics are on point. The fact that you can just handle a situation like this with such grace until, well, of course, Bonnie just wraps around. Like, how the heck did he even get there? So yeah, you gotta have eyes on Bonnie at all times.
And I think where there's going to be a little bit of a change for M80 is that you need to find somebody that's going to be watching these flanks, because if that choke hold from the Veto is being placed to help and support the team in the first place, because it seems as though Alvin Boy has to be with the pack too, because he's trying to use an interceptor to cancel out the util from EG, right? If they continue with that game plan, then you need somehow, some way, shape, or form for somebody else to be plugging the gaps, which is overlooking towards that B side, watching towards that mid walk up, because a Sentinel player on the Veto is not going to be able to do that for you. That has to now be the responsibility of Spaz, because he can place those stars wherever the hell he wants from wherever the hell he wants. So he could be that responsibility, or have that responsibility to be watching those lures, finding those timings, and giving an opening to allow the rest of M80 to cancel towards that A side control and pivot towards B. So that probably has to be part of that conversation in this timeout. You can see it right now. The chokehold's already being recalled from Alvin Boy, sorry, to place it at the same spot. But look at Spaz. He's now leaning more a little bit towards that mid window. Well, actually, no, he's now holding the spike. They're going to try to go for a 5-man hit here.
These Tejo missiles are make it so Bonnie has to take a beat or beating anyone down. He really wants to get active. When you buy a Bucky, you got an overdrive, you know it's bad news. Well, depending on what side you are. Maybe good news for M80. Because I've been wanting to keep my eyes on how these M80 floods were going to work on A. It is so hard to stop a quick take like this unless you put some obstacles like that. Smokes, thorns, and M80 just try to keep the suppression on with the Hunter's Fury so that M80 can still scale up. Bonnie has been halted, but the teamwork of M80 pulls through. And it's still a secure plant. You know, Jake is around the corner. Here comes Zerona, a big win for Nismo. And Jake, oh, even steadies after jumping through the window. Good moment for him, but still a lot on his plate in the 1v2.
Well, now even the drone comes out, confirms that Jake is playing towards that back of the site. They can run that clock down, play that gravity well for the pulse plan. So Jake has to move in quick and tap this ASAP. Instead, he's trying to creep up towards Art and try to fight the 1v1.
Oh. Spaz had to make sure it wasn't him on the other side. Like, Spaz didn't even shoot back. Caught lacking. Wait, Jake! Oh my god. Okay, he got a tag on Caillou, and I was a little bit worried everyone from M80 was asleep, but they will be back in the lead here in our final map.
Dude, that was such a nice try, though. The Cosmic Divide, but also that doesn't fully cover the top of the staircase so that he can lean on the other side of the wall inside the smoke to listen to where that second player is at. Caillou's trying to find his time to get the shock dart down, and unfortunately, right here is not only does he have low HP for Jake, but he also has probably no bullets left in that Phantom, so he had to switch over to the Classic. A weapon at low HP, he probably could have won that against Caillou. But M80, they make it out by the skin of their teeth on a mixed buy, so that allows for them to build a healthy buy into this round here and force the eco for EG. We're looking to explode right now. Oh, wow. Pulling out the evolution as well. Giving a lot of respect to EG here this round.
Gosh, every single one of these rounds have come down to, what, a final 1v1 despite how the round starts. There's been some quick turnarounds. Clutches have to come out. EG full stacked, everything thrown at Alvin, and he handles it with such care. A 2-for-1 trade, I should say. And EG completely nullify the right side of the map, but M80 quick to rotate. Now it's all up to Zerona. He's got a flash in place, still guarding 2, and he's gonna hear the steps, gets a good headshot. I don't know if that weapon's recoverable, and as he thinks about it, Spaz will halt him as well. M80 will get away with a plant.
Going for it, though.
Wow, big investment. EG, conversion paths, crossing, Cosmic Divide as a team, or maybe waiting for M80. They're about to run into each other, and B-Dog bails out Jake. Now stepping forth, Spaz secures the round for M80.
With a Guardian, too. It looks so doable over there for EG. There was a minor mistake that kicked things off there from Zerona in my eyes, because getting that first kill into Caillou was perfect, but really trying to pick that gun up probably wasn't, because he still had the steel garden. Imagine if he actually stayed in control towards that back of the side, gave a chance for his 2 teammates to rotate, and then go for this huge ult for a triple flood instead of having this scenario here. I think it could have guaranteed them that round. Although they still made it a 2 versus 1, and you needed a hero play coming out from Spaz on a post plat, and he was able to connect some great shots off that Guardian.
He is showing their experience on this map, but the fact that that round was even that close with the weapons that we started with makes for this series is going to be exciting. Now there's an Odin in play. M80 round the corner, beautiful flash, Alvin first blood, and Mitch gets floored, and a quick swing off of the Odin. It's clunky, but it works. It gets 1 down, but M80 should be good to close this out, unless, you know, it's EG. You never know until they're all dead what they can pull out of their hats. B-Dog with an op, though, isn't going to be the easiest to go into the A site with, so maybe I'm looking more towards Zerona. I don't think this is a gardening position, but it is going to be more of an exploration opportunity, but a lot of time wasted.
Trying to punish as much as soon as they can here for EG, but seeing that nobody's peeking out, staying very disciplined for M80, it's going to be a save for sure for EG. I got to say, though, in that previous round, EG should have known something was up, though, because as they threw the same type of conditioning of the salvo towards that A main, there was no interceptor actually being thrown up on the side of long, so they should have known, okay, well, there's got to be some sort of different look from M80. They did have the right numbers to try to make sure that they could still fight for that art control, but I don't think they expected the pop flash with the util from the Astra on top of that to really overtake the hold that they were attempting here for EG side. So it makes sense. I think right now from that, it now comes to show to me from that timeout that Kaplan called for the side of M80 was not trying to play more works. It was trying to figure out how they could open up a little bit more cleanly on the executions towards art. And it's now leveraging Nismo and Spaz on top of that. So they win that chess match from a timeout where now art is such a heavy place of contention that EG off this timeout, the conversation now from Faded is like, okay, well, we have to figure out ways how we could stop this early aggression from M80 towards Art and not give that space up, because that space that if we lose it, that's an easy 3-2 split for M80 to take. They have full control for the rotates. It's hard for us to retake the side after that. So how do you fight back against that? I see an op being purchased right away from B-Dog. Is it a walkout from Art to try to get a first pick right away off a refrag? Because again, they have an opportunity to do that when they're playing against a Veto that doesn't have a KG turret that's watching any aggressive lines or aggressive pushes in the first place.
It doesn't seem like the solution is simple, because what if the interceptor just eats up whatever util? So I like the call of the op, as you said, and maybe just keep your distance. Try not to be affected by any util from M80, because hey, you just got to applaud also M80's ability to adapt to that Art fight, where Mitch was pulling off 3Ks, and if not him, then someone else. So now just maybe more huddling towards the A site and focusing on main. Droning up and not doing it immediately, so EG already changing things up.
Yeah, I think this round though, because they have big ults to work with to hold the choke. You have Mitch with the Armageddon, you have the Hunter's Fury. They really wanted to leave Art open and try to see what M80 could really do. M80 though, for this round, are just defaulting. Waste up that wall, spread out the defense. Look at them. 4 now focused on this B side. But again, EG allows himself to be very proactive around the map because they have, again, these big ults to work with, to stall and to retake with. So M80 has to do a good job now to not only enter the space, but try to eliminate some of these ults as they take space.
M80 had been really good at tempo shifting and knowing when to slow it down and when to ramp up. And it's off of the information that someone like Caillou can give, and the op has been removed. And M80, now this is how they can activate. But Bonnie likes to play with his food sometimes, just like he was on Haven. In a sidestep, he creeps in, other side of the wall. He's got backup. He's hungry for vengeance. And Mitch silenced permanently for this round. And EG, as they swing individually, you're not going to stop M80, who are ready for you. So Zerona is on the other side of the world with no clue what to do. So M80 will be up 4 rounds in a row now. This is impressive.
Interesting too that Nismo is able to get good value off his null command, because again, these ults that you have could play it from a very far distance in the back here for Mitch and Pancakes, but just unfortunate here that they weren't ready for that flood from M80 towards the end, out of position, I'd like to say, from playing a little bit more passively within those rounds. So the timeout, again, they're not trying to recontest back into Art from what we've just seen here. They're just trying to play more on the extremities. And the read was wrong, unfortunately.
Oh, you see M80 are fired up. They wanted to end this in 2. And it'll be on Pearl, if anything. But since the tie, since the big equalizer, M80 have been on a roll. And even after the EG timeout, still a lot to discuss. And we're still waiting to see what these ults from EG. It's got to convert some rounds, or this half may just get away from them.
Yeah. Well, at this point, it'll be a high risk, high reward if they're trying to go for it. They have a lower buy rather. But they are trying to walk contact up behind the smoke. I don't think you want to try to tap the orb yet, because you don't want to let them know that you're taking this A space in the first place.
Shut down. Ooh. See, Caillou is always ready from Haven to now. In every map, Caillou has had fantastic reads, and EG are just tired of the missiles running through the attacker's spawn with sheriffs and a hero rifle. And Zerona finds a way to benefit, to hold down the B site at least while alone. Hey, at least getting your 1 is better than nothing. That clears the path for M80 to get away from this spawn flank.
It's just very nice to watch here, just mechanically, how Spaz is moving around the map too. Not only is he getting punished at the same time while getting 4 men rushing up, he has got to grab Spike while he's running across towards the B side, gets into Astral Form, gets the star at the right spot for Nismo to support him, for Nismo to get that 1v1 into Zerona. The smokes bubble at the right spot too to prevent that push from EG on the top of the A site. There's just that nice little heads up things. Little things though, little details from M80 that allows for him to continue to have a very good attack side.
Come get some.
This is where it's going to get important going into the next round, though. Nismo's continuing to farm for kills, and he's getting, once again, very close to the null command. He's going to chase after this kill. He doesn't care if he loses his rifle because the amount of rounds that they've won so far. He even gets it while being saturated. And that is already 2 or 3 rounds later where Nismo's going to have an ult within round number 12 of this first half.
That's the big thing, right? 1, Nismo still got it. 2, he almost has ult because he still got it.
Yeah.
So that's going to be really exciting for M80 to have even more fuel to the fire to how they want to end this first half, which have not lost a round since that equalizer. So EG, I don't even know. You already used the timeout, and you're going to want to have that other one for the second half. So... But it's going to come down to these ults. We don't talk about the last round. It was a bad buy anyway. EG, but this is the round you got to convince people you're still in this series.
And M80 has changed their look a little bit here for the last couple of rounds, too. They're utilizing Bonnie and Nismo a lot to try to bait the device wall towards this B site. They're also giving up on working the art side and trying to encroach back into street for this round here. So if you're looking at EG's position, they aside from that, they have no active information. So as they swing for the next phase, who's moving where, Mitch gets caught off guard, and the advantage still comes in right here for M80 because everybody's displaced.
That smoke from Spaz kind of ruined the swing from EG because it was a duo that was about to address Spaz there, and E-Dog and...
Where are the boys at?
Oh, jeez.
Just being able to get through to get that first pick onto Mitch and punish him. So now, even on top of that, Caillou spots him, and Alvin Boy's going to find the perfect timing, unless you get a reposition from Zerona. And he does so, thankfully.
30 seconds left.
Nismo's up to no good on his side of the world, but hey, it's a distraction.
It works.
Last player standing.
M80 got to make up their mind eventually, and if anything, Nismo just wants to turn this into a death match, and Zerona has his back to him. So, hello, Zerona.
Yep.
Goodbye, Zerona.
and where Alvin Boy was so good on the lurk timing, he got 0 value out of it because Nismo not only throws the knife to pull the rotates from the A side to B, he even wins the freaking fights. So that's just a very nice round for M80, despite getting first blood. And again, I think it comes down to that. You're playing a little bit further back. You get that first pick, but you still have no information of what's happening currently on the mid round, on the A side at the beginning. You guys are playing double initiator as well. This is a perfect composition for you to find the layers of where the defaulting is happening from M80's side, yet you're just holding on to too much util to try to trap play every single round.
Ooh. The timing on the refract there for B-Dog, and it's the kind of risk, though, that they have to pull off, I guess, to get info, because the recon, I mean, he's still have a Pancake's drone and the Hunter's Fury. How about that? Right through the heart of Caillou, right through Alvin, from across the world. Now M80 have to pick up the pieces when 2 of them died in spawn.
Yeah, would you look at that? You drone and found some people, you get value out of it. So they had 3 layers of ways to find information. B-Dog double dashing, refracting, sees a couple of players falling back towards the top window. Then the drone confirms more. They get the Hunter's Fury's kill. Now they still have Armageddon and Zerona playing offside so they can play the Flood retake with his own ult here with the Steel Garden. So everything works out for now. The only dangerous position is Bonnie right now, taking control of the connector.
Spike down, and EG still have to rotate in. I think a nice thing to start would be a Steel Garden, but also Jay could just box them in.
Nismo's got a K ult soon.
All right, Armageddon first to flush out the rats. M80 out of distance. Spaz gets a first pick, and now he's all stunned up to hell. And Bonnie and Nismo find themselves on the other side of a wall. Won't be able to hear or see on the other side. Recon won't be pinging them. The defuse will not go through, but it eventually does. Because as M80 went to check it, EG, they slaughter them.
Yeah, I'm surprised too from the positioning from Nismo. He's not playing close towards the back halls to try to throw an ult so that he starts stalling a little bit more of that util that's available for EG. I think he was playing further back to try to pop flash for people to swing out from, but it's so hard to do when you have that Steel Garden available from Zerona, so you can't get any value from swinging off the flash. And it becomes a round here for EG that they're able to salvage at least. And also the silver lining is that there's still another round of Valorant to play in this half, so now they could actually leverage the Nismo ult, and they're going to try to fake it towards this B site. So if there's no dart or anything happening towards this A side, EG's going to get their ankles broken.
Taking that back. Blocking vision.
This would be a big round for B-Dog because we saw what happened to EG when they started on defense and went down 3-9. It looked better on offense, but this
You're going to hear all of this.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. That's the worst fake I've ever seen. They threw a knife and he holds knife out to meet up with the rest of the team. And again, they're playing Alvin Boy. There's no way to find early information on middle, and they've given all of that up. So at least the KO null command could move you into the A site, but EG already has 4 players there now.
Converge. Oh, M80 closing the site. Cosmic Divide. EG beat him halfway, and with the null command left behind, EG are limited on the tools
Spike down A.
they can use to fight back. At least B-Dog can get eyes. What's going on? Well, just barely. Spike is down, and now the drone in. You got levels of info. Now that Mitch is rotated in, and that's all they needed. 4-8. As EG at least ended that out in a bang, but it's the EG offense that has a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it definitely looked like they were cooking something really good there for EG. A wall contact towards the A main while you fake ult at the B site hit, but instead they should have been 1 step behind, but now they were 2 steps ahead when they heard Nismo just thunderfooted his way back to meet up with the rest of the team towards the A site. So again, it allows EG to salvage 2 rounds that should have been salvageable because AD had full control of ult economy, money, weapons, or whatnot. So this is now still a very playable game for EG on the attack side, as you have a lot of util to support B-Dog on these entries.
Come down to this pistol. Already a recon from M80 at A-Long versus the drone from Pancakes. Mid presence, a fight through art. EG getting set up for the approach, and it's B-Dog dashing into smokes, clearing the way and ready to crunch anyone who were to try and fight through art. M80 are giving a lot of respect to this. This is something we've both applauded and also criticized on how much space they do give to EG at times. Now playing the retake game as EG set up for the post plan.
Trying to wall bang to it if they could. Did finally some damage on Zerona in the post plan, but this will be a big 5v5. That knife gives them a lot of space for them to retake though for M80.
We have this off angle from Alvin Boy, but it's just the straight front flood. All thanks to Bonnie. We've already punctured through the defenses as EG find themselves on the other side of the smokes, and all these fights are so isolated, and Alvin finds the timing to ring true with a double kill. M80 just have to vanquish Pancakes, and he just can't handle all of this nonsense. So M80 will take the pistol. That really spells trouble for any EG comeback.
Yeah.
But M80 still have to cross the finish line.
2 many players trying to play offsite there on the 5 versus 5. Look at where the X's are. 3 of them towards art, 1 towards main, and the 5th X that's inside the site is because they had to sound the alarm of trying to run through the smoke to try to deny the diffuser, which was only a tap for M80 in the first place. They counted bullets, forced players on a reload, and then they re-swung out towards art to refight that area. So it was nice here from M80. All that because of the information that they've gotten from the knife of Nismo. Realizing that nobody's playing backside, nobody's really encroaching to find some first bloods and some forward positions, so they could just rework as a team and have so many numbers fighting inside all of those smokes on the A main, or on the A site rather.
3A long again for EG. B-Dog dashing just to get that position. Now it's going to be maybe a bit slower to get through A, and with the double stars from Spaz, maybe trying to trip them up before they even see the site. EG are taking their time, waiting for the calls from Mitch, and also what the drone from Pancakes could see here. Well, the stars being placed, like, oh, geez, Spaz is ready for this one, and just cutting noise, making it look like EG left, but hello. They're now being welcomed. They make it through despite all the Spaz util, and the stinger is perfect. The skirmish through such a tight space like this. A huge play for Spaz before he gets let go.
Oh.
And EG's extension, it really catches Caillou for a loop. The leader gone.
30
EG haven't even planted yet.
Mitch doesn't see the top of the buns of where Bonnie was at, but Alvin still gets that pick. It's a nice 2v2, but they've closed that gap, playing in the back of the site with Stingers. This is still very good for EG's position.
Alvin to get that too while jumping up on the window, like that usually messes anybody up. And now we're flipping sides. Alvin quicker to the trigger, but Jake gets the last laugh. Now up against Bonnie, who's on the spike. And oh, God, he didn't hold it. I was worried if Jake was going to get there in time, but Bonnie wants to win the war, not just the fight, and he will do so, getting M80 to double digits.
Just unfortunate, too, that he had no stars to work with for Jake. A forced buy they have from EG, and they utilized a lot of that util just to try to take site control. And Bonnie does an excellent job on that 1 versus 1. A jump spot, sees nobody towards Secret, so then he goes for the stun right into the flowers because he knows that these guys are playing as a group, especially right over here when Jakey got that trade-off against that first swing. So gets him fully stunned. Jake can't do anything about it. And that was a great round that was salvaged by M80. I think they really got surprised by the Stinger buy and how aggressive EG was to push towards that spawn. But they still have players that have tremendous firepower, and you have Bonnie still alive. He's definitely going to be able to give you chances to win that round.
The Outlaws.
They just got spotted.
And the Outlaws are always been... Oh, not the haircut. Not the haircut. He was meditating. Give him a chance. He was finding relaxation. Zerona can't sleep either. Well, now he can, just 6 feet under. And M80 just outthinking EG in that moment. And outgunning them. Can't forget about that. But EG just needed to make this an expensive round. And now you got Caillou wall banging too. Won't be flawless, but it will be secure. M80 still have 4 in tow.
Last player standing.
Just need to actually retake, and with, I think, the biggest threat gone. Wait a minute, maybe the threat is Pancakes, but just with that Sheriff, you know, you never know what he can do. But up to 11, this is feeling impossible now for EG.
It looks so close too. It was definitely looking like a very close half that we're going to witness here on the second half after EG salvaged like the last 2 rounds of regulation. Yeah, that going into astral form. If you stay crouched, you're not going to be spotted, but in astral form, you just hook up a little bit and it becomes an easy kill there for Bonnie with the Outlaw, and that doesn't give you enough util to support towards the A site as you're trying to go for that plant to try to at least get some money. At least you got the plan. I guess I'll say that. Yeah. But right now it's not looking the best here for EG. Ever since they started the second half, they have had 2 moments in the pistol and the second round to almost make it doable for them. As they lost that second round on the force buy, you're forced on an eco on the third, so it was a high risk you're trying to do. Unfortunately, you couldn't convert it, so you had to go on a save in the previous round, and M80 is getting closer to finish out the series against you. Now you're hoping that you have the best attack side ever now that you have weapons to work with.
EG just really struggle at setting the tone when they start off on defense, and very map dependent too. We talked about M80 having a lot more experience on this as of late. EG boxing in the site with the Cosmic Divide, and they get the first blood as M80 just stagger in to see who their new neighbor is. And M80, 3 versus 5, we'll have to regroup here with Caillou, who will trigger the wall if he goes through spawn.
I wonder what forced him to swing out of that Cosmic Divide. I don't know if Nismo tried to throw some flashes through the wall for them to peek through, but Alvin Boy and Bonnie got instantly punished out of that one. Very difficult to do when you've already taken A site control. Look at where Caillou's at. He's already walking up. You maybe would have expected there was a 5-man hit through that Cosmic Divide. So it's their turn to try to do a high risk, high reward type of play for the defensive side. And hell, why not? Because you're leading 11-4. But there's small mistakes here that could easily be capitalized by EG Academy that could keep this game close.
It's the ult advantage for EG, and now it's up to Pancakes to try and buy them around with the Hunter's Fury, and could be just an A site hit. I think you would profit a lot more on that side of the map. how close it is, but it's not close is the gap in the score. And I think that's a lot of pressure on the players from EG, but they've been through thick and thin, but now it's about kind of working on their map pool going from here on out. And especially having kind of these weak starts on defense is not helping them, because I think they can stay close once they're warmed up, but comeback potential is not good here.
They're definitely in the thin portion of it right now, because the chances are thin for them to really try to catch up in this game. M80 has been quite dominant so far in this map of Pearl. The new comp that you're bringing out here for EG doesn't seem to be working out as intended and as planned. They've already found good results, as I mentioned before, for NRGA when we were playing this type of Tejo and Wele in the past and trying to find that information early. But EG can't seem to replicate that type of success for now.
Valvin. It's a different look from him too, and he's got Nismo in the wings, but he's actually flying away elsewhere. A lot of trust in Alvin Boy here.
They have to wait for everything pretty much, right? They drone towards one extremity and the other for Mitch and Pancakes. They've already used a recon dart as well. The Interceptor canceled out the drone too, so they have to wait for the next wave for that recon dart to come back up. So a lot of time is going to get wasted. And the more time is being wasted, the more now that Alvin Boy is going to get some sort of help. There's a flashbang to peek. Gets the kill. TV's out.
30 seconds
not tradable, and if anything, Nismo could pick up the slack, and he's picking up bullets with his body, and that's not what you wanted from the defense. And Bonnie's skipping away through the flowers, and now he's going to be smelling them too. What is going on with M80? Kind of leaving these gaps for EG to exploit. 12 seconds. M80 could try to prevent the plant, but it's too little too late. Spaz had a good effort. Now it's EG, went from a flawless round to now 4 people still alive in this round. That's how you build up your economy, and you build up mainly the morale for what looks to be a marathon of a Pearl coming up.
Yeah, if Kaplan's calling a timeout in this next round, it's to make sure here that M80 are a little bit more disciplined on how they're trying to make these plays. Because again, remember a couple of rounds ago when they Cosmic Divided, or they're trying to fight through the Cosmic Divide, they got instantly punished. This time around, they were expecting, okay, well, for the last couple of rounds, EG seem to have been finding results by staying as a group pack, a pack for the entries and for the execution. So nobody should be lurking, right? Especially Mitch. But they should have known Mitch already droned out towards the A side at the very beginning, so he should be inserted somewhere along that map to be able to cut rotates. And maybe that call out wasn't mentioned for the people rotating across, and Bonnie gets punished out of that one. So they have to be a little bit more vocal of what gaps are there and what needs to be covered. And there you go. Kaplan's going to have that conversation now, unless it's a tech pause.
Bad. Okay, you're good. Been bad at cursing that, but G's still have to double their score, and it's, hey, the post plants look stronger now when they get gifted these picks, when M80 are sitting as individuals and not being traded out. I did like what Alvin Boy did there. It's just sucks that Nismo just got mowed down through the smoke.
Yeah, the good news right now is that these mistakes are happening very early in the second half, and he still has such a comfortable lead that as these layers start to be shown by EG when they're trying desperate strats to try to catch up in this game, this is all being learned by M80 that could start plugging now the holes from this timeout moving on forward. And they still have one more time. Oh, actually, this is the last timeout that they have for this map. But if as soon as they get some sort of victory here, then you're probably going to see Fade call a timeout himself, because they're going to get pretty close to high ult rounds for Mitch and for B-Dog, and they wanted to try to go for a desperate play, and it allows Kaplan to go for another anti-strat to try to counteract all of that. But who knows what's really going to happen within this round, because they've invested in a funny way. We have an Odin for Caillou and a Bucky for Bonnie, and the rest are on pistols.
Literally a mixed bag.
Yeah.
For M80, but
and there's no big ults to follow up around the Odin from Caillou's, like for example, like I don't know, a KO ult. I guess there's still Bonnie with the overdrive. From their position right now, I'm just thinking that they're waiting for a side exec so that Caillou could start spraying with the Odin, and then Bonnie plays it close with the Bucky where they're trying to run him down. Seems to be working so far. They have the perfect read. 5 players over on this A site, and EG are walking right into that trap.
And how conservative are EG going to be with their ultimates? Like, Steel Garden's usually something you do
you won't
before
use
you
it,
get
right?
into the site, right? Like, you would
Well,
think,
yeah.
oh, this is easy.
They won't use it because they're thinking M80 is going to be on an eco, especially with Alvin Boy dying with the pistol first.
It's a good sign for EG. Get the drone in. Oh, they just heard that Bonnie shotgun within. And B-Dog just gets on top of it, literally. Caillou with the Odin, though, is making this a bullet hell. And with the Steel Garden invested from Zerona, and they go down to party. It's Caillou in a 1 versus 2 with an Odin. Better than anything else M80 brought into this round. Even got the drone left over. One's on the other side of the box. Got the ping too. Surely nobody, the EG swings this right. You just stay in cover. Oh, Caillou, he's a laser. Here's the swing, and Jake beats him to the punch.
Swings as soon as Caillou unscopes. Again, as he drones in, he hears the footsteps from Zerona going towards stairs, but then he also spots the Astra playing and looking to lean towards that right side. So he's hoping that, you know, swinging towards that right side is the right call, because it's the biggest threat that you have to break the crosshair placement and try to go for that. So he's expecting for Jakey to swing at that spot. And then they played the mind games, and Jakey was just a little bit quicker. And I respect that too. It was a close call. I think that drone also from Pancakes allowed for them to really set up into that moment, because that spotted the Bucky. That allowed, therefore, the double dash from B-Dog to get value. And also, as they avoid the Odin spray, they call out the ult so that at least they cancel out the Odin against the pistols for the rest of the team of M80. So well done.
Oh, buddy. Oh, my God. These flicks are insane. He keeps getting away with it. Even when you catch him lacking, Hunter's Fury from Pancakes just puts down the red carpet of victory to EG. 3 versus 3. They have the smokes in place. Cosmic Divide, though, will force EG to play within the site. At least if they want to back each other up, as Zerona. Another jump up from Alvin. This time disengages from the 1v1. Zerona's trying to get proactive against the retake here of M80. M80 have to address that, and that's more time. Precious seconds, and Alvin steadies his aim. The rest from M80 follow through on the site. Each are split from each other, but they have one goal in mind, and it's to protect the spike. And it's shaky from EG. You got post plants from Pancakes. The defuse only starts now. Last few seconds, and M80 pull it off. A huge moment for Alvin.
That was just great protocols from M80 too, and you're seeing that experience come in from, you know, the leadership from Nismo and how they want to re-clear. As they spot Zerona on the top of Flowers, and you see their reposition from Alvin Boy, as they double walk back from Secret into main, they're like, nobody's really aggressing us here from Art and from A main, so they're definitely playing Pulse Plan. This is our time now to focus on just pinching into Zerona and continuously have 3 versus 1 on the retakes. So they eliminate the first layer. Then the second step onto the staircase with a big pop flash. And there was a nice pendulum swing towards the end. And then you're playing 3 versus 1. And the victory comes in from M80. That's exactly what we're talking about here. The timeout from Kaplan was trying to make sure that the protocol was there. And it was there. They got the defuse. They got a clean victory on the retake. Now it forces out the timeout. But the timeout, when I was mentioning that you're able to get to very close ults from B-Dog and from Mitch, or from Pancakes, a lot of it was being utilized in the previous rounds to try to make it 7-12 or make it to 7-12 here at this point. So now for fading in the next conversation here is, do we want to try to work towards an ult and go for the explosion as we have been, and we've been finding success here for EG off these very aggressive takes from B-Dog's tip of the spear entries, and utilize something like an Armageddon on top of that to support? So are we going to try to slow play and try to grab an orb, or are we just going to try to use the util we have across our kit? Because we know we don't have too much util on the side of M80 to stall if they're able to avoid Nismo in the first place with his knife.
This is kind of what happened on Haven. M80 break the win streak. They pull all the wind out of the sails of EG, and as long as M80 trade rounds after having a strong first half, it will eventually end in their favor. So now there's no more round buffer for EG. It has to be perfect from here on out, and that is going to affect the decision making. There's so many experienced players on EG in terms of TAC FPS, and Maybe it's just Zerona's lurk that might have to be pulled back a bit just to create any unnecessary risk. But other than that, you see how EG are taking this so slow.
I mean, they're so comfortable, though, from the way that they're playing it, right? Every single angle is being watched. You have Bonnie with the AWP watching towards the top. You have Nismo watching the Art walk down. Kayu's playing towards spawn to support on both ends with the Hunter's Fury, despite what happens here. So now you're forcing EG's hand to make some noise, and they're clearing out util towards middle. But this is still perfect right now for Kayu to get value out of his Hunter's Fury with now a crossfire setup on this A site.
Nice. With the knife there. EG being able to take this position easily off of the Mitch drone, but Caillou will just ruin the plans of EG. Taking out a big entry point off this attack, but I don't think this team survives or even thrives off of Bonnie. It's been the teamwork from EG. No, I missed a whiff, but it's traded. Now only 2 left for EG with their series lives on the line. Pancakes that can maybe suppress a bit with the shock bolts, but he's about to be spotted.
They saw him.
We just the quiver there at the back, but he does not care. If anything, forces the hand from Pancakes.
One enemy remaining.
Now M80. Ooh. Now there's an op they have to consider, along with Pancakes. Manages to get out, to defuse halfway, just to buffer out M80 a bit more. Spaz tried to stick the defuse, doesn't work out. EG get another life.
And that's fair too. I like how they're playing that that recon with the razor vines, because you're staying crouched in that. You have no choice but to stay in position. Even if you let go of the spike, you can't even move into a different position. If you do, an audible call is going to get heard, and you know that they're off the spike. So now you can just jump in, try to catch him in there, and get that pick. Very nice try, though, for Nismo. He did whatever he could on that A site to mow down 2 players and give a chance for M80 to go for that retake. There was such a nice little spark from Kayu's getting results out of the Hunter's Fury as well, but EG prevails. And now a stack that you have an eco from M80, as close as these rounds have gone back and forth. As soon as somebody loses a round, it pretty much breaks the bank. Now for EG, if they lose a round, it's game over for M80. If they lose a round here, they can at least buy into the next. And it's the 5-pack mentality off the Cosmic Divide. Something very standard that they're currently doing from EG, because they got successes out of that one in the past.
I guess if you have the ult, use it. I just thought maybe if M80 are on a save, maybe save that for the future rounds, but EG trying to make the job a bit easier. Now keeping their distance off the Tejo drone, but B-Dog gets snuffed out from within the smoke. You don't want to give M80 chances. You don't want to give them a rifle either. I don't even think they can get it, but M80, they just get rained down upon with an Armageddon. And now EG feel like they have to invest even more just to get M80 off the defuse and off the spike. And yeah, EG closed it out, but it came at a cost.
It got so chaotic too, though, where they're like, oh crap, do we actually have this? Or are they actually off or not? It definitely looked like it was convoluted in comms, because there was just so many smokes on that spike. And Pancakes, though, getting to 4K, allowing himself to get the Hunter's Fury. I know what happened there that made things a little bit more difficult, because I saw so many smokes. I don't know if maybe we hit the wrong piece of util for Jakey with that star placed at the on that spike area, but nonetheless, the round still comes in for EG towards the end. And now they have, again, a new cycle of ults that they can work with. Getting very close now to the Steel Guardian from Zerona. They have the Hunter's Fury they could open up with right now, too. Alvin Boy has the evolution, though, so that's not going to affect him for the Hunter's Fury. He can anchor right at this spot and not get affected by anything.
Give that false sense of security to EG if that's what they want to lead with. They still have a recon, but they'll lean on the Mitch drone to sense that presence on the other side. The Hunter's Fury doing just that to try and evict these defenders. And Spaz still gets sought after. Nismo and Caillou get there in time to keep this defense afloat. And now the spike from EG is on the other side of a smoke, which is about to dissipate. Cakes. The jig is up. Now it's time to show up, and he shows himself out 13-9 in favor of M80. What a series.
Yeah, good job here for EG to keep it competitive, at least at some point But you're looking at the first map and the third map where M80 had too much of a great lead going into the second half, that it was just going to be an uphill battle no matter what. But good on them to keep it close, but good on M80 to also look a little bit cleaner from matches to matches, and also not expecting this compositional change from EG and still staying at the upper hand on that third map here on Pearl.
A great team effort from EG, really good ideas, and just M80, and to have a strong map pool like that, to be able to bring out Pearl and suss out the weaknesses of EG. But it is only halfway through our stage, a lot of time to work on these things, and that means also that M80 will be up 2-1 in the standings, will be at the upper echelon of the pack, and it'll be exciting to also check in with M80 in terms of what are their plans for the second half of this stage and how it's all going, and we'll find out more from Liz and friends after this.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe, and trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got footwork looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek, bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, folks, your first team to win today is M80, taking down Evil Geniuses Academy 2-1. Oh my God, my voice. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm Rose Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk, and my allergies are still acting up, which is not great. But we are here. And Emily, to go straight to you, I think the M80 that we wanted to see kind of come forward in this entire best of 3 is the M80 that we saw on Pearl.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's what we wanted, right? We saw it get a little bit tough to close out there for M80 in the end, but at the end of the day, they did it. They closed it out. They did what they couldn't do in the past couple of best of threes that we got to witness, especially I think their first one. But I want to still give a shout out to EG because they played this map pretty well, especially in that first half. I felt like they had great mid-round fights, you know, kind of just being in unexpected off angles, especially Mitch. Like, I think he had an insane map for what, you know, what we're normally seeing him. He was kind of brawling, and it was insane to see him getting some of these multi-kills. But then, obviously, M80, they adapted. They started kind of grouping up more, walking up on them, and just kind of popping on them with, obviously, flashes coming in from Nismo. And then when we flipped that half, it just felt like, you know, M80 was struggling a little bit. We saw them when pistol, we saw them when the anti-eco. But after those first initial rounds, they started to struggle a bit. I think EG's execs were insane. I think their ult usage as well was insane, especially coming in from Pancakes. Always getting a pick or two with it, maybe even 3 sometimes. He was honestly felt like an unstoppable force for the side of EG.
Yeah, we talked about how much utility there was in the composition that Evil Geniuses was running. You got the Waylay with the Saturate, and then you got Jake, who was also so good at being like proactive with a lot of those stars that get put down on top of Mitch's Tejo and then Pancakes that Emily was just talking about on that Zova. It just becomes so overwhelming when it comes down to like taking those sites, and I think that Evil Geniuses Academy on that attacking side did a really good job of layering that utility, so it was really difficult for M80 to hold comfortably. But I think overall, now taking a look at how this timeline ended up panning out, despite the fact that, you know, it was a great attempt at a comeback, unfortunately, I feel like EG just did not have enough rounds on that defensive side to really make that fight worth it. I think that there could have been a different story, maybe go to OT or something else, with how the tail end of Pearl could have gone if Evil Geniuses could have found a few more answers to M80's attack. But like Emily was saying, it's also so hard when you have a KO and a Nismo who's playing spoiler. Sometimes he's with a pack. Sometimes he's belong doing his own thing. And you're like, okay, where are they going? Because surely the KO is not lurking.
I think the one thing I also want to bring up to you guys, I'm gonna go to Emily first, is about that Veto that we saw. I think we had some questions about that Veto on M80 side. Alvin Boy, I presented maybe that would be a change that we saw upcoming with kind of Kaplan hinting about how well scrims were going, what they were learning from, but we didn't see that change. Alvin stays on the Veto, Emily, and it works out, I think, considerably well.
Yeah, I mean, especially in that first half, using it to deny any early A main info or utility, causing them to, the side of EG, kind of just have to walk up and take a gamble there on an eco. You know, they couldn't use any utility to kind of take that space. So on the side of M80, they kind of always had that, and then they were able to kind of work towards mid, which is a similar thing that we saw on Haven. We saw them kind of taking space in one area, conditioning that, okay, we can win these fights, so that it opens up the rest of the map for them, leaving EG scared of that the entire half.
I think it's important to kind of bring up, like, I think a lot of times we kind of been putting, for all of these teams, you know, here's what we want to see them improve on, here's what we want to see them do. And M80 just kind of takes that and runs with it, including, but not limited to, the wonderful Nismo, who I think has had the most incredible, Emily, return to being a player, a 330 ACS, which at 3.0 KD, you know, it's like, I'm laughing because it's not surprising whatsoever. It's Nismo.
Dude, I mean, something about Nismo and KO, they just go hand in hand. They are the perfect pair. The pair that you just don't want to go against. He was so, I don't know what other word to use, and I'm using this in a positive sense, annoying on KO. Genuinely, his utility coming in to support the entire team on both halves was outstanding. The way that he was kind of able to create and take and clear space all on his own, it was just like EG did not have an answer for it.
And I know that we're really focusing on the KO and what he was able to bring to the table here on Pearl, but Nismo was, for me, one of the MVPs on the side of M80 for this entire series. I know that when it came down to Haven, maybe we didn't get to see like a star-studded kind of really pop-off performance on the Omen, but both on Haven and Lotus, I think his utility was so good. It's so important. He's just so good at putting himself in those supportive moments where he can look to throw the paranoia out for the team if it's not going to be the KO flashes, and just always at the right moment at the right time. And it was really nice to see this come together for Nismo, who is just popping off on the day.
Behind every great player is an even greater coach, and I'm so happy to bring forward for Phillips Marilko post-match interview, the one, the only Coach Kaplan of M80. Sir, come to the front. Take a seat. I have questions to ask, and you have answers to give me. First of all, welcome and congratulations on a spectacular win. My first question to you is about Nismo. You spoke to me in our DMs. You said Nismo was a great friend, and the coaching has brought a lot. I want to ask you about kind of working with him now. Kind of, he, of course, coaching, his side of coaching and his tenure with coaching has brought him a lot of learning. What have you brought to his play style now? Because you've been separated for years at this point, and now kind of coming back together very suddenly. What have you brought to help him kind of make him the even better Nismo that we see today?
Yeah, I think both of us have more experience for sure, obviously, than on Ghost. And I think that we're much more unified in how we want to lead the team. Like, how can we talk to set the energy right with the guys? What can we do to look out for them? How can we assist each other in keeping our goals straight, keeping our vision straight as a team? I think he always had that in him, and I always had that in me, but we just work a lot better together now that we have that experience. I think we kind of bounce off each other a lot.
I mean, if I'm doing the mental math in my head right, and this is going to sound weird, you two are the older folks on the team, right? In your late 20s versus your
both early 30s. Yeah.
I'm
flattered though. Thank you.
I got you. But I think, it's something that we talk about with a lot of these intangibles is that emotional maturity, is that emotional leadership. I would love to hear more about that from you and how he and both you kind of impact the team in this way, especially coming so suddenly into the stage 2 run.
Yeah, I think that Kai's doing a really good job with his emotional leadership for sure. He got dealt a tough hand, I would say, in the last few months, right? A bit of an unfortunate situation, and he's really taken it in stride. I see him having a lot of confidence in the server with his calling and finding that very quickly. And it's just clear he's really thoughtful about the fact that he is an IGL on the team. He's coming from an experienced team, even if it was a short tenure. I think he knows the responsibility he has to lead the guys and the impact he can have, and I always knew it's obvious from trialing him that he has it in him to lead. He has that side of IGLing, and I'm really impressed with it. So, yeah, no surprise there, and he's nailing it.
I think another question I had about Caillou is, I think we were discussing in the green before that this is a hard meta to call in. The meta is shifting, especially, you're coming from VC America's 2 challengers where they're very different tiers and very different kind of ways of playing the game. How has that adjustment been coming into kind of the challengers meta with the shifts that have come in with the patch notes recently?
It's been really nice, to be honest. I think the game's a bit deeper right now. I know people are terrified of the Neon Waylay, as am I. It's definitely, sometimes it seems fast, but I actually think with Yoru out of the picture, the game's slowing down a bit, and you can be a bit more thoughtful about how you're playing strategically because you don't have an agent just teleporting from one side of the map to the other at any given time. I think it's a really good meta for Caillou as an IGL. I think it's nice timing. It's quite convenient. I think we're pretty happy with how the game feels right now.
And my last question for you is something I've asked everyone. I think, M80 right now are making a huge name for themselves within stage 2, coming in, kind of taking down all of these big names. As the coach of the team and as someone who has kind of observed from the outside for a little bit coming into stage 2, where do you see M80 in kind of the bigger zeitgeist of Challengers North America?
I have plenty of confidence that we can be at the absolute top when it matters most, which is I am hungry. I'm very hungry to be back on that VCT stage. I'm really excited to have the chance at it with this team. I think this team is incredible. I think we'll be incredible. Right now, though, we do need to realize that we're a young team, that we have a lot of growing to do. I'm very confident in the end result, but we got to be patient and take it a game at a time. And no promises on where we're at any week, but I promise we'll be there in the end. Yeah, we'll be right at the top.
Well, I love to hear it, Kaplan. Congratulations. I'll let you go. Enjoy your win.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Late 30s, and that's on me. As someone in my late 20s, my brain's already going. But stay right there. We're going to take a little bit of a break because our next game is YFP versus NRGA Academy. Welcome back, everyone. It is YFP versus NRG Academy, our second game of the day, or at least second streamed game of the day. Our first non-streamed or co-stream game, Azure Dragon Gaming took down Shopify Billion Black, but that was great. We're moving on to YFP versus NRG Academy, formerly known as Maryville University, but really have been kind of taking the NRG name in stride and running with it.
They really have, and under new leadership there as well, right? I think for NRG Academy, they've looked so good stepping into stage 2. And overall, I feel like this team, it felt like they kind of slowed down, like the core of it slowed down towards the end of stage 1 of VCL this year after stunning us at the end of 2025. But now, it feels like we're so back, baby. Like, I feel like they're kind of like reinvigorated in the server, and I think the adjustments are looking really good, but I still think it's going to be a tough matchup up against this YFP squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at YFP, they're the team that was one match away from making playoffs, and now they're back with a new roster, but they already feel comfortable with each other. They don't look like they're a new roster. They don't look like a team that's made a bunch of big changes, but here we are, matched up against NRG. On both of these teams on fire, just kind of waiting to see who's going to come out on top.
And I mean, looking at these folks on YFP, you have Coach Joe, who I think has just been such a mainstay within Challengers. And also these folks that we in here, we have folks like Stallion, Darkus, and Vita stepping in here into the YFP squad. And to their credit, they are 2-0 in the Swiss stage, just like NRGA are coming forward. Emily coming in here with this kind of, you can talk about strength of schedule, you can talk about a lot of different things, but 2-1 and 2-0 are both, impressive stats.
Yeah, no, for sure. Especially, like I said, with a newer roster, we're saying hello to Vita and Ziff. And so far, they've only had success. You have a Duelist now that excels in those first kills and space making, and a Senti that has been dropping numbers on a team that already has 3-star players and can confidently close out the matches. So I'm excited to see how they deal going against a little bit more of a structured and disciplined team like NRGA.
Yeah, I think that's the scary part about this YFP squad. I can't. Okay, wow. Anyways, they have so much firepower on this roster. It's like any one of these players could absolutely light it up in the server. There are times where I remember just seeing even just last split or previous teams that Darkus has been on and has been the IGL for. Sometimes when everything goes wrong, Darkus will just be like, yeah, so I'm just going to start popping off now, and he'll just make plays for himself. So this is a team to definitely be feared, but the chaos that they can create versus the structure that Emily was talking about on the other side is going to be a fun head-to-head to watch.
And part of that chaos is one of their players, Jack, coming in here for our player highlight of the day on YFP. Emily, someone looking at a 296 ACS. I mean, not surprising, but also just dang.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of star players, Jack has been kind of taking that spotlight and being the highest rated player so far with that 300 ACS in stage 2 on that initiator role. And I think it's so interesting how he plays, because obviously he definitely prioritizes setting up his team. But as soon as all that util is thrown, as soon as everyone is where they need to be, he comes alive and just starts frying, no matter who he's going against, no matter what team, is kind of being the battle that he has to take down. He is there willing to do it and winning these fights.
And I'm glad that Jack has another chance to prove himself today, as well as the entirety of YFP against NRG Academy, who, as Ash said, are under this new leadership of someone. If you told me that they would be calling in Challengers, I would be like, that's crazy. But also at the same time, Net stepping in here, being an incredible caller for NRG Academy under the tutelage of MCE, coming in this established group of incredible folks. Ash, I mean, looking at that schedule right there, 2-1, defeating Core, our stage 1 champions. Brilliant stuff from NRG Academy.
No, really. And I think that the experience that Net gets to bring to the table here for NRG Academy is just so amazing here for this squad. We talked about how they looked a little revitalized, a little bit revamped with a different perspective now on the meta that we've seen continue to develop with the Yoru changes changing how things have been flowing here. And NRG Academy look very comfortable. And I think it's always hard when you have, a core 4 who then has a new leader coming into the fray. It's really not easy to integrate into a system that's been set for a couple of years when you're looking at this previously Maryville squad, and impressive to see Net slotting in so seamlessly.
Yeah, I mean, a new leader, a new shift in the meta. I'm think that the first two best of threes that they were playing, they were really still trying to find themselves and find what style fits them the best with all these changes. And today I'm just looking for a little bit of a more solidified identity.
And part of that identity will come from Shondex, our player highlight for NRG Academy. I feel like every single time we talk about Shondex, Ash, we're like, please pay attention to him. Please trust us when we say that Shondex is incredible. And every single time we go, you guys, please listen. But truly, I think he's a name that kind of gets forgotten in kind of the duelist kind of area of challengers, but he is so good.
He really is. And doing it while working across 3 different roles on top of that, right? Like, in that matchup that we saw for them up against Core, who just won last split, Shondex was playing a Vice, a Waylay, and an Omen. So just very different approaches to how he's going to be working his own micro within a round, and having that kind of flexibility in a player is really impressive with the consistency that we've seen him on as well. It's just so nice to see him really coming to light in the server. I think that dynamic and the adaptability that he has works really well for a team that's continuing to discover their identity, like Emily was saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think, seeing Shonex's journey going from last year being like a perma-senti on SAD to, in this first best of 3 that we saw in stage 2, being perma Waylay and now turned flex, like you were kind of talking about, that second best of 3. I think the fact that he's able to do that and also perform on every agent, he's such a smart player. He has a great understanding at roles within the team. And the fact that he's just willing to be able to be that flex and step up and allow Renz to kind of take that main duelist role on that Neon, it's really impressive. And also, he's just such a team player for being able to do that.
I'm glad you mentioned Renz, because for our Philips Norelco head-to-head, it is Renz and Vita coming here. Vita meaning Latin for life, but you all didn't know that. 9 years of Latin come through. But here we are looking at kind of this Neon head-to-head, Emily, right here. I think we had our Duelist head-to-head, Philips Norelco head-to-head last match as well, but really this is the one I'm really excited for us to focus on, because I think Vita, to speak for myself a little bit, I think has a little bit of a kind of ground to cover and a little bit more to prove.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously being the new addition to YFP, so far he hasn't been putting up insane numbers, but I still think that he's a great fit. Like, he's not the kind of duelist that's just going to drop 30 and carry the whole team on his back to get to that win. But he also doesn't have to be for this roster. He does a great job at getting those first initial fights, getting those first kills and creating space, allowing his team to kind of take over and close out the round for him. And he's doing that so well.
I love that you mentioned the first bloods, because that's the stat that stands out the most to me between these 2 duelist players. Like, Vita is currently leading in those opening engagements for stage 2, and it's so impressive to do so at a 28% win rate on the first blood engagement. For Renz, it's a little bit lower, but don't be mistaken. I think that they have very similar styles, actually, despite, the chaos versus the controlled look for YFP versus NRGA Academy. For YFP, you've got Vita going in there. He's up in your face. He's opening up that round. But at the same time, you still have players like Jack who are following up so close by to be able to get those trades and capitalize on that space that's being taken. Even though Renz isn't necessarily winning those first engagements in the same kind of way, he's making that space for his team, and again, has a squad within NRGA Academy that is so good at following up on that space creation and ensuring that those trades are happening, and even being, often like Renz is causing that chaos, being that first one in, and somebody else is actually getting that first blood off of what he's created for them. But taking a look at this map Veto right now, Emily, I think, again, it's interesting because so early into the regular season, there are a lot of maps that we haven't seen from some of these teams, right? But this overall looks pretty strong for both sides.
No, it does. I was just going to say that. It feels pretty 50-50. You have Bind, where you've seen NRGA play, and they've had very, very close games on it, obviously going through a couple of different comp shifts to kind of find success in it, but at the end of the day, they did. And then you have Lotus, which is kind of YFP's bread and butter. I think so far they are undefeated on the map, and they do like to play it as much as possible. And in Haven, both teams are pretty good at we've seen so far. So it does feel a little bit more even than that first map pool that we had in the first best of 3 of the day. So I'm excited to see, because it's going to be a battle of who can actually win or maybe even steal the other team or the other opponent's map pick.
I think what's going to be really interesting when it comes down to Bind being our first map as well. We talked about a little bit about how stuff has been hidden and whatnot for the side of YFP. That's something that we haven't seen before. I'm curious to see if they're going to lean into some previous compositions. But before I cook too much on that, I think we have a little bit more to chat about.
Of course we do, and it is our predictions. And I want to speak for the desk that we were all correct just now. We're gonna give it up for the desk. Everyone say go ladies go, because we are correct. But I believe we have, one of us might be wrong. Well, two of us also might be wrong. But Ash, I mean, odd one out. I'm gonna go to you first. You talked a lot about YFP and kind of, you know, Jack following Vita. Why overall did you lean to YFP as your prediction?
This is hard, guys. Okay, it was really hard to do this prediction this afternoon, like before we got into the green room and everything. But for me, I think that seeing Ziff coming back in here, Vita has been so impressive on those openings. Like, to me, you got a round opener, you got a round closer. And when I was talking a little bit about what we would maybe see when it comes down to our agent select here for Bind, considering it's a map that YFP have not pulled out since last split, this is just about what I was anticipating. To be honest, this is the same composition that YFP had run previously during stage 1. I think it did look really good with the amount of space that Darkus is able to clear on the attacking side to help set Vita up on that waylay for those entries. The corner clearance from that Tejo is so strong, and Ziff, he's one of the OG Sentinel players within tier 2. You know he's gonna have those Viper timings down pat.
See, I feel very confident on my prediction just because I'm seeing the double duels being pulled out by NRGA, which is what worked for them when they played Bind a second time around so far this stage. I think one of the main factors for me is seeing Renz having to kind of be that solo duelist, which we haven't seen since this new meta change, but it's just a little bit of an adjustment period for him. But we don't have to worry about that yet because we are getting the double duelist. Donnex and Renz feel like the dynamic duo. They bring a lot of chaos to the map, and that's exactly what I'm expecting to see going up against YFP today.
Well, folks, our desk may be divided with our predictions, but our casters are united, both going for NRG Academy. So can YFP prove a lot of us wrong? Listen over to your casters, Vansili and Lemon Kiwi.
Well, we're here in our second series to determine who will get their first loss of the stage between YFP and NRG Academy. And we already said our first series was match of the day, but this one's for a lot of marbles. Not all of them, but some of them, fans.
Yeah, but a huge chunk and a lot is being gambled going into this for YFP. So we haven't really seen them really play this map yet with this new with this new team rather, and they're pulling out a little bit of everything coming out from this today. We've seen some Teo in the past from like the EMEA side where Fnatic was using it a lot too, but they're also trying to use the current meta with the Waylay utility on top of that, but also going into the new patch changes by utilizing a lot of Sky, which is Jack's been using a lot in this series. Actually coming up to Lotus right after, we might see that as well. So we'll see how this is going to pan out now for YFP, but I think the identity that they have right now is to try to be very aggressive for Vita off of the util from Jack. So we'll see if that's going to be the story of this matchup on this first map of Bind.
Yeah, who could be a more independent duelist and who can better support their team when you just add more initiators into the mix. And YFP will get to see how those plans develop on their attack first. Having already like the Tejo getting into the meta more, you get so much information off the drone, but I don't know if you're gonna see this gap coming. The way that net is just all of a sudden behind YFP through an area that you usually watch through Belong. Now going through spawn though, once this hit happens, that's gonna be a consideration, but hopping on into the action is YFP.
The issue is I don't think this push from net is going to do too much. What should have happened was that we should have seen a flash coming out from Giza to get like mid-round info so that net could be in a better position. Now as he has to re-clear towards long, it's being watched from Sands. He's going to get cornered, if not traded from Darkus at the top as well. Well, never mind. Darkus exposed himself first.
Well, you're right on your prediction on the last series, but that's okay.
Well, at least he's not punished by Ziff, like I said, right? So.
But NRG are winning, and wow, they didn't even have to kill Ziff. They just simply defused. So that does worry me, at least for the future. Yeah. Joking around aside that YFP just have gaps like that, but the retake was strong from NRG, and at least the flank did something. We got one.
What I was trying to say as well with the miss from not getting any information as well is that if you're not going to be flashing at those moments and YFP somehow says, okay, well, we've walked into the site, we've had zero contact and zero opposition, we have an opportunity to push back towards that spawn. Then as everybody's rotating and scrambling from the A site over to B, they could get punished right away. But thankfully, YFP played far back. Now they're about to get punished by this judge potentially.
Only you didn't get distracted by the little insect on the floor, because that shotgun could have done some serious damage to YFP. And A stalemate that turns to a bloodbath. NRG holding on strong as YFP collapse and fumble out of the hookah section. And Ziff to try to deny some of these weapons in the bonus, and only really 2 of them will be carried through for NRG.
One thing I like as well is being somebody that's been casting this game since the beta days is to still see players like Ziff around, right? Somehow this stage of Challengers has seen a lot of like older names really come back from the woodworks and trying to make their mark. Maybe one last hurrah, try to make it to champs too, because you don't have to go through like this whole hire me please so I could get into the VCTs. Now you could actually make it through hard work, and they realize here now that they have that opportunity to do so. To play with a team and try to make it to that stage. And Ziff has always been one of those players that's been very good as a controller / Cypher player in the past. I'm thinking about Pittsburgh Knights days, and it's good to see him continue on the stage now.
On the other side, you kind of have a similar story with Net and all of his years and experience attack FPS.
Yeah.
He gets to kind of elevate already this team with so much chemistry. And okay, the dog is after Shondex there, or a Net, I should say. But Spike got planted in front of Net's eyes. Nice headshot. Stallion had to deal with the little bait and switch. Bit of a ruse. And the defense is trying to come around through the shower side, and YFP have to leave the situation. They've now abandoned the spike. So I don't think there's much Darkest and Ziff can do. Salvo's left. Drone back in, but it's good delay from the YFP side. Now you're just getting on the defuse now that Tejo is gone. You feel like all your problems have faded away as well.
Could have been dangerous too for YFP though. Veto was doing a great job just getting her first pick, getting that shorty kill on that second one that was low HP into the showers, but a little bit of a miscomm where I think it was whoever died there into showers in the first place didn't really call for Veto that there was a second player, that the sky was also coming across for Giza. So he gets picked off from the back, but they get the plant down to make it expensive for NRG on a big buy going to this round here. It looked like it was an eco on the previous round too, because they forced bought on that second round after getting the plant. So now things are back to normal, but NRG, despite this, I like to call maybe bonus at this point, are still looking pretty good because they have still good weapons and seekers.
Had this proactive push there from NRG and didn't really result in much. Meanwhile, YFP got some looks over at the B side with all the smokes in the way. Despite the pick, blood, YFP aren't easily inspired to go that direction. If anything, they're flipping right back to A. Tejo drone in right in the middle and all the way to the back of the site. Could even get some information in U-Haul. That's why Tejo has been really nice on these maps. We even saw it on Pearl too. So YFP will end here at A. Those smokes to really hinder them. But it is the timing here from Shondex and how and when he wants to get involved. The orbital strike will delay things, so no spike yet, and even Stallion will benefit. Defense will delay with the ult. Now it's time to face the music. YFP already in their post-plant positions. Now Renz has to go clearing every little nook and cranny, and not a lot of warm bodies for NRG to do the swift, but the timing of catching 2 packs turned could have been disastrous for YFP, but they stabilize and take the round.
Good heads up play too for YFP. After they realized that one of their teammates fell to the backstab of Ange, that gets picked off here with the Guardian, they have the ult, Ange gets the ult available, so they went for the tap on the spike. They baited out this right here, that's saturated to their orbital strike. All 3 of them stay alive on this A side, so it makes the pulse plan even stronger for them, able to play a 4 versus 2. So a nice little look towards the end. There's still, what I'm noticing so far, that NRG Academy are taking big advantages of YFP not playing a Senti, so they are pushing them down a lot, which is also something that could be done on that second half, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Are you going to be crossing this site? Not with the smokes in place, but with these insertions from NRG. It catches YFP completely off guard. And now you barely feel safe for a plant. And now you consider there's not really other options. It already takes so much effort for YFP to get here. So you use what you have left to assess positions of NRG and really no information from Jack off the dog and showers.
Well, interesting. Why don't you plan and use Seekers instead? So then you get information on all 3. Looks like they want to do that to give the spike to Stallion, so they play the orbital strike to stall in the pulse plant if they can, instead of the Seekers for info. Why they're dogging is they're just trying to figure out where potentially a lurker could be, a flanker could be. And it's Shondex now coming in for short.
Speaking of Seekers, at least you get some from NRG's side. Going right over the U-Haul and right into YFP, and now there's a flank that you gotta address. Nice flash, and Shondex still wins that. Now he's feeling himself, gets in, little bait and switch. Giza picks up the kill, and NRG really solidifying themselves the lead.
Yeah, and we're rolling back the gears for the tech that Jack was trying to do. Just throwing the sky flash all the way up towards the air to throw it like a fake flash, like how Strong Legs used to do it back in the day. And now you can't really tap to pop that flash whenever you want. So you're just hoping that they turn away, and in that moment, that window allows for you to get that pick. Look at this. Turns away, back into it, and kills him fully blinded. So he kind of got lucky going into that one too. And NRG Academy are able to retake that site. So a nice attempt. Could have been a huge highlight reel for that 2v3 for Stallion and Jack. But NRG Academy are looking quite strong here on their defensive side.
This is off of a good couple of first kills from NRG, and it's a lot of these wins have been off of retakes, but because they've lightened the load so much, YFP before they plant, they're usually left with only 2 people from YFP on these post plants. So it's, especially for a site like A, it's very difficult. We'll see what YFP can do. No, they don't have to jump out of a Viper's wall, because that's really why YFP hated going to the B site. It's just a lot more smokes and a lot more chaos, it feels, on this side. At least that you have to actually cross through. YFP testing out hookah, and it's gonna back it away. Salvos try and catch NRG to force them forward. Darkest with a big pick, and Shondex wants to trade, and now he's overwhelmed by 2. Seekers that you wanted to see there from Jack, trying to lead the way. Is it enough to suppress? You throw the Armageddon into the mix too, and now the dog gets involved. Jeez, YFP are really proving to be the top dogs of this round. We're gonna need to pick up a lot more of those if you want to keep an NRG shadow.
Yeah, to capitalize on the first mistake. The gun sticking out behind the Viper wall from Ange, and then the rest followed suit, and great utility usage by YFP. The Seekers to dog to really clear out sites was super nice here from Jack. And yeah, everything you just saw it all unravel. I'm not going to enumerate every single piece of util that really cleared out the site, but the punishing blows were definitely towards that hookah control that you were trying to recontest here for NRG Academy. And it was almost like we are kind of nervous in a scenario here because we had a teammate that got hit by the conversions path on the attack side for Vita. So trying to save your teammate, trying to get into great positions, and unfortunately, you got caught off guard.
Yeah, it took heavy investments from YFP, but that may prove that swapping it up, getting into B is a hittable site, and there is going to be a way to crack those defenses of someone like Ned, who's going to be the biggest thorn in YFP's side when it comes to the left side of the map. And kind of what risks do NRG want to do? Because they've been able, like I said, to not win the round before it starts, but get so many picks that the retakes look so easy. So it depends on how early NRG want to be active on.
Yeah, and the silver lining too is that YFP's second round bye, despite them losing that round, they've still done some good econ damage against NRG Academy. So that doesn't really allow NRGA to get an op out early, and Renz has to play a rifle still. Now he's trying to jiggle to find some information at the same time, but these small dubs you're going to take for YFP is definitely small victories that could allow for you to win in the long run, right? If they actually win this round here, they're going to put NRG Academy onto an eco right away.
I'd would love if Ziff also planted if you wanted to pit up, especially if you're going to A. That could be really difficult to get through. Depending on how many, depending on what bells and whistles NRG have left at their disposal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at him. You have such a good positioning for Shondex. He's about to get this backstab onto the brimstone.
Beautiful combo with the flashes, the orbital strike to stop them from escaping, but you left the gap, and his name is Net. Jeez, a triple kill would look to be so assured for YFP. It's all thrown into the bin.
Shondex can even get his timing to get the backstab. Everybody's doing perfect anchoring on that front of that site, starting with Net. Net, after spraying for that second kill, there's a flash that actually hit right behind him from Giza that gives him the assist to be able to get that third kill. Look at this right here. Lines up the first two, Hear that flash being popped? There you go. It fully blinds his opponent, but Net is not even affected by it. Beautiful flash by Giza. And now that is what I was going to mention before here. A great position where YFP could break the economy from NRGA Academy, but they have such a strong hold on that A side previously that they've only lost, what, one player in the process, maybe two? The economy's still good on their side right now, so they've leveled out the playing field too, and they could maintain a stronghold on the defensive side.
Little peep from Sean Dex going through the TP, back over to B. But also there's something about Net where he's always at the right place at the right time. Just think about like the pistol flank where he goes undetected to just the whole site looks clear to YFP to just that one nook that they did not check. So you got to have all your bases covered if you're YFP, and none other than Vita's trying to get ahead of it, and he's out of it too. That is still a problem. He is going to try and reposition towards a position he can disengage in easier, at least follow up with the team, and the judge is also the executioner. And Renz just ruins the entry of YFP, and it's up to Vita to have to clutch this. This is insane. Heroics to heroics. Now a 1v1. Ace on the line here for Vita. And Giza is getting on his hill. He's getting to heaven. See how he does.
Vita has the ulti too after the plant, so he could just play tucked in. Oh, shows his hand though.
Nice time. You want to go for the ace. You could also just stall for time. Urgent paths. May have just affected Giza there, and now he's on the other side. Taps the spike. Looks pretty okay. He's even got a flash in the back pocket, but you can swing at any time. He looks the wrong way. Vita capitalizes, and it's the ace for YFP.
I was just mentioning at the desk before too when they did the highlight on Vita, where Liz was mentioning that Vita had a lot to prove, and he's definitely showing in the server right now how he can turn it around for the team. Because despite the amount of times they were trying to get an entry into the site, look at how much damage Renz did in the first place. They tried to go for the dive behind the smoke to take down Net, and Net somehow still stayed alive. But then it comes down to this: 0 assists. There's no flashes, nothing to help him out. He just brute forces his way in. Lines up to 2 kills as they're getting stuck towards the back of the site, and then plays that 1v1. Not necessarily to perfection, but gets it done for sure, and keeps YFP now back in the game.
What a showing too. An exciting player to watch. We get to see more of them, and the double dive flash simulator with, I guess it wasn't even the flash this time. Didn't even need it.
Yeah.
Vita delivers on these first bloods, and that's something that NRG have to adjust to, whether it's to give more space, whether to counter the dive somehow. Now just taking position through showers, maybe trying to wrap around the A short position.
That's some of the teams have been doing quite well too on how to adapt against the waylay double dash. You try to figure out where the limit of where he's dashing at from, and then just be just on the outside of it. Even if the saturate hits you, at least you're far enough range where you're not going to get hit by a shorty or a shotgun, right? So you got to readjust their positioning towards that back of the site, and you could have a much better stronghold on the defense. But that said, this is just an equal round that we currently have here for NRGA Academy this round.
Ren's getting active. Really trying to pull a miracle for the Sheriff squad. And man, they all fire at once. Net with 2. Ren's inspires them. And NRG in the driver's seat when coming into this with mostly Sheriffs. And man, Zip just gets out of dodge. Okay, Giza with the aim training there. Had one chance, pivots out. Zip will get a chance to plan after all, but does he pop the pit?
I don't think so. It's so hard to do.
Welcome to my world.
Oh my god, you're giving so much space now. Yeah.
Oh, he's just on the outside of it. Oh, the timing.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, despite that, the time that he takes to set the pit out, you still have the heal that came from Giza. That's why he gave up that position, let him plant. Everybody's going to go at full HP. We're on a Nico. We're going to pick up the guns that were left behind here towards that U-Haul. And then as that pit comes out, worst comes to worst, triple jump inside of it. And at some point, like 3 versus 1, you have such a higher percentage to be able to trade that out with 3 Phantoms that it was questionable to use the pit, but I still respect it. It's still Ziff no matter what. But yeah, this is going to stall them for a bit. We have to talk about what just happened there on that previous round too, not only on Renz trying to create a diversion, but on how precise he had to be on that double swing out from the smoke from showers to connect into instant headshots from both Net and I think Ange was the other one too. Beautifully displayed. held down that push from YFP, and that shouldn't have happened, but it is what it is when it comes down to players that have good aim. Those sheriffs are going to be very, very deadly at that distance.
And this Maryville core was already such a good team, and now you bring in this leader, this very experienced caller that can also give you confidence in the ideas that you do have. Because Maryville have had success, and now they can have someone that can propel them to that next level. And NRG are looking good in situations that have looked dire when it's, again, a team of sheriffs against the world. But YFP have just really struggled getting into this A site, better weapons or not. And yeah, Vita can get you the first bloods, but how can you really hold that space and the post plane ideally?
Smoke's down.
Standard stuff happening right now. A little bit of a, yeah, maybe towards the smoke, if I could look at it from the edge here of that mini map. Maybe trying to take advantage of a misplaced smoke on purpose.
Yeah, you're supposed to be jumping into A. We got a different script here. But I like that YFP are going back to a default and just trying to assess the best option, which the best option is making this round as quick as possible. But we could match Thrifty for Thrifty. I'm on board with that. The 4 versus 4. And Ren's a rifle to get picked up by Ziff, I believe. So now YFP feeling even better. The orbital strike has to come out from the defense. NRG giving a lot of respect to this. Even the Seekers, 2 ultimates. No clear advantage. As NRG still have to clear, at least they'll get vision up on Heaven. Ziff is trying to deny that already.
No way.
Jack is getting ahead of this. Wait, is it really a Thrifty for Thrifty? Net has to anchor them like he usually does. And he's dancing. The convergent pass. Now, what, 3 ultimates out of NRG against the Thrifty? That gets the round, but at a huge cost.
Yeah, I mean, to maintain the lead the way that he has been and how chaotic it got for YFP and for NRGA side, I mean, you'll take it. You have to try to salvage that round in the end. That shouldn't have happened. You just mentioned it. Vito went for the dive into the B site and got punished right away. So the guys on the A site, what has been such a good opener for YFP is actually Vita on that dive that was, as we've seen. So they still gave YFP too much respect, falling back towards that spawn, where Jack is going to take the 4 position out of that and just right-click classic close range. So I think at that point, you know you're playing against an anti-eco. Just respect him at the same time, too. Don't give him that space because you know what happens there. You know what just happened previously when NRGA Academy themselves got the Thrifty with the pistols, right? So use your rifles to your advantage, man.
Smoke's down.
Seekers out. Jack and friends moving forward, but in position to plant, but they need a position to feel secure in and throw the orbital strike from Stallion just to disrupt NRG Academy. But it's not creating any advantages, but the flashes from Jack surely do. NRG Academy still looming at the back of YFP's minds. It's just such a brawl for YFP to establish in these rounds. Now Netta's at the back of the site and gone. Finally, YFP are on the board. More convincing fashion, but it still feels like such a bloodbath to get into A.
Agreed. And what I'm noticing here from YFP as well is it doesn't look like the cleanness on how you could swing off each other fundamentally, but they have such good firepower that they could trade off in these maybe 2 or 3 seconds later. Like look how Giza goes nuclear right over here for that double kill, and how they were just a little bit off kilter when they went for that double swing outside of the smoke. They dropped the spike, got punished out of that one too, but then you're watching each other's backs, re-swinging as we're picking up guns. And you're able to salvage that round, save that round for YFP, where NRG Academy could have ran away with this half. Could have been a 9-3, but now this is very doable here for YFP to keep this close.
Teleport out from Shondex, and not expecting YFP to have so much mid presence. It looked YFP, so they usually are so committed to just flooding into A every round, but one of the first times we've seen YFP actually work the map a bit more.
I'm liking this, man. Keeping an eye out on Jack and on Vita. They're doing excellent work right now. And I think that's probably the reason why, too, they're keeping Jack on this guy, because they're playing him like a duelist.
Vita, go bait. And, well, he baited well. He got Ziff picking up the kills, so sometimes that's all you need your waylay to do. Got flashes in. YFP He's has to face the double swing, and Jack's doing his Beyblade impressions till it gets traded out. And now it's just Net against the world. But if I had to put a bet on it, Net would be the best guy for the job. Just kind of mollied off, so they must know where he is.
Yeah. Actually, they let him sneak out. I mean, play it to your advantage, right? It's off the tap. You can triple swing. You're in a good spot.
Someone swings out of heaven, and there we go. 7-5, and the extra body shots here from YFP are telling me they're starting to get fired up. They're either mad or they're getting confident. And either way, that's going to make YFP play better, I think.
And the confidence is there when it comes down to giving them these duels. They're going to take it in strides. Look at how they don't care jumping outside of the smoke, too. They're just playing like little rankers for sure. And it almost seems like a new way of approaching this tactical shooter of Valorant. Before, you're trying to play the cleanest macro whatsoever, but now it's just like the old school style of playing tactical FPS. Jump outside of the smoke, displace crosshair placement. The first one's always jumping out with, for example, if a Glock, if I'm thinking about CS, for example, and the other two are going to swing out to instantly trade. This is very nice to see from how this game is evolving so far.
We'll get to see how this double duelist kick into gear when they get to write their story on attack. It's all these smokes and all this util, these hoops to jump through. YFP are not going to let you feel too secure on the other side of all this so efficient securement. And NRGA already used the refract, so it's going to have to be an all-in or an all-out, because you still have Net lurking through the other side of the map, but not in a position for showers or, yeah, near that. So NRGA grab an orb, and then what?
Right now, I don't think they can really cancel and go through their TP because there's no insert in showers. It's actually a lurk that you have from Net on short A, so they're just going to have to cut noise and just flash pop and hope to fight. Waste out that second wave of util and hope for the best.
Vita gets caught sitting on the other side of the smoke. There's that pop-up and kind of a risk to go through it without that showers insert, as you mentioned, but no one home. But wait, someone on their tail, actually. Dark is playing cat and mouse, and Stallion's playing the ultimate anchor and sinks the ship of NRG Academy until Shondex and Ange have to respond. 2 versus 2 for the second pistol, I should say. And we're flip-flopping the map again. Only 15 seconds left. Should be planting if nothing challenges them.
Good news, too, is Dak also flashed towards the spawn, so they have nothing left to retake. Just got to try to find a timing, so we're planning safe for the attack for NRG Academy. But there's a 1 versus 2 left for the planner of Shondex.
Oh, you're anything but safe, but Shondex does tuck into the box in time. Race swings! And it's good enough! NRG will take the pistol in both of them of this map.
That's insane how they were able to convert that round. What a clutch. The impact frags coming out from Shondex. He was just trying to play rotate simulator on a defensive side and now has to go into the clutch and makes it work. And again, I was mentioning it was difficult for them to go for that TP into showers. They had to bait and figure out what was happening on the other side of the smoke. So as they cut noise and they went for bait util on their side, they counted. They heard whatever util was coming in and being counteracted by YFP. So they knew there was going to be a weak side towards A. So the TP call is right towards the end. But it's also Shondex that saved the round too.
Great to see him show up and even flex so many different roles and grow so much as a player since the Blue Water days, and slotting beautifully into this core team. It's NRG hoping to shake YFP to the core in the second half if they can get the anti-eco going, but it's really NRG that have done better in these lower buys, considering they have a Thrifty and YFP don't. But YFP have the power of friendship. Kind of this doubling up that we have from Jack and Ziff.
But there's going to be bloodbaths all across the map. They should win this fight here towards that B side, but at the same time, and should get punished towards Fountain.
Ow. Quick follow-up from Shondex, but YFP have put up such a resistance at different points of the map, now on the flank, and spike in sight. NRG, that's my bad. I would like to do a formal apology to NRG for caster cursing your anti-eco. NRG stepping in, and the surprise bandit comes up. So make it 3 for the Stallion.
Just as we were mentioning before on that first half, when YFP's play on the attack side and not running a Senti, NRG Academy could get a taste of their own medicine, which is exactly what happened. After this first kill, though, and Ren slides in, he was so spread out across with his teammates that, yes, he's able to slide to find the first information, but never saw Stallion swinging out from 10. So they really got caught off guard in that scenario. And again, Ange forced him to play a 1 versus 2. He has the distance to his advantage, but it's 2 guys with classics being very accurate with taking their time on the taps. They get that pick. YFP is able to convert a thrifty round. So we're going to have pretty much this type of game, it seems like, for the whole series.
Gonna be a good one. Oh, Shonix, he's got his good shoes on. Already jumping past Veto, who's hoping to prevent that from happening. And now you gotta respect the space from NRG. There's some delays from Ooh, right on the edge of the molly. Let's get the, oh, Ange is suffering. He is burning and suffering and is now dead. So was it worth it? I always like having Ange in the games. See if yeah, they got a plant. Is it worth it? That is the question. You got the orbital strike and Stallion claims 1 with it, and the rest of YFP just flood in beautifully off of each other. The chemistry is there despite kind of changing up their roster for the stage. It's awesome to see.
They got the plant. They baited out the Brimstone ultimate though for NRGA Academy, so that's not too bad. But yes, indeed, that's why I didn't really want to look back into like the record of YFP on Vine before, even though I think they played it twice on the first stage. But a whole different team, could be a different comp that they played in the past too. So just trying to digest how it really meshes in right now for this type of roster. I think this is also the first time we get to see them on broadcast as well. So we're walking into a lot of the unknown of how YFP actually plays with this type of, you know, Ziff with the Ziff and Darkest, I like to say now, with the experience here from playing a lot of challengers in the past and the VCT circuit in the past, and Stallion, Vita, and Jack, lesser known names in my eyes, but they're definitely making themselves known now.
Second time I think Vita's been punished on trying to create an opportunity at B long. YFP will benefit, just well, not benefit, they'll return back to square one, which is the fundamentals of just defending B and hoping to hold your angles. Dog is gonna discard for NRG is still there, but NRG have different goals in mind. They're already trying to clear through A, but that forward position from Darkest was huge.
Dog heard 2 sets of shots. They didn't know there was a third one there, but it allows for one person to peek up and go for the high risk. Try to see if you can isolate a 1 versus 1, and Darkest did just that.
That YFP take advantage of the map control given to them. You're not going to cower and wait. You're going to get active in NRG Academy. Got the util to have YFP on the back foot. But there's always been delays from YFP. If it's not a molly from Stallion, it's salvos from Darkest. And the moment to swing off the boxes. NRG are thinking the same thing of wrapping around the backline of YFP, but it's YFP just taking matters into their own hands. So much waiting, so much reacting from NRG Academy, and now they're not acting at all.
And that was kind of nice too for Darkest to say, screw it. These guys are probably going to think I'm going to use my second salvo as they tap the spike. I'm just going to walk inside the smoke because there was no pressure coming in on the other side after they went for the initial hit on the side of NRG Academy. You know, you saw the convergence path come out here on the attack side. There's no really big flash that's fled through the smokes. They really kept themselves contained because of the first attempt of that spike plant to get pushed away from the salvos, and he couldn't find the timing to fight back through that brimstone smoke. Defensive brimstone smoke in that area is so difficult to play against. Although even attack side smoke, if it's not deep enough, then they could still swing it on the defense and punish you in that moment. So very well done for YFP to, especially on Darkest, to find 2 great timings to do some 2 big punishes.
NRG Academy only have picked up, I think, 1 round, and that was the pistol, and everything fell apart from there. So kudos to YFP on surmounting that 3-round deficit at some point that happened. So you got to feel comfortable with the fact that YFP are acting so early in these fights, having the confidence to do so against NRG's plan that hasn't blossomed in the last couple of rounds. But it was off of a thrifty, it's off of a flawless, so YFP may be doing a bit of mental damage in these ones too.
For sure. The mental damage, the econ damage has been really good for both sides and keeping this game going back and forth because of those scenarios. And now an early flash looking out towards Showers to position 2 players out there while we're also walking down towards Long B. He gets information there for Vita, but no kills. Ren's punishes on the other side.
Yeah, at least Vita is able to get a band-aid this time. Shondex needs more than that. He needs a whole hospital. And YFP, well, they're sending more and more players to that spot. And the flash right at NRG Academy's face is insane.
Oh
you
my
bring
God.
the shotgun to... Wow. To Ange, and he's got 5 HP in a dream, and he pulls off the thrifty dream for NRG Academy. What was that round?
Like I said, this is one of those moments where, especially we're in a meta right now where we don't have a chance to add filler words. You just have to figure out when the next kill is going to happen, because it's going to happen instantly when these guys are just diving into every moment. Look at Vita. A kill there, does have a shorty, gets so close to try to get that pick off the shorty. And thankfully, you had Ange that had some help, I think, from Net at the same time, and they make the Guardians too. It was a thrifty, but there was still 2 Guardians purchased on the attack side. And good on Renz to move forward and finding this timing after he sees where the Outlaw missed.
Post time and NRG Academy back in the lead, but Vita is always causing trouble, and he refracts not with safe position and not in a position that Darkus can trade from. He got salvos, he threw a drone, they have information, and YFP have a plan, and it's to redeem the round, and they already have. NRG Academy thought there was a window to walk in, and they trip up yet again. Even the pop out, even when Ange was hard locked, Darkus just ruins too. And YFP have equalized right after that thrifty.
I'm just very happy to see the Researchers of Sky back in the game, because this is such a fun agent to play in the ranked games. And to see Jack getting such good value off the flashes and also being able to shoot. Both him and Giza have been doing an excellent job for either side on defense, specifically to support right now the anchoring and the timings to swing out of these smokes. So you have a little bit of everything right now coming out for YFP. Some hero plays, some heroic plays, some good teamwork, and also some heavy aggression coming out from Vita. Exactly what we were just mentioning before when we're looking at this composition. You could add so much of different flares from different metas from the past to today, and making it work in our own playstyle today for YFP is quite nice. You tied up the game now and put NRG back into an eco, but it's sheriffs across the board.
Well, NRG Academy have done it before. Snakebite is gonna injure Giza a little bit. He's got heals and he's fine. So now NRG Academy, at least the advantage they have is time. YFP gonna invest the Armageddon. They don't want to waste any precious second. Vito will watch over with the up. No, he actually is just gonna get into the site and on top of Renz's head like a Goomba stomp.
No, he's slipping a TP.
Oh no! Wait, come back! We need you. He'll be back. He's back. But NRG Academy, they're kind of smoked off the spike. At least they got the mollies to stall, but YFP have the kills, and that's what wins rounds.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Swinging outside of into the TP also loses all that space that Renz was able to take in the first place with the Bucky. And that allowed here YFP to scale back up towards that short A side, and we almost saw a thrifty come in their favor for NRG Academy, on top of wasting 2 big ults from Vita and from Darkus. That was so close, but they still make something positive out of it, right? There's less ultimates to work with this time around too for the defense for YFP. Still have Seeker, Stallion 1 kill away of getting his orbital strike, and a very interesting look. It almost looked like they're going to 5-man stack for YFP at the beginning of this round, but they are looking for some sort of aggressive trap play. Probably from a peak to start things off from a Vita, maybe saturate salvo.
You live and die by the Vita. He's usually dashing around getting info. This time he has an op and hookah. You always got to keep guessing when it comes to tracking the trends of a guy like Vita. Gives them a first blood, and that's what's been consistent about YFP.
Yeah, and it's so good. They get the op kill towards hookah. They dog late and deep into showers. They know this hit's coming towards the A side short because they also triple walk down through the smoke at Fountain. Vita's ready for another upshot.
Zoom back against the wall. Vita's gonna poke out from heaven and now reposition. Zoom, small window to try and shoot through, and that still bests him through all the chaos. You're barely comfortable for a plant here. Seekers from Giza just to keep YFP still for just a second. Now Stallion can just let her rip just nuclear bomb the place whenever they feel like it. And NRG Academy says, you can't catch us yet, and you can't bomb us if we kill you. NRG Academy, though, they had a good start, but not a great finish to that push. We're in an even 2 versus 2. Renz and net time it together, but Jack takes care of it.
Jack is insane right now. And I love the surprise play from NRG Academy to push back towards that spawn. They're playing their own mind games. A couple of rounds ago when they were trying to tap spike and bait out util, they're like, well, let's stop playing this game. Let's bring the fight over here to YFP. And it looks so good until Jack is still alive and is able to capitalize on those frags. Because there was a couple of mistakes coming through here, especially from Zip. He had 3 guys out in the open in multiple occasions. Nobody facing him as he missed a couple of shots. And yet, unfortunately, he couldn't get any kills. And then he almost hit the plant. But Jack, once again, saves that round. Look at him play, dude. Again, he's like Yoru.
Jack doesn't even need Jill at this point. Like, YFP, just take control of the situation. At this point, get rid of NRG's guns. They have done better on thrifties and pistols this half than with rifles. And maybe I'm believing in Ange here because he's the one with the sheriff. And now you got to try and hop through all these smokes and get into B with these kind of weapons. But hey, I look towards Giza, already healed his buddy back up, and he's got a flash and dog. So that's going to be their best chance.
That's a good news, too. They know that Vita is out of the question as for now when the pressure just came in from an orbital strike in the sky. So they want to re-hit into B. If they could open this up, this is a pit that's available for them as well. They're not trying to flash themselves, too. They just want to let the wall come down and hoping maybe in the later seconds of this round, especially now, maybe they could pop outside of this flash. There was 2 options. Pop outside of this smoke, rather, or wait for it to dissipate and just try to go for the trades and pit into the site. But B's definitely the finish.
Stallion has just made it so annoying for NRG to cross, but you know what's annoying? A bullet in the chest. It's been even, but Ziv from behind NRG Academy surprises them all. And it's just chaos getting through the YFP setup. And it's match point here for YFP. This is insane. And this is NRG's pick. And we've talked about just how structured and disciplined NRG Academy are. And they just haven't been able to adapt against YFP. But they will have a timeout to do just that.
Man, it did so good in the first place to pop flash outside of the defensive smoke to get the first punish. But I think what kind of messed things up a bit is they dropped double smokes on their pop flash on both sides of tin. So that now you're blocking yourself, your own vision as you're trying to scale into the map instead of having maybe deeper smokes or no smokes at all. And it just made it for the players on the anchoring on that B side just to walk out of the smoke and catch 2 players off guard as you're scaling up. So that was just unfortunate. Maybe, I mean, at that point, if you really have to commit to a smoke into the site that's closer for you to scale in, maybe just one of them so that you could maybe focus on the other side with the 2 as you're scaling up, right? You can't think that the coast is always going to be clear when there's objects blocking the way. We've seen so many times so far that YFP, Darkest, for example, and this time Stallion are able to find their moments to push out of those smokes and do those punishes.
But it's like more duelists does not equal more kills or more firepower. And I like that YFP lean on more of the delay tactics of mollies, snake bites, flashes, salvos, so much for YFP to throw at NRG Academy in the right timings to do so. Like Stallion throws out the molly as NRG are walking in through smokes. So now NRG have to play it flawless from here on out post timeout. Let's see what they're cooking.
Poison's off.
Tried to do a similar play, but adding Vita on top of that with the op to peek out towards Sands. That's why Jack didn't really pop the flash right away, because it was hoping players to like jump around and turn around and allowing Vita to swing out to get the pick. I like how you're tucking those flashes right into the corner too. Cool stuff once again. Love to see this guy back.
Marcus just gets away with this. Okay, no longer, but Ange had to change his angle and just, I guess, give up trust in Ned. I don't know, but it's YFP. Go for a big Hail Mary, and it was a big part of the delays that YFP had on this A site. Jack does even it up, and more so swings it for YFP's favor, and NRG Academy You got Shondex getting fast and loose, and now it's going to be towards the other part of the map after seeing how many YFP members were here.
30 seconds.
He didn't pick up a weapon. Oh, no, there you go. There's a Phantom. UI took a while to pick up.
One enemy remaining.
No way.
Oh, that was almost terrible.
Yes.
But that makes for, that was, also makes for a great map. We're 10 to 12.
That was so close too. What a great timing picked up there by Veto to get at least that first frag. But thankfully Net was thinking on his toes, being able to trade that one out right away after hearing the dashes come through, and NRG stays alive in this fight. Although a very expensive round for them to win, and that would be one of those great moments where Veto pulling out an outlaw would be huge for this round. He has been sniping throughout the majority of the half, decides to rifle instead. Maybe he's realizing here too that NRG Academy are kind of staying as a group for their sight hits, and they're choosing the right sites every time. So for him to try to retake with an op seems a little bit too difficult. So he wants to now play a rifle to be with the team, with the action.
Darkest really needs to be with the team because you don't want to give these rounds to NRG Academy. And now you got the Convergent Pass, Orbital Strike, like you name it, NRG Academy know how to use it. It's actually accessing this backline of YFP and trying to dislodge people from YFP within that U-Haul, and it's been very difficult for NRG Academy. Only 3 rounds in this half. Convergent Pass will clear the way. The flash right behind the Duelist, and this is a pretty big gap. It does get addressed. It's a 1-to-1. NRG Academy are ahead of the game, but they still have to deal with Stallion, who could easily swing on the planter, and NRG Academy pivot.
Yeah, but Zip is still already here. Thankfully, they spam him.
Barely. Really good snake bite there from Net. So intuitive on what to expect from YFP, and shutting down any potential flank means NRG Academy keep this within 1, barring anything crazy here. Still end in regulation, or NRG Academy could really level up their second half and send us into OT soon.
It was almost very costly though, Lemon Kiwi, as NRG Academy were scaling up towards this A side. Nobody really checked that left side corner, and Veto could have had right over here. So many good kills. If he triggered discipline a split second more, 2 players are going to follow behind, and that would have been a different story. It would already be going into the highlights into the second map. But thankfully, he was a little bit too quick on the trigger. They're able to trade that out here for NRG Academy. Still has some inserts on the lurk, as Ange, I think, got the punish on the Stallion towards that bottom mid. And now this is one of those rounds where the timeout is important, because you still have a pretty decent buy going into the next round for YFP. But I think what's most important is what you want to do with this pit. Isolate some players, funnel them towards where Veto could potentially be. Take advantage of now, maybe pulling out the operator glass cannon if you want, something like that too, so that you can try to get some value. And also maybe keep in mind that you probably need some support around Ziff if you're going to try to play with the pit out, either on short A or on long B, because you know that Shondex is going to double dive into that, and he needs protection above that smoke.
Even if you get Giza and Orb, maybe you could just Seekers through the pit so you don't throw your poor little Duelist or one of your poor little Duelists to go and fend for themselves.
Yeah, fair.
They really like to combo with Shondex, and see if it will be an early pit. Despite maybe a pit opportunity, Ziff's got a whole squad with him, it seems, or at least a good stack on this side. Keep flash as usual. Quite a forward position, and with a judge, this is gonna hurt. You spot the barrel, and somehow I thought that was gonna be a second kill, but Shondex is at 34, but the guy that could have healed him is dead. NRG Academy,
huge.
Deal with that push-up. Net is really coming big for NRG Academy these past few rounds. So smart with his reads. Is exactly what NRG Academy needed to force OT.
And now they check mark into 1 player, and now they hear the spam from the other one, so the bingo call is there. Both players on the defense are isolated, and NRG's in the perfect position to push this into overtime. All thanks to their great plays by Net there, for sure.
Oh, wait a minute. Darkest made his presence known. 2 are gonna look in his direction, and Darkest trades, makes it easier. Stallion. Oh, couple of missed shots, and that sends us into overtime. This is crazy, and the lead feels like it's never been more than what, a 3-round max lead for either team. It's been quite close, although I was starting to lose hope in NRG Academy a bit in this half because they weren't pulling through on the rifle rounds when it came to their attack. But you got to applaud all the really impactful util that YFP's had on their defense.
Yeah, and Ziff almost looked like he would have won that round with that judge, getting 2 kills, some damage done, forcing the hand of Energy Academy to really move towards that site. And even on top of that, Net got pinged from the Sky Flash earlier on, yet still is able to win. 2 players pushing down on that B long. All the decisions were perfect here from both of these teams, and it came down to that big moment from Net in that previous round to push this into overtime. Now they have an opportunity to fight the attack side first for YFP. They're defaulting across the map, trying to punish Shondex.
Almost did too. You can go for these aggressive plays when you got a Sky on your team. And speaking of Skies, I think Jack is such a fighter, not just like a morale fighter. Like, he brings good energy, but man, he sets up beautiful flashes for his team, especially when there's a ton of smoke and chaos you got to get control over. Dog up close says get shot, NRG Academy. Have to support Shondex here. He's going to get checked, I think, by Vita, but not before Giza gets 3. Does it all on his own. Jeez, like a pseudo-duelist. Surely frags like one. Gets the Seekers just to reveal how close YFP really are, where those shots are coming from. Now you got to go recover the spike. Not a good start to this overtime for YFP.
Interested in they gave up the space too, though. I thought they didn't really spot Shondex in the first place, so Giza could have kept baiting so that Shondex gets the crossfire on the top of long, but this gives a chance right now for Jack to flash and come through, pick up the spike, maybe fall back.
So much to get through. Like, this B site is such a brick wall to try and kick down, and you only have so much at your disposal. What an insane round for Giza. The triple kill, the Seekers, so much information, an aggressive look that pays off for NRG, but their biggest pain point was their attack, but they were able to force overtime because they leveled up near the end of that second half. So this could be NRG Academy, I guess, quote, stealing the map away despite it's their choice, but they were down 9-12 and were able to force OT. So this is going to be good.
And at that point, it was just a nano mistake coming out there from YFP coming outside of that smoke, because they tried to go for a 3-2-1 swing out and then clear the corners, but it seems as though Veto was just a little bit ahead. Giza finds the timing, not only sprays him, but more on the other side of the smoke, and didn't even need any help from Shondex. And that's something I'm going to have to look back and potentially said, man, we could have had that one if we scaled that a little bit better. Energy Academy at map point. It's been a while, but they've been looking pretty good on their defensive side. Both teams have been. But Energy Academy, towards the end of that of this regulation, they were able to find some good openings here as a team. And the look is different. You're trying to sell some sort of a fake right now, maybe a double wall from both the Viper and the Neon, and then try to go for that late TP for the hit towards that A site when you keep those players anchored on B.
Stallion will just shy away, so won't be able to see the exact numbers, but and also not be able to re-peek for a molly throw. And Shondex thinks that's the window to dash in, and Darkus with nice spacing takes care of that.
No
but
way.
Net gives them U-Haul and back the lead. 4 versus 3 now with the flank forming here for YFP through the middle of the map. There's Veto. Oh, yes, in that Sky's face. It's still YFP are getting big wins. They try to crunch together. Jack in Heaven gets suppressed and tries to dance against Renz, and Tango's in favor of NRG Academy on map point. Will convert with a 4K from Net and win their map pick.
Man, Net became nuclear. He was the big boss towards the end for Energy Academy's victory on that map of Bind. If it wasn't for that 2K in the last round of regulation to allow for them to go into overtime, and also the 4K he just got right there, somehow some miscommunication, but you'll take full advantage out of that to backstab 2 players into U-Haul. But Energy Academy, it took a while for them to be able to take that map win, but at least they got it towards the end.
Like, kicked off with a pistol, and then NRG take a thrifty. They get kind of rolled for a couple of rounds, and then they just locked into force OT, and look where we are. YFP just crack under the pressure. Like you said, Net pulled through in the biggest of ways with the calling and also not paying a big IGL tax, I would say.
Yeah.
And we'll see what happens on our next map. Now that's YFP's choice. We're going to Lotus. We all know it. We all love it. We love our desk. So we're going to go check in with them. We'll see you after.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
Stage, 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 stage.
Sage, stage, sage, stage.
Come on, keep going. Oh, okay.
Clove, cove, clone. Oh god. Okay, this is too much.
Clove, 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 clove. What? Oh, okay. Nope.
I can't even. There's too much going. It's too fast for me. I can't even do this.
Raise, ace, clove, clone, gecko, stage, sage. What? Clove, gecko, ace, raise, eco. That was really okay.
That's crazy.
That was a little difficult.
Trim. Edge. Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You've got footwork looking for the ace here. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
NRGA Academy showing us that you can be down, but you're not necessarily out, taking their map pick of Bind after a pretty impressive comeback mounted by them to take us into overtime. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm host Elizabeth, joined with Ash and Emily on the desk. And if you're just joining us, you missed exactly that. It was 5-7 at the half in favor of NRGA Academy. Then YFP hit map point, Ash, and then NRGA Academy say, wait, no, hold on, give us a second, and we get to overtime, and they win it 14-12.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy. I think that when we saw this map first starting off, we saw just like really heavy executes is what me and Emily were kind of talking about in that green room coming out from YFP. And NRG were doing a really good job at just stopping them in their tracks. Of course, the adjustments came a little bit later on, but I think that heading into the defense side, that's where we really saw YFP and some of those like executing plans work out really nicely with the space that they were looking to take. But overall, it felt like for me, despite some really dominant rounds there from YFP, Emily, NRGA Academy overall looked a little bit more in control of how they wanted to really approach things with, I think, a little bit more dynamicism.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that for the first half. I think they had really set ideas and protocols. You know, they did really good job at delaying the bomb plant and also the execs with the Brim and Viper mollies, and also using their using YFP's comp to their favor. You know, they're not running that Senti. We saw a lot of flanks coming in almost every round, actually. And the only rounds that YFP were able to win on that first half was either from someone getting an insane multi-kill or someone just finding a really insane timing. Like, I believe we saw their duelist, the Waylay, actually get like an insane 1v3 one of the rounds. But then you flip it over to the second half and it's kind of a different story. You see YFP using a lot of their util to delay that bomb plant and kind of just being really good and really quick about regrouping. And NRG, they were kind of more focused on these set execs, but they weren't really working. You saw some gaps in their timing with their spacing, right? You would see the two duelists go out, and then it felt like it took forever to follow up. There was one round in mind where I believe our Neon and Waylay get in. Neon gets one, Waylay gets traded, and my Neon is just sitting in tube, being like, hey guys, are we coming out? What's happening? And waiting for the next move, and then it just falls apart from there.
Enemy down.
Yeah, it could just small moments like that end up like really kind of escalating throughout the rounds. And I think that, like you were saying, YFP did a really good job of that map control, doing exactly what NRG Academy were kind of doing on their own defense, taking those timings. Like, it was kind of crazy how many times we were like, how is Darkest there right now? And how does NRG Academy not know about that position yet? Overall, it was a really hard fought map for both these teams. I think both also very much so excelling on that defense, like me and Emily were just kind of discussing there. And I think that overall, it's pretty even. I mean, the approaches, I think we're just hoping are going to be a little bit cleaner on attack, especially heading into a map like Lotus.
And that will be our second map, Lotus. But looking at this timeline right now, Emily, I think kind of the tale of two halves, right? Like, oh, well, wait, I just realized, look at that, KD on both sides. Jack and matching KDs, Emily looking here. But I think what's nice to see is that there were kind of the 12-14 even halves, or somewhat even halves. There was no slack kind of in terms of like actual like firepower.
No, not at all. I think at any given point, there were a lot of rounds that were won just by firepower alone. I think in that second half, one thing that I was really impressed with from YFP is their usage of the early ults. Therefore, they can ult cycle throughout the rest of the half. It was very, very impressive. And I think that they did a good job to kind of secure and use those ults in order to get the lead. And they had it in the end there. It's just NRG started actually playing a little bit more cohesive and able to close out rounds and get these trades that they really needed to bring them into overtime to close it out.
And that is what we want to see. And that's what NRG wants to see if you're heading into map 2 of Lotus, which is not your pick, it is YFP's pick. But also if you're YFP, you're not feeling, you know, yeah, you weren't able to close it out at the end. NRG were able to bring it back. But at the end of the day, you almost had that map. It was right there. So you're not too, it wasn't like a 13-0, right? When you're coming back to facing these teams, facing each other for the second map of Lotus, where we're going to be heading, which is YFP's pick. And Ashley will be starting on the side of defense.
Yeah, and I think that taking a look at this Lotus pick here as well, it makes sense why they pick into it, right? It's one of their strongest maps right now within their own pool, and they've had very dominant showings, like 13-7, 13-6s. Meanwhile, for the side of NRG Academy, even though it was a loss, it was a very close loss. So there is like tape for YFP to go back on if they do want to take a look at what the approach has looked like for NRG Academy. But I think going back to a bit of the conversation that we had when it came down to, you know, the attacking sides for both of these teams and what was going wrong for them on Bind, I feel like Lotus is one of those maps where you're going to be punished for that even more with some of the rotations that can come through, with the fact that you do have 3 sites as well. And it can be really easy, I think, to kind of be a little bit headstrong with execing on one side.
Yeah, one thing that I'm really looking out for is here on YFP's side is I know they have such a strong idea and set plan going into this map, but I need to see more impact from the double initiator. I need to see it being used mid-round, clearing out certain spots on the map, especially on the defense half, on a 3-map bomb site. You need to be able to get into it. I don't want to see them holding back. Even on that attack side, I want to see them setting up lurkers. I want to see them just getting more value out of it than like they normally do on Lotus, but I didn't see that on Vine. I didn't feel that on Vine. It felt like, yes, they had double initiator, but there wasn't really a whole lot of impact following that up. And for the side of NRG, especially starting on this attack half, their weakest half, the half that they only got 3 rounds on the last time they played, including pistol and anti-eco, which are kind of 2 given rounds right there as soon as you win that first one. I need to see them being more cohesive on their exec. I need to see them being able to play together and not have a huge gap, especially when you only have a solo Waylay now.
Yeah, and I think taking a look at that composition too, especially when we're looking over towards like that A Rebel fight here on the attacking side of NRG Academy, my eyes definitely have to be drawn towards Ange to be that player to follow Renz up, because he's the only one who's going to be able to, you know, TP past some of that utility, actually group up with Renz on some of that space taking. So a lot of pressure on the Omen player, I think, to be playing a cohesive duo alongside Renz's Waylay. It's going to be an exciting Lotus to watch. That is absolutely for certain here, but these small mistakes definitely need to be fixed and come together into the server.
Well, folks, YFP barely lost the map pick of Bind. We're moving to their map pick of Lotus next. Can they force a map 3, or will NRG make it a clean 2-0? Van Silly, Lemon Kiwi, the game is in your hands. Please take it away.
This has been such an exciting series to watch. And overtime in our first game, we can't ask for anything closer than that. But this is YFP's choice. And what are you excited about when it comes to these comps? Because already the difference in Duelist, I think, is going to come into play here.
Yeah, it's the different ways of how they want to approach this with this composition, because normally when you're watching, a default comp is exactly what NRG Academy bringing to the table. Some Viper to slice the map, force some util out from your opponents, but they're not using that on their side, yet they're also not using like a Cypher as the player that's going to set up cameras for alerts or watches to see where the pressure is going to be moving forward. They're actually playing the Fade that's going to be able to get the best information for your team, but also a Sky Flash on top of that. So I'm expecting right now for YFP on the defense is to do this, the pack mentality to fight.
Whoa. And YFP brought the mitts out for this fight, crawling away, get away with it. Now NRG Academy feels like they got hit in the face and are still trying to get back up. Like, now you have to reassess. Okay, well, I don't think we want to go to B anymore. There's also a smoke. So NRG Academy at least going to try and absorb the space anywhere else.
Yeah. And they also placed the Vice Wall up towards that slant, so that if they were trying to split for NRG Academy on door and on the main side, then at least they could isolate that first lane to stop the player that goes through the wall. But NRG Academy cancels out. And look at the beauty of playing a double initiator, just like Emily was mentioning before. You need to find that information quite early. So they Prowler, they Haunt, they Dog on top of that. They see no more pressure coming out from the A side. Yet you can't really commit into anything else out of that because nobody was taking a space out of the Prowler or the Dog. So now you have to be a little bit more reactive. This is going to have to come down to Ziff to stay alive, and it looks like he finds that sixth sense to fall back and is going to wait for his team for them to rotate together as a group and try to retake when Darkest has a second flash to work with.
NRG Academy won both pistols too in that first map, and it still went to overtime, and through them having to come back to that point. To be fair, one of the pistols came down to like a really intense 1v1, so YFP trying to take the safest approach possible. The plant will go through though, and YFP are waiting for that smoke to dissipate, and Waterfall, which is going to be reestablished. Now a fight through the top of the site, and Shondex is just aim trading over there, stealing away 3 kills. Ange really catches that elbow from Ziff, who's going to think twice about crossing that road, and Stallion on the top of this hill. They have to find each other. Ange greets, and oh, Ziff gets the last laugh, and YFP will take their first pistol of the series.
Oh man, Ange was just trying to find that timing, and then split second, you see somebody go between the 2 smokes. Another split second again. It was so close there for Ange to minimize that to a 1 versus 1 into that clutch. But thankfully here we stayed patient for YFP side, and yeah, it continues to what I'm trying to elaborate into the composition for YFP. Sometimes I think he might be just a double initiator to try to have Vita move forward and just fight. And I like that it should be a Sky that's with him too, because we've seen on that previous map when Jack was playing that Sky, they flash, they double swing, they fight. I think Darkest should pull out a very similar type of playstyle than Jack has on this Sky. And I think, if not mistaken as well, I wouldn't be surprised to see Darkest opting on the attack side as an initiator, because he loves to do that.
NRG are forcing this round too, and that's already 1 gun down. Not a good start for Renz. NRG Academy, they'll pull through with or without him. But nope, that's not where you wanted that.
Yep. It allows for you to scale a little bit better for YFP in the pulse plant, but they're just flooding back in for the fight.
YFP are already here. The Haunt, the Prowler, NRG just don't have any space to hold. And despite trying to throw YFP for a loop with this buy, YFP, they're just so trigger happy. And just mowing NRG Academy down. Make it 4 for Jack? That's insane.
Yeah, trigger happy because you got Frenzy, so you're going to have to hold down that mouse one, and that rapid fire off the Stinger is definitely going to mow some people down. And letting Jack go for the hunts for the kills is perfect. He's already almost halfway here to his ult with the Nightfall. And you see that battle. Thankfully here, it's a nice heads-up play by Veto to go with the full shields with the Outlaw. Because he's able to take one of the bullets from Renz and still win that fight from Outlaw to Outlaw. So the showdown comes in favor of the side of the defense, and YFP are able to prevent NRG on the force fight to even plant. So the economy is going to be even worse looking at this round here. Thankfully, though, they are still able to afford a little bit of shares here and there, but still giving up their lives.
One lurk down, a duelist down. NRG Academy are getting smacked at every point of the map. And YFP will get to build momentum from here on out. Almost like recoiled it that check there. And 3 in a row. This is the type of lead YFP not only need to have, but to actually keep. And it felt like the leads were being traded so much in the previous map, but a lead never bigger than 3 got created. So that's just how close these two teams are. But if I'm looking at just how this map is going so far, YFP are more than comfortable.
Yeah. And especially how they're playing so far in these last couple of rounds. They're just playing a lot of 1-3-1s and also leaving the A site completely open. You just want to protect the staircase. You want to prevent them from pushing towards that spot. And then the spawn side could be taken care of by the players rotating from the B side on the top of heaven. I think he has so much good utility for the flood retake. Now Ziff is going to try his hand at the scope. And it connects.
He still gets one with the final bullet and everything. Oh, jeez. And you see Vita jumping across through the site, and the job is done. And by I mean NRG Academy can just focus on what the path that lays ahead, which is the one that's already been carved out. Is for them hoping to actually get around on the board. YFP are starting to form a cheeky little flank as Darkus maybe looks for a better weapon, and hey, Vandal's really nice. Now just needs to time it with Ziff, who has the Outlaw and no other fun weapon options. I like this extension out from Giza, but Darkus still handles it. Gives time though for Net to adjust and to counter. Now Ziff has to just keep scoping in every step he takes, and Spike's ticking down. Should have a reaction here. Wait, there we go from Renz. NRG Academy pull through.
Yeah, good thing that Giza was there to re-swing out towards that spawn to trade at the advantage that they had. It was a 2 versus 3 at that moment, and they prevent the triple fight from getting any value right over here. So the Sky Flash got some value, push Giza off the line, but then Shonix kept players busy where Giza could re-swing. And then they weren't really playing off each other, but at least there were well enough positions so that he could close the gap onto the next part of the map that you're trying to rescale into for YFP on that defensive side. So well done for NRG to be able to capitalize on that round.
Oh, it's not even Ziff with a sniper. Yeah, it's Vita.
Yeah. Break the Prowler too, put Vita inserted. Now they have a forward line that's very aggressive. You're trying to use both initiators together to try to get the mid round value. You could start cycling a lot and rotating a little bit of these of this utility just to keep them at base, so that again another big flank could come into fruition. So after Prowler wall comes down, there's that dog. Wouldn't be surprised now if Jack's gonna pull out the Prowler or Haunt or something like that right after the Viper wall goes down. So they're doing a good job at stalling for now.
Yeah, there is good stalling from YFP, and that might give a chance for this flank to come through, although it will be noticed. And speaking of get noticed, NRG Academy caught with their pants down. And without their leader, Net, in the equation, I don't think there's even a good plan B in terms of even getting into the B site. You just got to keep committing. Now with the Steel Guard and counter Nightfall now for YFP as the plant goes through and Zip gets looks. Jack helps get through on the staircase. And NRG Academy just haven't had any wins at all. Not even just trying to step foot in this general direction. And Renz, ooh, at the ankle. Fighting at YFP on the retake. Renz is playing with cover well, but YFP still have power in numbers.
Whew, that was just beautiful by Darkus and Jack. So again, as they take control of that C mound and they're cycling util at the very beginning, or sorry, towards like that mid round, they now identify, okay, we got some players, they're shooting our dog, they're shooting our prowler. Now let's just wait to find a combo. So they flash haunt, they ping 4 players on top of that and drops 1. And the cherry on top is that Jack is able to escape while he still has the Nightfall to work with. So you get the re-heal from Darkus, they move in as a group, and then they flood retake off the Nightfall. All that was perfectly done off their opponent's smokes to get advantage and full value of how they anchored up that site. So again, a whole different look at how you're setting up your defense this time around here for YFP, because they have such a different comp that nobody else I've seen so far has been playing this composition here, and they're making it work quite nicely so far.
The talent on the YFP roster has really surprised me. Like this, they're setting themselves up to have the best stage in a lot of their careers, and to kind of throw us all for a loop in terms of, you know, everybody predicted NRG Academy except Ash, who is perhaps a knower, but we still have to even just get to map 3, let alone get too excited here. But this is a first time NRG Academy are at a deficit like this, because tables were literally turned back on bind when it was NRG that were up 4-1, and it was YFP that had to take a timeout and figure things out. So, but NRG Academy, we'll see if they're good at adapting, because that's what they had to do on Haven, or bind, sorry, to alter on the overtime.
Yeah, this is actually definitely a great shout too, because this is a big responsibility for Net, who probably hasn't faced against this yet. And also, as I speak about Net, I just realized that he's actually playing Fade. Usually he's like the Viper / Sentinel player, and now he's like the Fade caller too, to be with the action to support here the rest of the team.
Ooh, Jack. Really good stabilization there, NRG Academy, but surprise. And they've been met by a lot of resistance at this A pathing that they're trying to take. It feels like NRG Academy have been scared to go down just B main after YFP showing just right off the pistol. It hasn't been something the B side has been explored at all. It's been so much perimeter control for NRG.
Yeah. And his timeout the timeout we just witnessed was probably going to be for the next round. We've seen eco so far for NRG Academy, but I think what they should be talking about here is, because of this composition for YFP, they're also overcompensating currently for the lack of stall that they currently have in this composition, right? So they're always trying to find early information. They're trying to set up and insert Veto in the right spots. And NRG Academy haven't been using too much on their side to figure out where the op can be, or who's really playing where in what positions. So the flood takes that they have, they allows them to get on site, but it's just too much util for YFP on the flood retakes too.
30 seconds.
Time to gallop away, Stallion, because I don't know if you want the smoke, but hey, you have friends, so maybe you do want to party. NRG Academy, gotta be scared of what they can do on these lower buys. If anything, they looked better on their attack on buy when they had lower buys. And this has been tough, and with these weapon upgrades, this is anybody's game. The overdrive has to get popped to just secure the round. YFP are not underestimating what NRG can do.
No, especially with what we've witnessed on Bind before, when we're on 30 rounds for both of these teams. They could definitely make it doable. That was a nice little pomp for the entry for Renz on the first waterfall, as you're baiting out these rotates with Net tapping onto that door. But in the end, though, it comes down to this slide right here, and Veto getting the overdrive for that double kill. It's not too bad, though. They were able to understand a little bit of the map positioning and how they're rotating so far, in my eyes, from how NRG Academy played that eco round. And they have a chance here to really try to force these rotates and find these gaps to allow Giza to get value out of his lurks. Never mind.
Showing another double walkout from YFP at this B main after I just mentioned. I'm like, well, NRG Academy haven't explored that path, and even NRG even tried to watch for it. Still took an L. Missing out on Shondex.
There's about to be this pick. Maybe if Giza gets lucky, he's able to pass through Vita, but you saw at the beginning of the round, they pushed all 3 extremities. Okay, that jump spot is going to be a free kill no matter what. Oh, the timing. He's going to look back towards main, I bet you, as Giza gets across. No, there you go. Finally gets it. So again, they're pushing out the 3 lanes at once for YFP on a defense. And then NRG really doesn't know where to really work.
One enemy remaining.
Running out of out of bodies to get this attack going. And you know the ops on the other side of the world. You know that the Neon can get there just as quick, though. So NRG Academy just try to tempo up. Ren's really pulling off some heroics. If he could pull off the ace, it'd be crazy. But oh man, that Neon is wiggly. It's a tough one to try and shoot. I don't blame him on that.
Yeah, so then NRG Academy, they feel the pressure coming out from the front B side. They think that the op is probably still playing behind the initiators that they were setting up on these lines in the past. I don't know. He's actually playing towards the rubble side. They don't expect that because they never really pushed towards that front side. Because remember, whenever they tried to scale up on that side, it was double initiator on that side with no duelists. So they're really changing things round per round for YFP, and NRG Academy have no choice but to be like, okay, we're losing players, we're losing lurks, there's no activation, we have to brute force our way through. But yet YFP, because of the initial pushes that they had, they still stack towards the right sites because they have full information into the mid round with an op on the line, a prowler fighting information with, or null information with a prowler in the front B at the 1 minute mark. They know the hit is coming towards C. So everything is looking very, very good on how they're finding this information proactively with the Seekers without having to insert your op.
And just knowing that there's someone back here kind of gets sussed out. There's a bit of time that YFP have to spend, and it gives a heads up to NRG Academy. The whole point of leaving that anchor back there is YFP just use speed to deliver that violence. And eventually YFP get it done off the Seekers. Really nice play there from Darkus, and this is starting to get to a score line where I worry if NRG Academy have something else up their sleeve for this half.
Yeah, we're hoping at least. But right now we've expended the Seekers into an anti-eco just to guarantee some rounds. But this is where things could swing back in favor of NRG Academy, because they were on an eco in the previous round. They have weapons to work with. They have all the ults across the board with the exception of Shondex to really start to get good value out of this. I wouldn't be surprised here of like a 7-2, 7-3 towards the next couple of rounds if they're able to rotate these ults into their favor. So the same look as we've seen before, where they got great value from both the initiators with that haunt flash. So they want to make sure that they clear these corners. Look at the Prowler pushing at least the first player all the way back towards the B site. That's some space for them to take right now.
Prowler discovering Summon Tree, the Nightfall, just to catch YFP on the back foot, and they do regroup, and NRG Academy get gifted a sight. IFP wrapping around, but Shondex could be back here and cause some trouble if he finds the right timing. At least he gets one. Darkest gets saved by the neon wall as Veto on the approach, on the hunt, and the up that misses, but keeps Shondex fearful of what's next. And it's a Neon being such a nuisance, jumping around, speeding around. NRG bunker up with the pit. Know that there's a Neon that's going to be coming on the flank, but it's taken time to address that back anchor from NRG Academy. YFP need the win here and now. Giza just has to hold on for a little bit longer, and someone's on the spike, and it feels secure.
Wow.
Giza makes it happen for NRG Academy.
The wrap around, rig around a Rosé around his own pit and storming through to guarantee that the player is not going to be halfway through the defuse to save the round there for NRG Academy. Again, two players that played it very well. The first one, of course, being the one that clutched towards the end, but this player right here, Shondex, getting that first pick and also pulling two players all the way back towards T spawn. So you waste so much of that clock down. They almost made it doable there for YFP with the conversions path to drop down those players, but as Giza didn't get affected by the ult, he's able to maintain that pit up for the victory. Oh, goodbye.
Well, no waylay for you. It's crazy that Renz didn't spawn this round. That must be a weird bug going on.
It's also crazy that Vita is actually up at the top of that path. He's never up there from Baby Door. What the hell is going on for this positioning, man? They have such good reads.
Something different every round for YFP. Some things stay the same, and it's Vita still with the op, still getting kills. At this point, NRG Academy don't want to deal with that anymore. I respect it. Going to be... They are going to get chased down by some util being thrown there from Jack, waiting for the Nightfall. When the call is made from the YFP side, NRG Academy trying to be proactive. Now they're caught right in the midst of the Nightfall, trying to react, but YFP getting so aggressive. They ramp up. lightning fast. YFP take a flawless round 2. Only 2 left in the half. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, that was some crazy nice KZing though from Veto to get the right classic kill. But I think you're starting to see NRGA Academy be a little bit flustered on trying to figure out what they could actually do. Because as they, lose some players towards that A side, but they were actually able to move into the B side, at least the plant, and all of them are grouped up. Should have given him that spike over the Shondex. He gets the plant, he gets the Steel Garden. Maybe he pops it to give themselves a chance as they're anchoring inside that site to fight. Didn't happen. It was Net that stuck it down where he was 2 pips away. He was only 2 pips into the ults. So that was missing a little bit there.
No more theory.
Someone else get. It's my turn on the op. It's like
exactly.
my turn on the Xbox. All right, now we got to start talking about who's the op. Lame trainer for Giza, but man, just with Sheriffs, it's not even fair. It's not even fair. NRGA Academy are on a save like every other round because they get enough kills to get ults, but YFP can just match that ban for ban. Put the spike down. It's an orb to consider. How about this 3-man flank that's walking down? Renz just gets caught in a traffic jam. Nowhere to be found. Not flawless this time, but very convincing for YFP on their map pick, at least for how this half is breaking down.
Yeah, and when I talked about the timeout from NRGA Academy that they had 4 ults to work with, wouldn't be surprised to see a 7-4. The round that they were able to muster up in the save there from Giza, they had to use all of their ults on that round. So they have nothing to work with on the previous round. Maybe just a Steel Garden in this round here too. They got to cook something out now with this Omen ult. Because we've seen so much forward position coming out from Veto at the very beginning. And as I've mentioned before, they like to push out of every single one of these lanes with the comp that they have. Man, put Ange on a TP into spawn. If they've read that correctly in the past couple of rounds here from what they've noticed in this game, they have a chance now to have a better backstab with that type of aggressive play.
Maybe NRGA Academy are just going to look better on defense. But hey, let's see how it all shakes out. And it's already good when Renz doesn't get shot by an op. And it's Veto this time that has the op. So not going to be looking down the barrel of NRGA Academy quite yet. But you're hearing this jumping around and really got to stop this Neon before they get too busy with it. Oh, he's a good adjustment. Veto didn't want to take the direct path. NRGA Academy gets to maybe take some looks here at B, but the Vice Wall and the Steel Garden in Darkest just fragging out of his mind is proving to be a big problem. NRGA Academy have 99 problems, and all of Vice's kid is one of them. So I don't think this half is going too well. Let's see if the spike can be grabbed. And Zip laid a trap, and you walked right into it. 10-2 for YFP.
They popped out the ult to try to get into the site, and they double swung into it before the gun was actually disabled from Darkest's hands. The hell is going on there? I guess they were just highly focused into like, oh, we got him trapped here because the Prowler saw him. Let's just try to swing him to get the pick. But dude, that is huge mistakes coming out from NRGA Academy on their attack side. Hopefully they could clean things up here on the defense, but I think this might be, I mean, if you need that leadership to come out from Net, you know, he's been playing years and years of this game at the highest level too on the VCT stage. He's gone through the highest highs and the lowest lows with the biggest dubs and the biggest losses with C9 too. You know what you need in terms of a leader to make sure you can keep your team in this game for the second map. Can't have the GG go next yet into the Haven. Even though they've had great results on Haven, it would be nice for them to know that they have what it takes to play the comeback as well. That would give a lot of experience and confidence for this team moving later on in this season.
Oh, Sheriff's in sight, just vibes. And Vita pinged, didn't even care, just stood his ground. Now looks to chase down whoever spotted him, but a spike here gets headshot, and Vita needs to get his revenge. Jack has to handle matters as YFP handled the spike. Now the flank will come through. That's been detected by the Vise Wall. But this is a good insertion here for Ziv. You know exactly when that approach is happening. It gets checked in. The damage, not enough. No, a big push is coming though from NRGA Academy. They open the door and Stallion gets 2 with the classic. Has time to even adjust for the third. Damage being done to Ange at 21. The 2 versus 2. NRG Academy need this, or this map is over. And we're going to Haven. And Ange, last shot. Last laugh for Shondex in 1 versus 2. And what a stun! And YFP take the pistol.
Unfortunately, Ange chose the wrong timing to recross back towards this A site. The smoke was dissipating on that cross. Gets caught out in the open and punished. Let's look at this fight once again. Nice little entry coming through. Look at the pathing that came from Veto once again into the A site. They did such a great job re-clearing towards A in the first place, though, for NRGA Academy to flush out Ziff, who was just stuck behind the corner of Baby Door on the outside. But following everything after that, the fake check towards that A site towards Tree, Sally got so much value on that right side. They definitely could see how flustered they are right now for the side of NRGA Academy. YFP, they're just playing full confidence. Look at that. They had a triple high-low stack watching that front side B walk forward.
Cover going out.
And as they see nothing there, they're expecting some sort of a stack. So it's for them to start activating now. Inserts across the board. Look, forward B, A side door to prop open. Getting a kill on top of that too. They could do no wrong right now for YFP.
Funny because NRG have picked the Lotus before, despite this being a YFP pick, and did not go their way. I believe against Core was close, but this is a scoreline I was not expecting. A fight that turned quite silent because the first map had us really going happy, getting popcorn. We were getting caffeine because we thought this was gonna be insane. We were gonna be casting till even your retirement hit. And now see how YFP take this 5B. Oh, wait, that Bucky kind of hurt. But thankfully, Darkest survives. Yeah. But if Darkest died, maybe different story. But I don't have to think about what ifs. Because Net and Renz only have sheriffs.
I mean, despite this being a blowout so far for the side of YFP, it's again still very nice to see how cool they look with this type of different composition, a different look that they have when they're approaching this map. Now it's the same thing, trying to get Jack to chase kills, and he has the Nightfall to work with for map point. This is really good. They've done a great job despite that, not only having fun, but also making sure that they keep the win cons in their favor from round to round. Jack dropping 20 already in regulation. And the last time that they played this map where they won against the Victics, I think 13-6, you had Jax, I think, at 26 kills. And Darkest was just somewhere in like the 15-16 column for assists. So these two guys as initiators are definitely popping off here for the team. And I also think overall for YFP, that's been their bread and butter. The value they get off the initiator plays from both Jack and Darkest.
This was a true test for YFP on how they were going to do it against some of the top talent. And talk about a top duelist. Vita is all up in their business. You don't even have time to react or to blink or to breathe. And you're no longer really breathing if Vita's on the field. Shondex, well, good luck.
I was going to say, Shondex pissed them off. Go walk towards that C site and let the spike go off. Just play
Not
for
the
stats.
Brawler, bro. Okay, 13-2. We are going to Haven. That was not just a statement. That was domination from YFP. 13-2. What was that at the end?
Exactly.
Insane stuff.
We say going the distance, but it wasn't a real distance this time around as it was so one-sided for the side of YFP. But you start to understand why they were having so much value in one-sided results playing against their opponents in the last few weeks that they played. This is the third time that they played this map. They're now 3-0 on it. And again, it's all thanks to that great utility and the inserts that you have from Vita that it never really got challenged as well from the util that you currently have. I mean, he was just neoning across the map here on the attack side too. There was no Vice util slowing them down as well. So they did a great job here working the map for YFP. We'll see if this can continue on Haven.
I'm excited. Let's go to it. We'll see you after this.
Edge. Shame.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill me. Oh my god! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Payne. You've got footway looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek pulling hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Apps. YFP take their map pick, keeping their 100% win streak on Lotus, 13-2. Ash, I think, you know, we came in here, we've already seen a Lotus today on this broadcast. We come back and YFP, it should have been a 13-1 for being very honest. There was one clutch in there from NRGA Academy that made it, you know, 13-2, but this was just a masterclass from YFP of why you don't let them pick Lotus.
It really was, and I think that Vance is talking a little bit on the cast too. Like, YFP have a little bit more of an unconventional approach to Lotus when you're thinking about how teams are building their compositions around this map, running the double initiator, solo smokes. It's, I think on the side of YFP, a really smart play with how they're looking to play. They're really good at getting like the early information because they didn't have that stall capability that Vance was talking about as well. And they're just so good at, you know, comboing that util, clearing out corners like with the C's or whether it's with the dogs. It felt like the haunts were always constantly hitting there as well. And the double initiator plays so well into these double controller compositions when you know that they're going to want to play a little bit more controlled, a little bit more measured, get those opportunities, get those lurks in. And YFP with their pacing just never allowed them to do that on the defensive side. And for the side of NRGA Academy, it was so hard because when you're playing up against a team that's this scrappy, you don't have a lot to reply with in your own comp.
Yeah, I think when it comes to utility, they were literally on point with every single piece, even just using that Viswald Force A to help support the Neon on the Fade to kind of anchor when they were there. splitting up the XX, making sure that they can keep control of heaven, keep control of stairs in order to go into their full pre-pick, where we see them clear out route and just have every little point taken care of. I think they also did a great job at fighting together off of the utility. That was insane. One round that's coming to mind is that round where they Sky Flash and Fade Eyed at the same time, making it a lot harder to break and actually scanning I believe 4 of them and them getting a pick through smokes, things like that. The unpredictability that YFP had, on that half was just insane, because one round you see them kind of fighting up for that A main space. You see them kind of fighting for that C space, even just walking up B. One thing that I really liked out of NRG in that last map was the amount of lurks that they had, the amount of pushing through and flanking that they had. And they tried to do that on this map too, but it was being taken care of almost every single round.
And you were talking about like how that utility was constantly connecting and the fights going in the favor of YFP. I know we've skipped past it already, but when it came down to those first kills, first death ratios, YFP went away with 13 and NRGA Academy only were able to find 2 first bloods. So it really paints the story of how YFP were in control from the very beginning of nearly every single round that we saw on Lotus.
And that is what we want to see from YFP moving forward. It's exactly what you need. You barely lost Bind. This could have easily been a 2-0 series in your favor, but what a response from YFP coming against NRG Academy. I think I've spoken to players, sometimes, Emily, and they say, you know, this is the stomp. The 13-2s are a lot easier to get over than the 14-12s, for example, which is something that is good to see. But we'll be heading to our final map pick moving forward, which is if I believe it's Haven, if I remember that off the top of my head correctly. Yes, perfect, amazing memory. You know, Jack being 21-4, looking good, but also he was looking good on Bind as well, with this kind of little comparison that we have on either side of Bind and Lotus. But he looked not only good on Bind, he looked spectacular on Lotus.
No, he has been popping off both of these games, but I think the big difference in Lotus is that the rest of the team was there with him. I think Dak in that first map, he was having a lot of insane solo plays, being good with his utility, but not a whole lot of capitalization off of that. They had that double initiator, but you didn't really feel the impact. Going into this map, you felt the impact. You felt the rest of the team fighting behind his dog constantly clearing out all the possible lurks, and also just fighting with his flashes, which is exactly what I wanted to see on Bind, but we didn't really get. Now Lotus, now that everyone's heated up, everyone's ready to kind of play around all of his util, it's not only setting up his team for success, but also allowing him to actually have impactful kills and be able to drop insane stats like this.
It is so crazy. And now to think that like you had him on the Sky, you had him on the Fade, and now we're heading into a Haven where we're expecting to see Jack back into the initiator, except on the Sova this time around. And he'd be a solo initiator. And when he's playing that well, when his utility is connecting so well within the last map that we just saw, on top of YFP having the momentum beneath their sails, it paints a really scary picture here. I think if you're looking at NRG Academy trying to slow that down, it is just so impressive how on this initiator role, being like the second person in, always following up on a lot of those duels that Vita is looking to initiate there as well, like being that first, the tip of the spear. He's so impressive, the consistency and the level to which he's able to frag out while supporting the team, or even if he is in a bit of a situation where he has to solo play a little bit more.
And that's exactly the reason why we highlighted him earlier in the pre-show. He is someone that is just so magnificent in his role. He just makes everything possible, just so exciting to see. But he will have his work cut out from him, starting on the defensive side of Haven, our last map. We've already seen Haven on today's broadcast. I feel like my voice is getting lower and lower and lower. Apologies for being the voiceless host. But moving to the side of Haven, Emily, I will have to hear from you. What do you think NRG Academy should be doing or will be doing to make sure this series goes 2-1 in their favor?
Well, considering that they're starting the attack, one thing is be a little bit more cohesive, obviously, than what we saw on that first map of Bind. We didn't really get to see them attack too much on Lotus. We didn't get to see them on the defensive half on Lotus, but I just need to see them playing a little bit better together, especially after what YFP brought out in that second map. The fact that they were just fighting together. I know they're going back to that solo initiator, but as long as they keep that same energy, they keep that same momentum that we saw on Lotus, where they're just all brawling together, constant moving pieces, not ever letting energy kind of settle or feel like they know what's going on. That being unpredictable, that will set them up for success here.
And I think what's so exciting about this series is starting off on our first map of Bind, it going to that overtime into a very stompy one-sided kind of Lotus. We're ending off this series with a mirror matchup. This is what we anticipated from both of these teams running this neon double controller composition, and I think that it will give you a really good taste of how these different styles are going to be clashing here on Haven. And like Emily was just saying, we also know and talked about how YFP are just such like a mechanically gifted team, where once they get going, once they have that momentum, any one of these players can shut you down in the server. I'm gonna look towards NRGA Academy for having a strong start on their attacking side. I want to see them winning out that pistol round, kind of slowing down any of that momentum that YFP are trying to bring in from map 2.
Well, of course, today I am losing my voice. We go to 2 map 3s, but I am so excited for this one. YFP versus NRG Academy. Lemon, Kiwi, and Vansili. I don't want to wait any longer. Please take it away.
Now, YFP don't need an academy. It feels like they've really graduated and just are at the top of their game after that 13-2 that we just witnessed. I didn't think that kind of scoreline was possible against NRG Academy. They're such a good team, but this next generation of talent is so exciting, and we get to settle the score vans with a mirror match on Haven.
Yeah, and what started with novelty from YFP for the first 2 maps, as much as they have to cook and try to build novelty and try to build your map pool, there's some that have to fall through the cracks. You just play to comfort now and to the tried and true. So it's natural now that we get to a 3rd map and we go to distance, where you play the most standard comp that you currently have in the meta right now if you're not playing a double duelist. And it's now going to be that double controller. Just as they mentioned on the desk before, Jack is going to play a different initiator here, now playing as a Sova and still able to do well in this role. But it'll have to come down to familiar territory for Net to be able to call this time around too, because as they're playing a mirror match, he'll know a lot better how to play around YFP's composition.
And Renz is one of my favorite neons to watch. Very kind of Bonnie-esque, with just how fast and how aggressive he can be. So I like that Renz gets to fall back to old comforts, while Vita, he's just honing in on what made him so special back on Lotus, was Vita being uncaged. Well, you expect him to be maybe more caged on a defensive front, but he could be everywhere all at once too.
Yeah, it was basically a Ricky Martin. He's being living la vida loca. Just crazy moves all across the board and still getting kills. That was what was super impressive to watch on that previous map. I'm pretty sure, as I said, Ricky Martin, nobody knows who that singer is. It doesn't matter.
You kind of aged yourself, but that's okay.
It's a late hit for energy towards A, though. A split. No, we turn the page, Lemon Key. We turn the page.
Okay, I'm turning. Okay. So, wait, Venus turning heads with that shot. Jesus, NRG Academy. You gotta look up like William Defoe. At least my Zoomers will know who that is. And NRG Academy, they gotta go elsewhere. Renz is also low HP. It's not gonna be an entry you could heavily lean on. And maybe a sacrificial lamb, of course, goes in after the smokes gets put down. And you gotta still take your time and kind of forget what happened on Lotus and focus on the here and now.
What they did was, don't look up, if you guys know Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh my god. How many bad references can we do? And how many shots through the wall are we gonna see? Like, now everybody from NRG Academy is paying attention. Stallion gets a heads up. The defuse is slipping by. Shondex is not gonna get to see the end of this. And he's not gonna hear the end of this too after letting that one go by. And YFP gets the pistol.
You know it was going to get chaotic there no matter what, especially when they tried to go for a 3-2 split with no information, no inserts on across the map for B, Garage, C. So there was definitely going to be some players hoping to go for hero plays and cut rotates and then scrambling for the post plant. At least they got it down here for the side of Energy. They did go for a forced buy. The last time they had a plant on Lotus, it didn't work out in their favor, but they have a chance to do it now as well. If I'm not mistaken, they also did it on Bind too. There's been a lot of forced buys that we've gotten so far in the series. But instead, they want to utilize a little bit more util in the later rounds in their gun round. A couple of had a bandit. Now we have nothing.
Yeah. NRG Academy like to surprise you these kind of rounds. And, well, YFP, they kick in the dirt. They bring 4 weapons into the bonus. And this is the kind of start that gets YFP really going. And I'm sure they're already hyped up for how Lotus ended. That kind of 3-1, 4-1 start is really how the momentum grew and grew for YFP on Lotus. So maybe the timeout timing is going to matter here for NRG if this doesn't happen in their favor. But I need to see a strong first rifle round, or my belief for NRG is going to slowly go away.
Yeah. If anything, though, at least it's kind of crazy on that previous round that you're playing a Viper comp and you're still able to get pinged out by an enemy Sova dart from the A choke so that Veto could get that pick. Understandably, we're on an eco trying to just brute force their way into the A site, but they got to be aware of those moments here where they can't get caught off guard when they're playing, especially their gun rounds, putting walls up and down and trying to force util out early. This is actually good here to get Renz inserted, but unfortunately wasn't quick enough to get that pick. They probably have to cancel out on that plan right now and start activating more towards that C line, where I would hope to see Net with the drone, but they're walking out for contact where Veto was almost looking at the right spot at the right time.
Ooh, just that small window to cross in front of, and Giza! It's just better. 10 HP, though. Just barely better. But enough to still be on your own 2 feet and to get that outlaw out. But Ziff is the one that will take over the mantle, while Darkest will be only seeing Dark from now on. NRG Academy and a decent lead.
Yeah, and good thing that turret came back up on time as well. So Giza, Timmy gets the sounding alarm on at least one player walking down, and they punish both of them. One on the overextension in the window, the other one with the shot forced to fall back. So NRG Academy have a good amount of numbers to go for the split into the A site. Should be good. I don't think Jack will come out with any shenanigans here.
Ooh, he's trying to tap those that got pinged and revealed his position. 17 HP. A bad breeze will take him out.
Spike planted.
NRG Academy have only Giza injured just since the beginning of the round.
Good thing we only have a good breeze in our map rotation.
I knew you were gonna make some stupid joke about that. I just tried to keep talking and hope that it would
Nope. Can't let that slip through me.
Well, how about a bad dart? Well, it was actually a really good dart, but you know, the transition was there. So, yeah, Stallion had a paranoia, but it's just, you know, gonna be really awful to try and retake with weapons that they had.
Wow.
Now they turn into Ren's orbs. So that's nice.
And that's absolutely fine for them to die too. At that moment, you have the outlaw and a judge. You can't really save that going to the next round because this was your bonus round. But you're right. The person you don't want to give these orbs to, the two people you want to give it to, are Renz and Net. Net's already one away from his ult. They could also go for a standard default on top of that C line because there was no aggression coming out from YFP because you had such a passive hold from Veto with the outlaw in the first place that would give you the Hunter's Fury right away. But NRG Academy decide to go for the recon into long A, the split into the A side, and we're contesting it though for YFP side.
Ooh, Veto gets aggressive. He's got the support of his team. He just gets in the middle of NRG Academy. Just now gets punished, and Stallion catches NRG Academy lacking, thinking that was just the solo threat. There's always more up YFP's sleeve than what you expect. NRG Academy only have 2 left as well, but hey, not feeling secure enough to really drone, so it's just got to be this duo against the world.
This is perfect to not drone. They've walked across here the Nano Swarm. Hopefully they're not going to go in range of this alarm bot, but they're walking backwards right into it. Unfortunate, so that's going to have to tempo up a little bit more quickly for NRG Academy to get this plant. Net's still holding the line, but they need to get this plant right now because that would give him Hunter's Fury. Get the plant, get yourself off in a good position as well. Try to use that Hunter's Fury so that Giza can insert himself into the garage potentially. They wasted so much time. Look at how you're already grouped up for YFP as the plant finally goes down.
Got smokes left for YFP, so I don't even know if playing long is an option. He did be far away and safe to use the Hunter's Fury, so I think it's just going to come down to stalling out for NRG Academy, getting good timings here, and even with Stallion low, that barely wins that out. And the numbers come in here for YFP and the defuse, so hey, these rounds are getting closer and closer though between the two.
Yeah, too many unknowns for that pulse plant for the last 2 players. You see Giza was so focused and watching towards the garage jump down that Net, because he had so much util, he felt like he could have used a lot of that util to stall. That shock dart did so much damage. Darkest had 3 HP remaining, but after he gets that contact and you hear the snake bite come out, Giza I think should have started jiggling a little bit first here so they could start doing the pendulum swings, and maybe Net is able to get a double kill out of that one too to trade things off and play a 1v1. But instead they played 2 individual 1 versus 3, and there was no way here to retake that site or to hold the pulse plan rather for NRG Academy. But here, props to what YFP was doing. They went for the pressure on the A side, double swing towards the garage, and keep pressuring towards the HO. So you added 2 strains of pressure simultaneously, and never really fell back in that moment until finally they won at least one section of that map, so that they don't have to give up too much space. That was basically what we were seeing on Lotus at the same time as well. And that NRGA Academy they have to continue to play that type of style, even though this is, or play against that type of style, even if they're playing the mirror comp right now against YFP.
This is an earlier timeout than usual because NRG kind of had that slower start on the previous map. They waited until that 5-1 scoreline to take the timeout. So just trying to get ahead of the game and deal with the bleeding before it turns into a hemorrhage. Maybe it's also a bit of the mental game too, of just last map not going your way. This is not the start you wanted. Just to fix it before it gets too bad. Also noting people like Veto who like to get aggressive, and he's got so much support from Stallion. It's going to be another play that YFP go for at A. And with just this lack of presence here from NRG, that could signal to someone like Darkest to be ready for it.
Stays pretty quiet though, as the range from Giza hears the turret into that B side. So they felt like they could have pressured a little bit on top of that C site, but Smoke decides otherwise on a decision.
We get kind of like the bird's eye view from the outside of all the ruckus that's happening outside in the courtyard, because Vita got tired of no one fighting him at A long, so he wraps around into mid, pulls out the overdrive, and annihilates NRG Academy. And maybe that kind of eagerness could be both a boon and a curse to this YFP team, but so far it's definitely a boon.
Yeah, and with Giza, the one that's trying to move up and creep and trying to find information and value, they forfeit the position of having somebody needed to watch the A-line push. And giving up that space, they just went for the trap play. Vita into the window, calls for the flash from Stallion inside the choke. They flood in from, again, all different angles. Front B, window, front garage. Energy goes into grinder. And yeah, we're still one step ahead. This timeout here for NRGA Academy to play a little bit more slowly, but still leaving huge gaps that YFP takes full advantage of. And they're back on into an eco. That's got to be frustrating, though, for the coach MCE. Trying to call something here for the team and instantly not getting any value, getting dominated now from even weapon scenario and now into a weapon diff on this round.
YFP don't really give you time to think. Like, as soon as you give the map control, they're your board. And Renz is someone that's trying to tempo up, but his team got cut off by a snake bite that was left behind the Duelist. And Renz is still doing work. So maybe that's all you need, is to kick Renz into gear. This is left with a 2 versus 2 with no plant yet. Renz is a Hunter's Fury, but you know there's some trouble above and ahead of you. Vita's gonna have to take a back seat on this one at 10 HP, but you know there's no slowing down a guy like Vita. Zip though is made an emergence and he's been floored. That's a moment for Vita to emerge, and then Renz secures the round. But a 4K? Can he really keep doing that? At least this is the version of Renz we know and love.
Dude, another weapon diff, but in favor of NRGA Academy. This is insane how these rounds are going, how this series has been developing between these two teams. Look at the buy that you have. It's thanks to the overdrive that really opens up the site for Renz, and also the fact that you have one player that's down to 10 HP on Vita on the 2 versus 2. Everything worked out in the favor for NRGA Academy for the activation of the player that you really like to see on his neon here, 11 QE Renz. So they stay in the game, they stay in the match thanks to that. That definitely wasn't drafted up by MCE, but I'm glad here that the calls from Net to trust his teammates on the openers makes it work.
Right, the pit, as soon as you sense some enemies here on the other side of the playing field. Gonna get NRG Academy in a different spot, although the Hunter's Fury is always a consideration if you want to end up there eventually. NRG Academy, no, they kind of have to move fast before Vita's somewhere in their backline.
Exactly that. Moving forward now to break KJ utility towards B. You might pull them away from Garage, except there's no really true inserts for Garage right after, so they're just going straight into it. Forcing out the Hunter's Fury. Oh no.
Parting the seas, and he even claims a life too, while Vita carves his name through the right side of the map. and it's walking into the hands of YFP, who had a trap ready for you.
I'm going to try to talk about for the next minute here, Lemon Kiwi, because this is going to be a save for Giza.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Let's talk about how unfortunate that was for Energy Academy, because I was expecting maybe the first TP into the B site was maybe like a tap to bait out that Hunter's Fury, and you could TP out and then reset the round with like 30-40 seconds left. Where again you break KJ utility, you force the conversion now into both links. You keep the Viper inside our pit, and you could move outside through garage from the C site, because most of your players were really focused into that area. They were still playing like a 4-1 split default at the very beginning here for Energy Academy, but they decide to push into the site through the Hunter's Fury, and Zip does this.
It's YFP really just kicking into gear. They are so fired up. They're playing so confidently. They're hitting all their shots. And they're fully respecting NRG Academy in the process. I'm not really seeing any silly, just, you know, the Van silly. But
I was going to say, you're going to see me?
Yeah, I try not to. But Veto's also trying to get into that backline at all times. So that's the real silly part. And Ren's is trying to do his impression of it, but the better Neon stands tall. But NRG Academy's trades with pistols, man. Their lower buys are something special. But so is this Neon from YFP. Eventually gets dealt with, but not before the demise of NRG Academy.
But it's again another assist off the column here for Jack, getting value off the recon dart into the A choke, so that Vita gets whatever he's hit by, still gets a kill with it because of that recon dart. I want to take one more step back into that B side hit we saw on that previous round when we had a gun round for Energy Academy. I feel like what they could start doing this summer as well is, if they want to hit that B site, man, start throwing one ways instead of throwing that link smoke. Force your opponents to like take peek, show their feet, and then you could punish it through the one ways. That's something that you can use to your advantage. I mean, watch some of Emily's Instagram shorts. She talks about it.
I love Emily's content. And I love watching like new talent come into challengers, and like Vita, I mean, top 64 in the open qual, was Prosperity back in stage 3, and just takes the right team to really enable a duelist of this caliber. But Darkest is going to get annihilated. He was already 30 HP, cornered, and a Hunter's Fury into the mix. So finish actually weakened this C site, and you pull all of YFP to the side, so Energy Academy get to actually have time to think.
The other thing that was really good too is that he got the ping onto Ziff, who has this lockdown, so they know now that the KJ's still anchoring and leading towards the C side, so they can move towards A for the plant. Look at how they're going to play this. You're hoping here that off the plant, KJ's going to start rotating around and getting her lockdown, and then Net's going to get a late insert through the garage door and try to go for the late lurk. You're just hoping that the timing works in his favor so he doesn't get hit by the alarm bot.
Well, Vita trying to maybe find some fun timing there. YFP are trying to get around and maybe through the pit eventually. This is gonna,
Beautiful.
yep, this is gonna finish the round, because he could have maybe locked down through it, but hey, NRG Academy able to make this as cheap as possible so that they can catch up in the score with some other ultimates they have in tow.
Again, luck on the side of Net too, because I think as he's about to jump inside the window, you had the recall of the alarm bot for Ziff, so you could try to bring that refresh a little bit lower and use it somewhere else on the post plant. So as they do that, as they rotate over and Net finds that timing, you saw that pick from Eng that canceled the retake right away. You saw that they switched out from the lockdown. They try to walk back towards spawn and save their weapons and chit chat to each other into the next round, and Net finds 2 big kills out of that one too. Very important round once again, where Net comes in clutch moments to keep energy really in this game.
That's what they need to keep doing, just steal away these rounds. Now work towards these ults. It has got an op going. Man, was he ever scary with it on Lotus, but thankfully for NRG, they're nowhere near it. YFP being as quiet as they can, a lot more conservative their position compared to, you know, the Stallion Veto walk-up, but Friends is creeping by enemy lines, and Jack could not deal with it in time. NRG Academy have broken in. Still one problem lays ahead, and once these walls and smokes are coming up, NRG Academy are re-clearing elsewhere.
And it's still 4 players here. I wouldn't mind like a cutting noise and re-hitting with the KJ ult after. But as they move back as a group, hoping that I hope that Giza stays, so he stays in the alarm bot. If not, we're gonna see a very similar round where you're out of this alarm bot and then you find the timing. It's so close. You'll see it disappear at this range now. Sorry, Lemon Kiwi. And now he's gonna walk. Oh, he just shot it. He just shot it. That was a little bit of a mistake.
YFP are the type of team that walk through your spawn like this, and this, the tag onto Giza, 10 HP. How is he still standing? Now Veto, I don't know if you're gonna get another opportunity like that. He's gonna reposition through garage since they've been gifted that. Ooh, lockdown v lockdown. This is about to be a no man's land, and Vita is trying to end this round before the lockdowns go down, or really kick into effect. And Giza with a 3K right as he gets the Tade. I can't believe it.
Dude, he gets 3K while he's 10 HP. You were just talking to him before. He gets legged as they're walking up by Vita and somehow still stays alive to play around the lockdown and get 3 kills before he gets detained. That was insane stuff. And again, you can't see it from the point of view of Stallion, so I respected that he shot that alarm bot. But if you waited that extra second, you would see that the alarm bot disappears. He would call it for his teammate that they're definitely leading towards that C site, and you just try to stall as much as you can, because that lockdown will force players to fall back. You wouldn't have net turn around to watch that flank anymore, and then you probably could have gotten good value out of Stallion off the lurk. That said, though, turned out to be a brawl for how good they've been for YFP to fight toe to toe. But as you see, the patterns finally broken after winning 2 and losing 1, winning 2, losing 1. YFP finally lose 2 in a row, and that's finally going to sound the alarm for YFP to call their own timeout, because they don't want NRG Academy to come back within this game.
That's the type of team that they are, right? Just when you thought that that map 1 was, I mean, it was up 12 to YFP were up 12-9. And NRG just all of a sudden came back. So it was great to see how they adapted, although it's sometimes better sooner than later. But one thing that NRG are going to be happy about is YFP not having an op again. Because Beta is so scary with it. And just the fact that NRG Academy had Guardian Angels watching them where they get legged by an op and can still tell the tale. Now it's a full save for YFP.
They break an early turret as well, so you have to now be careful of a garage walkout or front B walkout. Right now they're just trying to do some extremity punishment, but you might have to give up on re-clearing mid. But now instead you're going to do it, because look at the push from YFP.
Wait, the collect is crazy from Ange. Finally, NRG Academy get a punish on these aggressive A walk-ups. There's still just so much to do for NRG, because even after those 2 kills, there's 2 more from YFP over here. So NRG Academy avoid them as best as possible, as if can't avoid death with shots like that. And NRG Academy will just flip the map and go towards C. But how the heck does Darkus get the tail end of that? This is very doable now for YFP.
And they should have known, too, that they had the Outlaw. They were the ones using the Outlaw in the first place into the A choke. You got to be afraid of that getting picked up here, and you're pushing towards that spawn, getting one-tapped.
And this is where you don't want to extend out as anywhere you can. And hey, Stallion through garage, not successful. Darkus pinged a lot of obstacles in his path, and he's just deciding to eat the damage. You get a timing on NRG Academy, but has the scope in. Awkward as ever, and now NRG Academy with 3 rounds in a row will make this a much better half.
Hey, at least he got the nice flick onto the turret. It missed net, but he got the turret. And you'll take at least something here as the damage you've done. I mean, look at this. Beautifully done at the very beginning here on how Ange was able to get that double kill. But it almost felt like they didn't want to lose that Outlaw in the first place. They tried to continue to fight through and save their teammates, and then one of them got punished, and it almost made it doable there for YFP to really not allow NRG to come back in the game after that timeout. And now it comes down to this last round, or 6-6 half. Or look at that.
Just gonna
Oh, you saw
ignore
the
each
hand?
other, and the jig is up. YFP, man, on these 8 crunches, it's been more successful than not. NRGA Academy trying to become more aware of it, and Renz tries to jump in solo into Garage. Like, NRGA Academy are going for any play they can, but YFP win it every time.
Yeah. And I respect that look. They've never done it really for NRGA Academy, and they went old school with that, except they only had one player walking down towards that wall. And thankfully, you know, there was no recon dart, so you felt like you had the timing on the attack side. But unfortunately, your hand sticks out, and you don't have any players with you to trade off against the aggression from the other side of that wall of YFP. So NRGA Academy, they have to try to salvage this round in a 3 versus 5. And they are hesitating this round.
See how they deal with Darkest here. It's going to be
30
tucked into the
seconds left.
corner with the turret. And hey, we saw NRGA Academy be really good at flicking onto
One
turrets.
enemy
And
remaining.
Darkest doesn't need to worry about that. He just collects an easy double. And that will be the final victim of the half. 7-5 now for YFP. And this is still
Switching sides.
anyone's game. Well, depending on how this goes.
Yeah, I just didn't like that. Look at this.
One enemy
You're
remaining.
having like the paranoia, but then the first one going in and looks up just to break the turret instead of really trying to clear the corners. Really didn't give a chance here for NRGA Academy to get any type of trade into the B site in the first place. But I mean, it was a very tough scenario for them to be able to win here on their side because they've lost 2 players so early in the round. But we know NRGA Academy are really good at snowballing a beginning half of the of an attack side when they win a pistol. So
Or they'll
they were
force
able
if
to-
it doesn't work.
Yeah,
This has been more of
exactly.
YFP forcing, but YFP have taken the last 3 pistols. So the ball is more in their court on recent success.
Exactly, and I forgot the sides has flipped, so NRGA Academy has to play the defense after all. Actually, sorry, but it's YFP still making the first step to break the turret inside the garage.
The passive approach is Shondex kind of leaves an important gap, but goes into the site to support Ange as best as they can. They try to own their half of the real estate, and somehow Shondex dies to util, and anybody would die to a neon movement like that. Like Vita is unstoppable when he gets a groove going.
One enemy remaining.
The rest of NRG staggering, and the pistol decidedly goes in favor of YFP.
Yeah, first one dying. What is it, like a nano molly lineup for the first one to fall? But if not, if anything else, it's the follow-up behind Vita slides for the entry. They have such good firepower across the board here. And as much as I've praised the utility work from Jack and from Darkest in the last 2 rounds, now we're really seeing the support value coming out from Stallion. Because on a big map like this for Haven, where your Silva is going to be staying a lot further back trying to set recon darts for your team and droning, you need somebody else to step up to the plate. And when Darkest is playing Viper, then your secondary entry is going to have to be Stallion as his Omen, and is doing a great job at it.
Oh,
No
Ziv
way,
thought,
dude, no way.
yeah, Ziv didn't shoot the dart thinking Neff was just going to be caught walking out of smoke, and he still wins that. Like, it's insane.
Well, that forces now NRGA Academy to 3-man stack towards A. A gap right now for YFP to take as they really walk in towards this B site. Ziff, even if it gets taken down, is going to get enough information for the team. Actually not. He's going to get picked off by the first one. Here's the second running to pick up the gun. So that'll count for 2.
Like Darkest getting aggressive with it, and even the snake bite, and it's just as easy as that for YFP. Encroaching on those double digits, carrying 3 into the next round. It just feels like YFP are so decisive on how they move around the map, despite this, both teams comfortable on this map. They floated for a reason. But now NRG need to convince us here with this first rifle round, or this whole series will get away from them.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining.
It'll be a bonus round here. The Marshal's still available for YFP, but they're going to give it to Darkest. So he's the one that's going to play the scope for the team. Again, remember, I'm not surprised, because I remember this map on Haven when Darkest is playing Breach. He's also open as a Breach. Not afraid to play that. He's now watching that line at long. He spots 2 of them, and that will allow for them to tempo up a lot more towards this left side of the map, knowing that there's heavy aggression from 2 players on A.
Good thing there's NRG are shooting marshmallows because Darkius feels like he got tagged so many times and he's still in it. Calling out those numbers too from the right side of the map. YFP have been gifted Garage a little bit, but this insertion from Ange is gonna cause some issues, especially if he's allowed to live, which he is. And now Ange can flank, but the rest of NRG Academy are doing work on the front lines. So YFP gets squeezed on all ends. NRG Academy really needed this round.
That's exactly what happened here. YFP seeing that pressure from 2 players on that A side, or telling themselves, okay, there's a chance for us to work into like some sort of weaknesses down the lanes, or that's Garage, or that's B, or that's long C. But long C, it's such a tight corridor, so Garage is definitely the right call. But then it didn't expect for that insert from Ange all the way towards that front C side, so NRG Academy kind of left that accounted for, where Garage is a gap, but they could still hold into like a bait and switch onto the C side, and it works to perfection.
Any weapons for Ziv are out of reach, out of sight, out of mind, and 10 seconds left. It ends in NRG's favor. And again, the leads of, we don't really talk about Lotus. I don't think, Simba, we never talk about Lotus. But on any other map that has been more even, the lead has always been between 3 or maybe 4. So NRG Academy, they can keep this close. And that first rifle round is definitely going to inspire a potential comeback.
And with that victory too, only losing 2 weapons in the process, Renz is the only one that is at small shields. You have full util across the board as well, except no drone for net. So they are realizing here that they could potentially fight against an outlaw, and you want to invest a little bit more into the armor. They're doubling up here to try to take full control of this A choke so that you could keep those players stacked and not forced to rotate if there's any util that gets broken in the very beginning, because you would expect here that YFP is playing a default. Oh my god, that was close.
It's going to be solo here, as maybe Renz wants to be able to flex into B if that's going to be the hit, so that Ange doesn't have to do it all on his own. Well, him plus a turret, so like 1.5 people there. So NRG Academy just minimizing risk here and letting YFP put their pawns in position.
And you'll take that W for NRG Academy, because again, you couldn't really invest into a drone in the first place, but you forced out the drone on the other side. So now you're even keel in terms of economy, util economy on both sides. YFP are grouped up though to go for an explosion into the B site where there's only 1 person there.
Oh, just the fade away there. YFP thought they could just creep in, and this door has been shut. NRG Academy having a lot of success stopping YFP before they even think about planting this round and the last.
And they're gonna have to save this
YFP
one.
are stuck. Yeah.
Ziff is just gonna pray that he's able to stay alive here in Bunny while his teammate's gonna be safe towards spawn. But you see the difference as well, as I've critiqued the one-way smoke that's not being thrown here on that left side to cover up the ceiling. What YFP has done, at least, even if they don't throw the one-way, is that they've at least thrown the smoke deep enough so that nobody could really wide swing into like a deeper entry into the B site. Although the smoke was pretty decent, Shawnex was still able to swing out and get good value because everybody was so focused on Ange as he scores the first blood on the double walk-in, or the single walk-in through the double smoke. So it's good on him to capitalize on that first kill. A lot of the players across the board from NRG Academy are really fighting right now to stay alive in this game. Well, right now for YFP, they're still counting on the openers from Veto, who's decided to do a switch off to buy a judge to be a little bit more faster into the C-side entry.
Oh, this is going to be insane. And Veto still gets found, even though I thought the defense was maybe looking at a recon, and that's why the buddy system from NRG Academy bails them out when they get a little too overwhelmed. Not having Veto is severely going to hurt YFP. I think if this round doesn't go their way, it might be time to think about a timeout.
Yeah, it's time to go back to like the default if they want to try to do these things too, to like waste out the utility on the defense. I think what really cooked Vita was that orb that decays you walking in. Then you have a nanostorm on the ground, and I'm pretty sure Ange threw a snake bite. So there's no way you're getting through all of that. You're just gonna melt down, and melted definitely is what Veto did on the attempted entry towards that C site.
This is YFP taking a chance at just going through C main instead of just wrapping through garage and trying to find different ways to crack C as best as they can. YFP will just quietly get into A while
30 seconds
I think the best division here is Ned, and not in an escapable position. Is he just going to accept this fate? He is.
Oh, wow.
And you needed Ned for the Hunter's Fury. YFP has salvaged the round. Renz is about to get discovered, and his decision will be forced. The turret may spot him, but this rest of YFP know that he's crossed by. A great reaction from Jack. Just on a big win condition for NRG. Now you just have to play your numbers if you're YFP, and what a turnaround for the rest of this team after losing their duelist. They're up to double digits.
Thought you had a timing on that one too, but Stallion staying on the top of heaven is able to spot that walkout onto Graffiti. And you're right, as things started off so well for NRGA Academy to hold off on that line. Instead of being tucked in on the left side or showing yourself on the left side to jiggle for some information, you had to be tucked on the right because Net really wanted to get vision on sewers if they're walking up on that side. He gets caught. There's no smoke. He's getting spammed now with shock dart. You're forced to run out. And you were just hoping that worst comes to worst, you have a teammate smoke heaven for you and you could play the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, that big punish is potentially going to be very costly right now for Energy Academy, especially after that punish as well.
Wondering what moment it was going to take for YFP to punish these walk-ups from NRG Academy. Usually it's through a long, but peaks at sewers, both of them punished at different times. Still enough, not enough to inspire YFP to go that direction. Not when you know Net is looming the distance. Giza wants to just get information as quickly as possible by just being front and center and dies. That was so fast.
You gotta see these weapons now. You should have given that up a long time ago. So yeah, Net is going to pick up the op, salvage it into the next round. But I think that's now you're seeing, you know, for those of you that are new to Valorant or trying to understand the meta into why we're playing this double control and how good that Viper Wall is. Yeah, it was just easy for Veto to play on the outside towards T-spawn, ADS down that line, and look to see if anybody crosses over that Viper Wall on the attack. So even if it's an op shot that comes through or an op that comes out, you'll still get first shot because you're just ready and posted on that line. Well, if you're trying to cross this wall right here that I'm talking about, there's so many different micro areas you have to look to clear towards that T-spawn area that you're almost on a like 1 to 4 chances that you're going to know and place your crosshair at the right spot. And that 25% didn't come out into your favor for that walk across for Renz. And then you tried to walk a second one to surprise an opponent. Didn't work out. Now you can't even save the op. And now you don't even have money to move into the next round either. This is going to have to be another Energy Academy that has to pull out all of the tricks to try to push this into another overtime.
A thrifty trick at that. Too,
unless they're able to do that. Yeah, definitely. A thrifty is something they've been good at so far in this series. And that is maybe that little hope that you have if you're an Energy Academy fan.
And NRG just started to build up some hope when they had the back-to-back round wins. They started to get their economy under control. They don't have to save every other round and pull out miracles. But last time out here for NRG Academy to come up with any more tricks that we were hoping for. But you're also facing a Veto with overdrive. So now it's how far away can we be from YFP realistically so that we can be in a position to shoot Veto when he comes in. And it's not easy because he always throws up the neon walls and he's never alone. Like Stallion has had a good buddy system with him usually. So it's just shoot Veto would be the win condition, but easier said than done.
Exactly. They tried that on that previous round by posting Renz to the op and he still gets punished. So rifle or op versus rifle, you're still losing it. It is such a difficult position you're putting yourself into. But now it's a gamble right now. You're trying to figure out if you want to force down around this, and looks like you are. You have a judge to work with. You have Renz with a sheriff. I mean, right now, if there's no presence from YFP on this C-long, I would like to see him try to work for that orb control for Renz. get an overdrive ready for round number 20 if you lose this one here. But it is a huge investment. And look at that. Look at how kinky NRGA Academy is. The Viper orb or the Viper ult looks like a foot.
I was just about to DM you that screenshot. We actually have one brain cell between the both of us. And now I have him choking. All right.
Oh
well,
my God.
Let's just make that one only one person here choking. So it is up to Vita. Vita go shoot, but Vita needs to wait for info. Then Vita go shoot. But then Ainge is in a nice hiding spot with a judge. So wait a minute. Hunter's Fury, though, is trying to throw some wrenches in the gears here. Net did disrupt YFP, but did not stop them, because now it's time for Vita to go shoot. And I don't think Net wants to take... a nice steady aim there, but the Hunter's Fury, Jack wants revenge. And to suppress the back of the site so you can actually plant. But YFP barely have a hold of the situation. The spike carrier just died. Big moment for Shondex. Now you have Renz on the top that'll assess the entirety of the site, and YFP have already enough on their plate to try and deal with this. What a turnaround for NRG. Now they have numbers. You still have Net, though, with just a sheriff. Renz is coming down like an angel and is sending everyone to heaven, and NRG buy themselves another life.
Yeah, and speaking of feet, he broke his ankles landing down on the ground, but thankfully there was a paranoia that was thrown by Shondex that allows here Renz to get that pick. So very nicely done, and they played it safe too. The drone to make sure that you capitalize on the information of where that second player could be at. They knew he was playing towards the graffiti, and they're able to salvage that round. I thought after this timeout was going to be like a half buy or like some sort of low econ buy so that you could play for the OT. But they played the one player on the sheriff and forced around it and leveraged also their ultimates to be able to win that round and to stay in this game. So I like that call in the end. You took all of that timeout for MC to cook up something to make sure that they could hold out an aggressive attack from YFP.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Vita go
punish
shoot.
right away.
Yeah, it really feels like YFP have been the punishers. Like anytime NRG Academy throws something at them, YFP hit it out of the park. And quite a number of first bloods have come Vita's way. Now with these smokes up, YFP have to take a beat. And this judge is gonna hurt a lot. And you also kind of need Giza alive for any lockdowns, but it might not be even a point of this round. I've seen YFP play this though.
The aggression of Vita coming in. So it's just gonna jiggle left and right. And meanwhile, though, I think it almost seems like for YFP, if they want to re-hit towards the A side, they're just waiting for Jack to get the recon back up.
Gambling, like which side do you want to sit on, and how can you find yourself in the right spot when the neon walls come up? And Stallion does assess. Here comes the neon even while paranoid, and Giza does down the duelist. YFP have to flood in at the right time and through sewers. Jack with a beautiful double coming in through main, and the collapse timed while YFP looked like they were gutted. Managed to get back on top. Ange will be a thorn in their side, though. Literally, he's coming in from the side, and YFP, at least they know where this position is. And even have a nice one-way set up, courtesy of Stallion.
Oh, man.
And Jack confirms the 3K, 1 round away from being 3-0 in the standings.
It just finds the timing, too, as soon as the wall comes up, counts the seconds, just randomly sprays into it. And Jack gets the pick. And again, we looked at how expensive that round was for NRG Academy and their buy that they converted in that round number 19. Any type of scenario where they're going to lose these back and forth engagements, as soon as they lose a round, they're going to also be in a scenario where they have to go for a mixed bag of tricks again and try to salvage these rounds. Very, very tough look to see, but you're hoping this time around too that you're going to leverage the lockdown. You're seeing it here. Look at how passively you're playing it from Ziff. You have alarm bots that's watching like late lurks into the A link. You're playing forward positions over on the A side, just trying to punish Darkest over on this choke. And if you forfeit that spot or you hold it and they take mid control, then at least you know where they could be going from that alarm bot. And then you're playing soft side C, so you can play the lockdown for the retake.
2 Buckies, or at least 1 Bucky in this situation, and this is It's gonna be the road of no return, and Darkis has to face the music, and it rings true for NRG Academy. And if you're just joining us, well, a 12-8 scoreline is great for YFP. If you saw map 1, you do not feel safe. And look at that, NRG Academy on the lowest of buys, it feels, with 2 hero rifles. I've managed to get such a good advantage here, 5 versus 2. Retake, the Q's about to go through. Can't even see what's going on, and you can't stop it either. So that's NRG Academy extending this map.
And thankfully only losing 2 players too. But the economy is going to be decent now for NRG Academy to still have a strong buy. So yeah, it exactly works in their favor. And you see that Veto was so focused on just trying to get the kill and go for the highlight play instead of just breaking on the lockdown. Look at what the buy they had. They had the overdrive and also just a Bucky protecting that that lockdown that's out in the open. That was just an easy spray down to take that, and instead we tried to slide through to take down the player first, and that really just scrambled YFP in the pulse plant. They give NRG Academy a chance to come back in the game with that.
Yeah, that 12-9 scoreline was something to worry about, but when Shondex is the tip of the spear, this is fantastic for NRG Academy. It's pressure makes diamonds, and man, do NRG shine when everything looks dire. Got kind of a high-low trifecta of YFP who have one down, but you know, there's always more around the corner when it comes to NRG, and you've caused such a ruckus here in sewers and around A main that see if YFP decide to go elsewhere.
Yeah, the good thing, at least from Ren's falling down, is that he saw all 3 swing against him. So Net was trying to give another player advantage by going for that aggressive play. Couldn't get that pick. And now from that repeat, though, they still have the right numbers. They're playing very similar style to that previous round where Giza's utility is going to help them find any type of late push back towards the C site, and they could focus on the crossfire on A. Despite having lower numbers, you have to walk into the crosshairs.
Oh, good trade for Ange, though. You don't have a pit for this post plant, and NRG Academy needed to prevent that at all costs. 2 versus 2 for the win. Net gets ahead of the game. It's all up to Jack against his opposition. Well, everything being shot and all of this pressure. He looks at the wrong side, the wrong time, and NRG Academy make it 2 in a row. This is so reminiscent of our first map. A 12-9 lead for YFP. And NRG force overtime and eventually win it. So this is not the time for YFP to trip up yet, and they're going to try and lock in using this timeout.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about, right? Even if you have less numbers on the site, you have to let their opponents walk into you. So if you're in the right position, if you're able to trade off each other quite easily, you give yourself a chance. And it became 2 individual hero plays, but good on Net. Again, the veterancy that he brings, the game sense that he has to identify Ziff walking up for on the graffiti, while the other one's so tucked in towards that long A side from Jack that he could isolate that fight. So yeah, this timeout to lock in, we'll see if they can convert it, because Vita used the overdrive a couple of rounds ago when they were trying to push against that lockdown. So you won't have it going to this lower buy in this round number 23. It might once again have to come down to the last round of regulations. And we always had hero plays coming out from Net towards these later rounds. We'll see if they could continue this forward for NRG Academy to see another overtime.
Talk about the resilience that a team like that needs to have to get 13-2'd and to try and force overtime when it was a 12-8 scenario for YFP. Is it a fake comeback? That's what we always say in Valorant, but for NRG Academy, they're done playing with their food, and YFP barely have an appetizer when it comes to weapons. Like, it's just a bunch of sheriffs. Not going to be great to actually approach a defense with this kind of weapon.
How fast this rotate is out from Renz. This is leaving Giza alone on the A site, but that's fine. He's got a turret and an alarm bot to let him know how he should play this map. The alarm bot comes out, he's playing and trying to slow down towards the A site. Trying to get a sight smoke too. There's that first kill.
Oh, what a shutdown from Giza! Right as he had to buy time because Renz was rotating in, and now he gets to take over the site and bail out his sentinel. And Shondex too secures the middle of the map. So this series, this map is going the distance. Unless Jack is gonna pull off the craziest play of all time, at least he'll do so with a different weapon. So hold on.
No. Yeah, they gave it up. They want to work together here in Now that gives an opener for Jack, even as he's pushing out towards that spawn. He's like, oh wait, these guys left it. They're trying to cut my rotate back towards the A long, and I feel like he should be walking out of this to go towards B.
30 seconds left.
But the wilderness is so scary by yourself, you know, just you got the space, you work with what you got.
Got 10 bullets, never reloaded.
You only need a couple. Okay, maybe more. NRGA Academy. Taking us all the way to the... Jeez, what are we at? 24th round now?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But that was huge from Giza to get that second kill while he's hit fully by the paranoia. There's no way he could see that guy, and he's probably just following like bullet trailers or something like that for that second kill if he's playing against a Vandal. So to get 2 kills like that is huge. You saw the answer back from YFP that engaged in 2 beautiful share shots, maybe even a third if I'm not mistaken. So they almost made it very doable for the attack side, and we would have already gone here to the end of the series, but it gets decided now. Big weapons on both sides, the big ults also, and this looks to be very standard. Probably source control, ult for the lockdown, and then get a pit onto site. And NRGA Academy want to fight right into that.
Oh, a drone 2, YFP taking the space quickly. Deep smoke 2, checking every corner, every nook and cranny. NRGA Academy definitely caught you off guard back on bind on these little insertions. Even Ange too, if you remember back on Seed Along, that flipped it all around. Now there's still a problem. There's Giza up in the sewers and just played off the paranoia from Shondex, but YFP just kicked back in the best of ways.
You should run.
Now they'll make their way into A with a lockdown to buy the real estate for them.
Never, the paranoia actually also missed the position of Darkest. Lost so much space on sewers. Now that's the pit that I was talking about too after the lockdown. This retake is going to be impossible in a 3 versus 5.
Cover going out.
Smoke for Stallion, because Shondex was ready to jump as soon as that lockdown expired. Maybe get timing. And Stallion gets the kill from hell to send Shondex just there. And it's Renz in a 1v5, a flawless end for YFP, taking Haven at the end of the day. No overtime for NRG today.
Yeah, and again, it's just one small nano mistake once again that costs NRGA Academy's loss. If that paranoia, or if they just waited and swung off the turret too, because he had a player ready at the top, the YFP prevail. They're not allowing NRG to come back for the second time, and they're able to close out the series. And this is something that's going to be very, very relieving for a team like YFP. Brand new going into this one, playing against an NRGA Academy that has been looking very good through the collegiate days into now, and they're still able to take them down. This is something they should be proud of here after the series.
Absolutely. YFP will be 3-0, joining the ranks of ADG, who are also at the top of our standings.
Crazy.
And we're about at the halfway mark, too, of our regular season. Swiss has been incredible, and there's a lot of talent rising to the occasion, namely people like YFP. The team chemistry looks great. The additions look fantastic, and I'm going to be excited to hear from them in yet another post-match interview courtesy of our desk, so don't go anywhere.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
One enemy remaining.
rest of the defense on the side of Sad in the front side. That said, though, Welly is just gonna kill the. Oh my God! I'm gonna go. That's how we're gonna finish this match. Anybody.
Yeah, Joe trying to shut the door with a Bucky already. What a swing from Pain. You got looking for the ace. There it is.
And now Derek. Bullet hose at a main. Yep, that'll play.
And 3v2 now and 2 stingers. They've got to keep it close quarters. And Moose will do it all himself. What a way to end things.
Well, usually doesn't get any closer than 13 to 11, and YFP did that, taking that last map, now making their Swiss stage a perfect 3-0. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, voiceless host Elizabeth, joined by Ash and Emily on the desk. Of course, the day that I'm losing my voice, we go one of the longest days we've had in a very long time. So apologies, but thank you for sticking with us the entire way. Ash, I mean, this is, I think, to be clear, you were the only person who voted for YFP, so congratulations to you being right in your predictions. And talk to me, like, what did you see that was like part of that prediction, why you voted for YFP?
I think it comes down to when this team is on fire, they're on fire. Like, when it comes down to like how they're going for a lot of like discard executions and how online Veto can be in the server, it feels like their firing power is unstoppable. And I think that today, especially once we got a real taste of it on Lotus and then heading into Haven, we saw them carrying forward that momentum. They're very much so playing at a very similar pace to what we saw on that Lotus matchup. And I think that once this team is really feeling themselves in a match, they are one that you cannot underestimate. It felt like a lot of these crunches were just so good with the spacing and how YFP were looking to get a lot of these trades down. But that's not to take away from any credit from an NRGA Academy who definitely made the series.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I mean, carrying over momentum, but also carrying over a lot of confidence on the side of YFP that I think NRG wasn't really expecting coming from them. You know, in this map 3, we saw them having such quick reactions, the willingness to fight and just brawl at any point on the map, not just towards that A side that we're most used to seeing. I think it was really crazy how fast YFP were also with their re-clears. You know, as soon as NRG made pressure, we have YFP walking and re-clearing that so that they can reposition themselves for later in the round. I think NRG, they did put up a great fight, and especially on that second half, when they started to win some rounds and when YFP kind of started going for those straight execs and getting punished for it, it felt like NRG might have found their footing. But even in the rounds that they were winning, it was always so close. Like, I felt like there was an opportunity for YFP to kind of find a way back into it. But thankfully, NRG was able to close those out. But again, it just was not enough to secure the win today.
And I think that I would have kind of expected for NRG Academy to have had a little bit of a better read on that aggression that Emily was just talking about from the defensive side of YFP. That was something that we saw across all 3 maps that we saw today. Like, when it comes down to bind, it was a lot of those like shower walks outside of A short, just looking to collapse on NRG Academy when they're leaning on one side of the map. And then on Lotus, a bit of a different story because, you know, that one was quite the stomp at 13-2, but they were again so good at fighting forward and denying NRG Academy any sort of like comfort on any more like measured play that we wanted to see from them. And I think that they really understood their win conditions in this mirror matchup here of Haven, trying to deny any value from the lurk wall that Andrew's putting up every single round by continuing to fight past it, like Emily had mentioned as well. And I think overall YFP just had a better idea of their win cons. And I think that NRG Academy, while there were good ideas that they're putting into server, they did have really good moments with utility, with trades that were coming through. I feel like their reactions to what YFP were doing on a macro level just weren't where they needed to be, especially considering that across a 3-map series, you would kind of expect them to understand that YFP defense playstyle a little bit more at this point.
And right, that's YFP being able to do that and capitalize on that and handing NRG Academy their first loss of the Swiss stage. Of course, they are not out, but YFP keeping that perfect record moving forward in the Swiss stage is something that they should be very, very proud of. And we wanted to highlight the man, the myth, the legend, Emily, Veto. At only 17 years old, doing an incredible job with that 269 ACS.
Okay, when I first spoke about Vita, I said that he does his job really well. He's always good at creating space for the team, you know, oftentimes getting those first kills and just doing his job well. We didn't see him exceeding that, but I feel like in this best of 3, we saw him kind of stepping it up every single map. Like this third map, he felt unstoppable. The aggro fights that he was taking, not just going for those first picks on attack, but just overwhelming them on defense and just willing to brawl it out. I think a lot of it comes from that really good win on that map 2 of Lotus, having that confidence to be able to, you know what, I can compete against these guys. I can out-aim these guys. And he really just took that and ran with it.
He really did. It was just so impressive. It felt like every single time we swapped to either Vita's point of view or NRG Academy's point of view, it was either Vita in somebody's space or Vita coming to whoever we were spectating's space. And he was so consistent on getting that first blood and being that opening tip of the spear here for the side of YFP. And even when he wasn't, you know, the one to actually get that first pick, it was just the movement diff. Like he was neon B hopping everywhere. Somebody else was gonna get that trade instead. Even if he didn't die, it was always like a constant follow-up. And I think that this YFP, we're really starting to see like the ceiling at which they can play with when we're seeing them in a very synergized kind of form.
I'm glad we're talking about Vita because we have the life, pun intended, of YFP here with us for the Philips Rilko Game Face interview. It is none other than Vita. Vita, come to the front, take a seat, because congratulations, sir. I mean, I have a lot to ask you, but the thing I'm going to start with is I want to talk about you. I think you're new to the kind of the stage 2, right? You joined YFP in this March, right? March is about to end, but this month. Talk to me about acclimating to YFP and acclimating kind of to this stage 2 scene. What has that been like for you? Because Vita, you are so good. It is such a pleasure to watch you play, and especially as the duelist for YFP. Just talk to me about being here and what has it been like acclimating to this stage?
I think most of it was just getting used to the team. Like for the first couple games, I don't know, it felt pretty rough, but we kind of found our synergy this game and it felt a lot easier for me to play. And so, yeah, I mean, my team is really good. I just have to like find out how to play around them. So yeah, it's been good so far though. I mean, we're 3-0.
It sounds like, pardon me, but it sounds like a little bit like you're not giving yourself enough credit. Like you're saying your team is very good. And yes, they are. Do not get me wrong. YP is an excellent team. You guys are undefeated in the Swiss stage. But Vita, you are also incredible. You are such a talented duelist. You are, like, I think you heard us when we were talking about you. You are either in someone's face or moving to be in someone's face. You have such an aggressive play style, especially in a meta where people are now maybe a little bit more afraid with the Yoru being nerfed and what Neon and Whaley nerfs incoming. With this kind of new meta shifting and kind of this slower play style coming, how do you find that play style of yours working?
I don't know. I guess I play more around what the meta is. So like in this meta, I think I can disrespect a lot of people because of the way people play, just depending on the team, obviously. But
yeah,
I don't know. I think I'm just really good at being like the front force for my team and just being able to be tradable. So what I try to like, it's my best quality, I'd say.
Love to hear that. And something I want to ask you is about YFP's Lotus. You have joined the team, and not only have you, joined the YFP Lotus, you have helped keep that 100% win streak of Lotus for YFP going, including a 13-2 today, where you absolutely popped off on that map. Talk to me about the kind of the secret sauce for YFP on Lotus.
Our
Whatever
Lotus,
you're comfortable revealing, of course.
Yeah, we barely prepped for our Lotus, but it felt really natural for us because we all love the map. And so, I don't know, we just always have been like really naturally good at the map, and today we like showed it off best because we just played like ourselves.
I kind of rewinding in time from Lotus, the first map, I mean, the series easily could have been a 2-0 in y'all's favor, with Biden going the way of NRG Academy going into overtime. What was the conversation after map 1 going into map 2 with the team about like the mental, what you guys were fixing?
I mean, we all knew that we should have won Bind. Like, there was like a couple rounds that didn't go our way that definitely should have. And we also haven't, been great on Bind compared to the other 2 maps that we played. So we just, I don't know, we just fumbled a couple rounds and we all knew it, and we just tried to keep each other like accountable for them, and we kept it up. And then map 2, we just came in, didn't really, worry about first map. We just forgot about it completely.
Love to hear it. And my last question for you is that, moving forward, as I've said before, YFP is keeping that undefeated scoreline moving to the rest of the Swiss stage. what teams, if any, are comparable to YFP?
I don't know. I think maybe ADG. I like ADG a lot. I think they're insane.
They did just win today, so I would have to agree with that. But also, don't forget, Vita, you are such a pleasure to watch. YP is such a pleasure to watch. I'll let you go celebrate your win, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Have a good one, Vita. We love to see it. Life in Latin, Vita, the noun. My cat even came over to say hello. She knows the truth. She knows what is up. But friends, that is going to be it for us today. But we have a bracket to show you guys how this all has shaped out on the co-stream. You would have seen ADG get that win. And now, very good thing that Vita said he really likes ADG because he will have to face them in round 4. But also Alliance Guardians picking up the win against Nightblood Gaming on the other side. And I mean, I think we talk about this literally every single time, Ash. We're like, oh my God, like expect the unexpected, ha ha ha. But genuinely what happens in Challengers, we're paid to talk about this game. And sometimes we're like, yeah, we don't know. Like, it's absolutely wild how this will sort out sometimes.
It really is. And again, I think it just comes back to just how close the competition has grown and who maybe has like a different read on a meta, which teams are bringing something new to the table, a different flavor from what we typically see, and being able to have really good reads on how to counter what everybody else has been doing. I think overall, it's been such a fun Swiss stage to watch already, and it's only going to get more intense. Like that ADG YFP game that you're talking about there in round 4, I've also got my eyes on like YQuest versus Shopify Rebellion Black. Like all of these matchups are going to be bangers.
And it is something we are so looking forward to, especially with FlyQuest joining us in Challengers League, taking up the Sleeper's name for themselves. So friends, that's going to be it for us today. On behalf of production, the casters, the desk, and everyone in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make decisions, take care of your allergies, don't be a voiceless host like me. And for the last time this month, happy Women's History Month. We'll see you later.
And now Bonnie has to walk forward to avoid that and may have good timing on a backstep towards B, but EG are trying to take garage control. Hunter's Fury for Mitch to lay down the lane and the suppressing power, but M80, they just clapped them on entry. It's the last hurrah for EG, and they were making the comeback until M80 locked in. Wow, making the best of it. EG converted pass, crossing on the slide as a team. We're waiting for M80 to cross and run into each other. And Veto bails out Jake. Now stepping forward, Spaz secures the round for M80.
With the guard.
Bells and whistles energies have left at their control.
I mean, listen, he has such a good position for Shondex. He's about to get this backstab onto the Brimstone.
Beautiful combo with the flashes, the orbital strike, stopped him from escaping, but he left the gap, and his name is Net. Jeez, a triple kill would look to be so assured for YFP. It's all thrown into the bin. Brown is going to try and reposition, be a position to disengage it easier, at least follow up with the team, and the judge is also the executioner. And Renz just ruins the entry of YFP, and it's up to Vita to have to clutch this. This is insane. Heroics to heroics. Now a 1v1 ace on the line here for Vita. And he's getting on his hill. He's betting to heaven. Let's see how he does.
Vita has the ulti to go after the plant, so he can just play tucked in. Oh, throws his hand though.
Time you want to go for the ace. You could also stall time. Just affected Giza there, and he's on the other side. At the spike. It's gonna be okay. He's even got a flash in the back pocket, but he can swing at any time. He looks the wrong way. Vita capitalizes, and it's the ace from
3 minutes back towards A. Yeah, right now for YFP to take this A. Really walking towards the team. Like, even if he gets taken down, he's gonna get enough information for the team. Actually not. He's gonna get picked off on the first one here. He's ready to pick up the gun.
Like Dark is getting aggressive with it.